In the neon-lit city of Euthymia, where flying cars hum across the skies and terrifying evolutionist beasts lurk beneath, one young man stands on the edge of despair. Achilles Maxwell is broke, powerless, and about to lose the only person he loves, Rose, unless he can afford a cure worth millions. With no strength, no status, and just $19 to his name, his only option is madness. Dive into the deadly evolutionist catacombs, where even the strongest advanced humans fear to tread. But fate plays a dangerous card. When Achilles risks everything, he doesn't just find evolutionist crystals, he assimilates them. Suddenly, his blood ignites with strange powers, his wounds heal, and his life takes a turn he never imagined. Now, hunted by beasts, overshadowed by mighty warriors, and racing against time to save Rose, Achilles must decide. Will he rise from nothing to rewrite his destiny, or be swallowed by the very darkness he dared to challenge? This is a story of desperation, survival, and a man who learns that sometimes the weakest can awaken the strongest power of all.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Liban floated between sleep and wakefulness when someone's voice cut through the fog. You must complete the mission. Remember, this is why you entered the witch world. He was bone-tired. His eyelids felt glued shut. When he opened them, a face hovered over him. He blinked again, and the face was gone, already erased from his memory. Hands lifted him. He moved. The voice jabbered on, relentless. Remember your goal. You must obtain it. You cannot let the enemy uncover you, otherwise. His brain flatlined. The words blurred to static whenever the speaker neared something important. It was maddening noise. He wanted only to sleep. Summoning one last sliver of will, Liban forced his eyes open, planning, stupidly, to punch the man. Instead, he saw a high-tech capsule and a wall of humming machinery. They laid him flat inside the capsule. The world tilted between sci-fi sterility and dream haze. He closed his eyes again, but a cold whisper crawled into his ears. Injecting serum. Consciousness transfer starting, loading. A needle slipped into the back of his neck. It didn't hurt, but the chill woke him in an instant. He wasn't sleepy anymore. Memory came like a slap. He died. Overwork, quick and ugly. The kind of death that stays with you in flashes. Had someone rescued him? No. The man who'd been talking was no doctor. Transmigrated? Maybe. But the headache throbbed. He had no mission memory, no objectives, nothing. And whoever sent him had stressed this mission's importance. Being discovered meant certain death. Liban felt the body stir. He decided, once he could move properly, to refuse the mission or run. He'd been an ordinary office worker in his previous life. No way was he suddenly cut out to be an undercover operative. Sensation flooded back. He opened his eyes and sat up to test the room, to fake a complaint and see how they reacted. He wasn't in the capsule anymore. He was on hard, yellowed earth under a blue sky freckled with white clouds. Between his legs lay a person, headless, eyes staring up in a grotesque, frozen stare. The head rolled away with a wet sound, leaving a shriveled neck and an empty shell. Liban vomited in his mind. He jumped up, and that's when he noticed he stood inside a crater full of bodies. The pit stretched 1,000 meters across, its rim 2 or 3 meters high. The floor was unervingly flat and packed with corpses, some gutted, some blackened, some decapitated. They were arranged like dumplings waiting to be cooked. His legs shook. He looked for help and shouted, voice cracking. "Is anyone there? Help!" A carriage rattled in the distance. An old man with a blade of grass in his mouth tugged the reins, hopped down, and trotted over. When he saw Liban standing among the corpses, his face lit with a grin. Still alive? Not bad. Survived the shock terror. Climb up? Or do you want to sleep with him? Li Ban scrambled over the stacked bodies and tried to scale the slope. The old man laid down and hauled him up like he weighed nothing. Once on the rim, Li Ban forced himself to breathe, to be grateful. "Thank you. Please, take me away from here," he managed. "Of course. Everyone's waiting for you," the old man said, shoving him into the carriage. Inside, 7 or 8 people, toddlers, gaunt men, a few tough-looking adults, stared at Li Ban with hollow, wary eyes. Their clothes were rags. Their faces were blank with unease. Li Ban sat on the outer bench, throat tight. He wanted to ask where this place was, what had happened, but the old man was already closing the door with a smug smile. As the carriage moved, Li Ban examined his new body, rail-thin, probably 10 to 15 years old. The world outside looked ancient. No tech, no lights, just an old carriage and 2 horses. He tried to reconcile what he'd seen in the lab, the capsule, the loading screen, with this crude, archaic scene. Virtual simulation? Some interworld transfer? Either way, he felt wildly out of his depth. Desperately, Li Ban leaned toward the door crack. "Sir, where are you taking me?" The old man's tone turned flat, businesslike. "Wherever I sell you. Wherever you go is your fate." The words landed like a stone. Panic flared. "You're going to sell me?" A hush threaded through the carriage. The others didn't react with surprise, only averted eyes. For a heartbeat, Li Ban understood. This was no rescue. He'd been bought by slave traders. In ancient chaos, life was cheap. Slaves were currency. Li Ban clenched his jaw. Slave or no, he swore he would not submit. The carriage rocked. Li Ban edged for the door. It wasn't locked. He shoved it open and lunged, but the old man, whose view had been blocked, twisted mid-stride, planted the blade of grass in his mouth, and slammed his wrist into Li Ban's right knee. Pain exploded. Li Ban collapsed with a clang. The old man slammed the door shut and spat. "Already a slave and try to run? Better cripple you first." Li Ban stared at the old man in disbelief. His leg gone weak, as if someone had switched off his strength. The old man meant it. A thin boy, 15 or so, hardened by hunger, stood then. "Uncle Ma, if you cripple him, he won't fetch a good price. Let me talk to him. I'll make him behave." "Know each other?" Uncle Ma asked. "Countrymen, escaped the same hell," the boy lied smoothly. Uncle Ma chewed his grass, shrugged, and kept driving. The boy slid beside Li Ban, pressed a hand to his shoulder, and whispered, low and urgent, "You finally woke. I thought your loading failed." Li Ban froze, caught between 2 worlds, between grief and a new, brutal reality. He had to survive. Whatever this mission was, whatever the lab had intended, he would not be sold like cargo. Not without a fight. Li Ban's eyes snapped wide. Loading. The word prickled at the back of his mind. The same word he'd heard while half asleep in the capsule. Could the boy beside him be one of the mission's other loads? An undercover like him? An ally? The boy had helped him up. Maybe that was a sign. Maybe people here explained the rules to newcomers. Li Ban wanted to ask, to probe the situation, but his mouth went dry. How did you even question someone when you didn't know how to act like an undercover agent? The boy kept a steady hand on Li Ban's arm, not so much restraining him as keeping him grounded. Li Ban's baffled expression seemed to puzzle the boy in return. He leaned in and spoke low. "You woke slow. Loading hiccup." The carriage rolled on, wheels droning, voices hushed. Li Ban focused to catch the words. "Yeah, maybe." Vague was safer than honest. If loading could wipe memories, ignorance could be explained away. "I'm Zay," the boy said after a beat, watching him. "You sure you're okay?" Li Ban let a single, careful truth slip out. "I remember little. Lab, capsule, and the director. Something like that. But the mission? Nothing. Director." The boy's face eased the way someone relaxes when a missing puzzle piece appears. "Good. That means origin data stuck. Amnesia's common, side effect of imperfect tech. Don't fret. People fail to load entirely. We're already in. That's half the battle." He asked the obvious question Zay prompted. "What do you remember?" Li Ban hesitated, then said the only word that felt right. "Director." Zay nodded like that explained a lot. "All right. Mission critical data, is backed up to a mission assist layer in your consciousness. When you need it, prompt will trigger. Your amnesia should fade. Li Ban swallowed. The voice sounded reassuring, but his mind churned. What if the prompts hadn't attached to him, but to the original host? What if he'd been dumped into a body that wouldn't give him the mission? Are our missions the same? He whispered. Zay shook his head. No talking about details. Rules. Besides, slave status and mission assignments overlap sometimes. The carriage kept rolling. The passengers' conversations thinned into sleepy murmurs. Li Ban felt drowsy too, a wariness loosening into temporary calm. If this really was a loaded virtual world, a witch world, then the stakes were different. Deaths would at least trigger forced logouts, not permanent doom. That thought eased him enough to rest. Then the carriage stopped with a violent jerk. Everyone lurched. In the last row, Li Ban escaped being crushed. He pushed himself up and peered through the suddenly opened door. The figure blocking the way stole the breath from his lungs. It wasn't human. A walking trunk of a thing. Bark for skin, fissures for a face, stood there, limbs thick as branches, stubby roots for feet. About 1.5 meters tall, arm lengths dragging the ground, like a desiccated willow come to life. Twigs stuck out from its head and shoulders. It was eerie, not graceful. Tree person, Zay hissed beside him, less surprised. Maybe a region guard. Uncle Ma, the driver, was obsequious and loud. Fine goods. Top-quality slaves. Bargain prices. He turned to the prisoners with a grin. Perk up. Death prison officials are selecting today. Show your best selves. At the words, death prison, Li Ban's chest went cold. The carriage grew silent. Everyone ducked, trying to look smaller. Zay pulled Li Ban down behind others. But Li Ban felt something else. A soft, computerized ping that wasn't human thought at all. Keyword death prison recognized, confirmed as current mission location. The words ballooned in his mind, instant and clinical. Mission assist, or not, the system had just flagged the place. Even with a transplanted consciousness, he could still receive subconscious mission triggers. The tree person approached the open doorway and, with unnerving ease, pointed a long, root-like finger at a young man in his 20s and a little girl of around 10. The selections were precise but inscrutable. Then the driver, eager, gestured at Li Ban. He survived shock terror. Perfect death prison material. The tree being glanced at him, gave 2 slow, appraising looks, then inclined its head as if accepting the suggestion. Li Ban felt his spine stiffen. He was still a slave. The words in his head steadied like an icy hand. Beside him, Zay's whisper was giddy and final. Finished. 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 Li Ban's throat tightened when Zay added one terrible, joking line that landed like a hammer. Your account is banned. The carriage rocked. The world outside was suddenly sharper, crueler. Li Ban realized then that whatever this witch world was, virtual or not, the rules were absolute. Die here, and you didn't just lose a life. You lost an account, a body, a trace. And for now, the system had chosen him as death prison fodder. He had no plan. He had no memory. But one promise hardened in him. He would not be sold without trying to fight. From Zay's words, the death prison seemed like an extremely dangerous place. Otherwise, why would Zay immediately consider his account worthless the moment he was selected as a death prison slave? Should he strive to complete this unknown mission, or deliberately get himself killed to log out? Li Ban asked the mission assistant system in his mind, what's the mission content? He needed to consider his options. Mission content loading failed. No relevant data available. What? They already had the mission location, but the content failed to load? Then what was there to consider? Li Ban stood frozen, failing to hear Uncle Ma's urging voice. The tree person apparently had no intention of waiting for Li Ban to react on his own. A vine appeared before Li Ban's eyes, then looped around his neck and suddenly tightened. Li Ban's breath caught as his vision instantly blacked out. Are they killing me now? Just as this thought emerged, Li Ban suddenly felt overwhelming drowsiness assault his mind again. He forced his eyes open to find himself lying down, facing the glass cover of the space capsule. His body was immersed in some unknown liquid, completely immobilized. Was this a forced logout? Li Ban felt relieved. At least he wouldn't have to struggle with the decision anymore. Now he just needed to explain to the outside staff that some tree person from death prison immediately strangled him, resulting in mission failure. I wonder if I can request a different job after logging out. But the moment Li Ban opened his eyes, he heard chaos erupt outside. Why did he wake up prematurely? Did subject 444's data force a logout? No logout detected. Data appears normal. It's consciousness reflux. The data stream is unstable immediately after login. When he faints or sleeps inside, temporary logout may occur. Hurry, increase the dosage, send him back. No, Li Ban wanted to stop them from sending him back, but all he could manage was twitching his lips. Quick, quick! Subject 444 doesn't want to wake up either. He's trying to return. Increase the dosage immediately. Send me back. Li Ban twitched his lips again. Someone nearby interpreted, he's telling us to send him back. Must be mission progress. Hurry. Damn, they're definitely doing this on purpose. Irresistible drowsiness closed Li Ban's eyelids as he plunged back into endless dark abyss. The drowsiness came and went quickly. Li Ban's eyes snapped open to find himself hanging midair with arms bound behind his back. His arms ached and tingled. He had no idea how long he'd been hanging there. His neck hurt slightly, but he could breathe normally. So he really had just been strangled unconscious earlier, not killed. Li Ban wasn't sure whether to feel disappointed. Having witnessed the lab staff's reactions, they clearly wouldn't let him abandon the mission easily. Looking down, Li Ban saw it was one of the tree person's vines suspending him. The man and girl selected before him followed obediently behind the tree person, not hanging like him. Li Ban's treatment made them too terrified to resist. Just hesitating briefly got you strangled unconscious. Outright refusal would mean death. They had left the main road, standing now on slightly higher ground. Some low shrubs grew around them. The cracked earth finally showed patches of green. Another tree person now stood facing their captor. The two tree people looked nearly identical, differing only in their vertical markings. Li Ban heard them conversing. Why nearly kill a freshly purchased slave? Old Ma said he's tough. I was testing. The second tree person raised vertical eyes to examine Li Ban's neck bruises. Quite tough indeed. Might survive. Ha ha ha. Entering a sparser section of woods, they walked further before the tree person finally lowered Li Ban. As his feet touched ground, Li Ban stumbled forward. He instinctively tried, bracing with his hands, but remembered they were still bound, helplessly watching the ground rush up. Thin arms suddenly caught him. The girl traveling with them had steadied him. Young and not particularly strong, they nearly toppled together. Finally balanced, Li Ban gave her a grateful smile. Thanks. The girl pressed her lips together silently, releasing him the moment he stabilized. The tree people observed this but didn't interfere. The one who'd hung Li Ban addressed all three. This is Death Prison's entrance. Once inside, you'll be lifetime slaves. But don't despair completely. While slave mortality is highest in Death Prison, opportunities to shed slave status exist too. Survive long enough, and you might become jailers. That's your chance at continued life. Both tree people stepped aside, revealing a stunted, twisted peach tree bearing unripe fuzzy fruit. Yet they pointed at a small hole beneath it. The hole couldn't be larger than a baby's head, resembling a rabbit or gopher burrow with nothing visible inside. Enter. Li Ban glanced at the other slaves, finding equal confusion on their faces about entry methods. The oldest youth proved boldest. After checking the tree people's reactions, he approached the hole courageously. Unsure how to proceed, he crouched and tentatively reached inside. The moment his hand entered, he vanished instantly, like teleportation. Judging by the tree people's lack of reaction, this seemed the correct method. Li Ban moved forward, but the girl who'd helped him suddenly rushed past into the hole first. Unsure why she hurried, but unfazed, Li Ban waited briefly before entering last. Darkness then light. Li Ban found himself standing on stone steps overlooking a sinkhole the size of a sports field, surrounded by 100-meter-high walls. Primitive stone structures dotted the basin floor. The youth and girl already stood below on level ground. Looking back, Li Ban saw a closed stone door carved with a stunted peach tree design. The tree people appeared before it. Move! Li Ban hurried down the steps. At the basin's center yawned a stone-arched tunnel descending underground. Surrounding areas held vegetable plots, a well, thatched sheds, and a smoking brick house. Most conspicuous was a crude wooden gallows beside the stone arch. A corpse hung from it. The noose had nearly severed the neck, bending it at a grotesque angle. A black-purple tongue protruded grotesquely. Tattered clothing revealed skin mottled with dark brown spots. It had clearly hung there quite some time. As Li Ban stared horrified, the corpse suddenly rotated without wind, turning halfway. Its horrifying face now faced Li Ban directly, mouth twitching into a ghastly grin. Ah! The girl to Li Ban's left jumped back, bumping into the descending tree person behind them. Get off! The tree person swatted her aside with a vine. She stumbled toward the youth, who promptly stepped away. With bound hands, Li Ban could only watch helplessly as she fell. Fortunately, soft earth prevented injury. Trembling with fear, she quickly scrambled up. The tree person who'd brought them addressed the other. I'm returning. After the first tree person disappeared down the stone tunnel, the remaining one turned to the three. I'm tree person A. That was tree person B. We're death prison jailers. You're overseers. Remember this well. As death prison slaves, obey orders without error. Mistakes mean death. He reached out, giving the hanging corpse a flick. It swung slightly in response. He was once a jailer too, but after erring, transformed from human to tree. We performed well, so changed from trees to humans. How did that corpse resemble a tree in any way? Li Ban glanced at the spot where the corpse had been whipped. TSK, flesh torn and skin split. Too gruesome to look at. Tree person A paced back and forth with two long branch arms behind his back, like a drill instructor. If you want to avoid mistakes, you must obey. Remember, in this death prison, there are jailers. He patted his chest with a branch. There are prison officers and prison officials. He pointed downward. We are all your masters, and you must obey us. As long as you're obedient enough and perform well, you can be promoted. Li Ban wasn't buying tree person A's empty promises, but he still forced himself to show an eager expression. Though he didn't know his mission, gathering more information about this place couldn't hurt. If he died accidentally, at least he'd have something to report back to the lab. The lab's technology seemed quite advanced. He needed to remain cautious. Having made up his mind, Li Ban imitated the girl and young man's behavior, appearing respectful and careful. After listing numerous rules, tree person finally began explaining the slave's work duties. There are 3 types of work: collecting night soil and farming, boiling water and cleaning, or delivering meals to prisoners. Which would you prefer? Li Ban's eyes widened immediately. Even in a virtual world, he didn't want to handle feces. But just as Li Ban was about to speak, the coldest young man spoke first. I'll take the night soil and farming duty. Was Saint. Li Ban gave the young man a surprised look. Maybe he was good at this? The girl who hesitated slightly said next. I'll take the water boiling and cleaning duties. Huh. Why was the seemingly easiest meal delivery job left unchosen? Li Ban wasn't stupid. He immediately began considering the implications. Maybe neither knew how to cook. Or perhaps delivering meals was actually dangerous. Prisoners might attack during food delivery. He quickly looked at tree person A to see if assignments would respect the slave's preferences. Unwilling to waste effort on assignments, tree person simply told Li Ban, then you'll handle meal delivery. Remember, you're only responsible for the first level. Don't wander below the second level. Li Ban's heart sank, but he remained composed. It's just a virtual world. Treat it like a game. Though the mission required seriousness, no need for excessive stress. Worst case, force logout. After efficiently assigning duties, tree person 8 gave the well and brick water house to the girl, while the young man got the fields and latrines outside. The thatched hut would house all three, though the girl could stay separately in the water-house. Tree Person emphasized one rule: no open flames outside the water-house. Considering the wooden nature of Tree Person jailers, Li Ban found this understandable. Finally freed from his bonds, Li Ban was taken by Tree Person A in a death prison. Past the stone archway lay a gentle downward slope. Sunlight penetrated only 3 to 5 meters before being swallowed by darkness. They descended blindly until the path leveled out. At the flat path's start stood a wooden door. A glowing stone hung above it, likely phosphorescent, barely illuminating the passage. Black lacquer characters on the door read, "Storage Room." Perhaps thanks to the mission assistance system, Li Ban could read them. Tree Person escorted Li Ban inside. The 30-square-meter room also had 2 glowing stones. Dim lighting revealed suspicious dark stains on the walls. Several wooden crates and cabinets lined the walls with simple tools, but most prominent were the central wooden cages and an open iron cage cart. Li Ban's gaze locked onto one wooden cage, because inside was a pale figure, small like a girl, completely naked, curled up and shivering, face buried in arms. A thin white tail extended from its rear, the tip protruding through cage bars. This is a mimic rat, today's food delivery. The food was a girl with a mouse tail. After seeing tree people, Li Ban could accept rat people. But he couldn't accept a mouse tail girl as food, especially when hearing food. The little creature finally raised its face, revealing delicate features, upturned nose, flawless skin, and 2 trembling teardrops. Undeniably an adorable little girl. Aghast, Li Ban asked Tree Person, "Is this really a rat? Isn't this a little girl? She's human." Unexpectedly, Tree Person A's previously calm demeanor vanished as he whipped Li Ban's arm with a branch. A red welt immediately appeared. Burning pain. "Can't you see that long tail? What else but a rat? I told you to obey, wanna die? I can arrange that." Seeing another branch aiming for his neck, Li Ban hastily said, "It's a rat, sir. Definitely a rat. I just don't understand the delivery process. Do I cook first?" Li Ban spoke too quickly. Tree Person A's vertical eye flashed disappointment at missing another chance to strangle him unconscious. His tone grew impatient. "Cook, we're being merciful feeding those death row inmates. Just put the food in the iron cage cart outside, take the white path, and deliver to designated cells." Tree Person A's expression suddenly improved slightly. "Remember, food takes white path, waste takes black path. Don't mix them up, dumping food into waste buckets. Though watching prisoners fish meals from excrement would be hilarious." Li Ban was speechless. Was Tree Person encouraging him to dump food into latrines? "Understood. Go now. Today's delivery is the mimic rat to cell 13 on first level for the Catwoman. Cell 13, first level, Catwoman. Got it. No other deliveries. Why so frequent? Feed them when they're near starvation. Better for everyone." After brief instructions about prison operations, the impatient Tree Person jailer left. Li Ban avoided the pleading gaze of the mouse girl. If he refused this job, someone else would do it. "Just data," he repeated mentally. Li Ban explored the room, familiarizing himself with its layout. 2 adjacent crates had straw mats and blankets. Tree Person said Li Ban could sleep here. Considering the cold young slave outside, Li Ban decided to stay alone. After stalling as long as possible, Li Ban finally approached the wooden cage. He bent down, seeing the red-eyed girl watching him, and pressed his lips tightly. "Just Ada," he thought. Unlocking the cage, he reached to transfer the girl to the open iron cart. The girl recoiled violently, tears falling like raindrops. Li Ban's resolve wavered. Even if just Data. Suddenly, the girl's recoil became a lunge. She pounced on Li Ban. Escaping? Knocked down, Li Ban instinctively grabbed her flailing arms. The moment he caught her, he saw her mouth open wide, revealing long, curved front teeth. Those teeth rushed toward his face. Pop! His right eye left its socket. "Ah!" Li Ban screamed in agony, wanted to roll on the ground from the pain. After seeing the girl bite off and swallow his right eye, she now opened her mouth toward his left eye, ignoring the pain and forgetting this was a virtual world. His fear of blindness sent adrenaline surging through him. With both hands, he forcefully lifted the girl's upper body and kicked out with his legs, directly throwing her into the iron cage cart above him. He immediately stood up to close the cage door, only to see the mimic rat girl curl up into a ball again inside. Without stopping, Li Ban slammed the door shut with a bang and fumbled to lock it quickly with trembling hands. Once inside the cage, the mimic rat girl seemed even more terrified than him, remaining completely still. Though he didn't understand why, this was better than her continuing to attack. Pain struck again as Li Ban covered his right eye socket with one hand, feeling soft tissues pressing against his palm and blood seeping between his fingers. He collapsed on the ground, chest heaving violently. Though the witch world was virtual, this pain was absolutely real. The eye pain brought a splitting headache with it. He didn't know if such injuries could kill him here. After the struggle, his inner fury had grown significantly. If he really died here, he could just use the amnesia excuse to silence the lab people. Even his colleague, Zay, admitted the lab's technology wasn't perfect yet. Just then, Li Ban suddenly heard the mission assistance system's prompt tone. Character data partially lost detected. Character invaded by unknown toxin detected. Severe infection detected. Calculating survival probability. Calculating. Character survival probability rapidly decreasing. Character will die within 20 minutes. Forced logout conditions met. Preparing forced logout. Connecting. Connection failed. Forced logout failed. Character approaching death. Death from infection? This is poisoning, right? At first, Li Ban didn't care, but hearing the last part made him exclaim in shock. Forced logout failed. Character approaching death. What does that mean? How do I leave the witch world then? Analyzing. Analysis complete. Consciousness unable to log out will be trapped inside the decaying corpse until complete decomposition. Li Ban covered his face, feeling blood spray onto his palm and trickle down his wrist and cheeks. His mind went blank for a moment. Then a fear called despair took root in his heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Just moments ago, he didn't care. Dying in a virtual world meant nothing. Logging out wasn't a big deal. But now the system told him his consciousness would be trapped in a rotting corpse until complete decomposition. Li Ban didn't know how long full decomposition took, but he knew he couldn't endure even 1 month like that. He'd go insane. In death state, would he lose all 5 senses, unable to perceive anything? Like prolonged solitary confinement? Or like a vegetative state? Even if his decomposed body returned to the lab, could they restore his insane mind? Might as well die for real. Thinking this, cold sweat instantly drenched Li Ban. He finally realized, in this situation, he couldn't even commit suicide. He knew how to kill a body, but not how to kill his own consciousness. What should I do? Didn't they say death would force log out? Why can't I log out? Because I'm a transmigrator, not the lab's original consciousness. Suppressing his panic, Li Ban had the system try repeatedly, but each attempt failed. Staggering, he gritted his teeth and asked another question. My injury is to the eyes with severe infection. If this body receives treatment, can death be avoided? The system didn't answer immediately. While waiting, Li Ban's entire body trembled uncontrollably. Would the tree person jailer save me? Probably. I'm his newly purchased slave, after all. Letting me die now would waste his money. He stood up, forcing his weak legs to move, determined to find the jailer. Tree person A had entered the inner passage when leaving. He might be on the 1st or 2nd level. Even if it meant disobeying orders, Li Ban had to find help. As he stumbled forward, the mission system's voice suddenly sounded again. Data restoration and infection treatment solution found. Please leave the room. Turn left. Proceed 9.7 meters diagonally upward. Turn right, then right again after 2 meters. Retrieve target's right eyeball to restore data package and treat infection. The system had found a solution. Heart leaping with hope, Li Ban immediately followed the directions out of the death prison. Reaching the destination and looking up, he finally saw whose right eyeball he needed. It was the former jailer's corpse hanging on the gallows, were its eyes still intact. The corpse had been sideways to Li Ban, but now turned halfway to face him without any wind. It slowly revealed a grotesque smile, freezing Li Ban in terror. But remembering the horrific consequences of character death, Li Ban pushed past his fear. Scanning the area with his remaining eye, he saw no one else. The other two slaves were presumably busy in their rooms. Li Ban stood on tiptoe, reaching for the former jailer's right eye. The moment his fingers touched it, the corpse suddenly spun halfway, presenting only the back of its head. Gritting his teeth, Li Ban grabbed the corpse's shoulder with one hand while swiftly reaching for its eyeball with the other. But then, thud! The corpse swung violently, its leg hitting Li Ban like a giant hammer, sending him flying a meter back. Rubbing his chest, he barely stood up and approached again, only to be knocked back once more. Lying on the ground, Li Ban faced a despairing truth. He couldn't even defeat a corpse. Maybe there were other solutions. But Li Ban's body couldn't hold out much longer. The pounding headache prevented clear thinking. "Burn me to ashes." A faint voice suddenly reached Li Ban's ears. He looked up at the corpse. It remained lifeless as before. "Burn me to ashes and you can have the eye." Burn? Fire. With no time to consider if the corpse was deceiving him, Li Ban desperately ran toward the water room. The water room had boiling water. There must be fire there. As for the rule about open flames not leaving the water room, to hell with it. Dizzy, Li Ban supported his head while staggering forward, not daring to slow down. Now that he thought about it, one slave handled harmless waste, another managed safe water, while he alone dealt with various dangerous ingredients. Clearly, the task distribution had been rigged from the start. But, with limited information and coming from a peaceful world, Li Ban never thought to question the assignments. Covering his face, he reached the water room and slammed against the door. Though locked, it soon opened. Hot air rushed out as the slave girl stood in the doorway, fine sweat beads on her forehead. She looked up at Li Ban, showing little reaction to his bloodied face. "What do you want?" "I need fire." The girl's eyes widened slightly. She glanced at Li Ban's face, then toward the corpse at the death prison entrance. Open flames cannot leave the water room. Dazed, Li Ban reached out to push past her. He had no time to explain. But the girl reacted swiftly, retreating inside and shutting the door. Too slow to stop her, Li Ban punched the door fruitlessly. Now, he understood why the water room had brick walls. Fireproof. Theft-proof. Huh. Suddenly, the door cracked open slightly. The girl peered through the gap, ready to slam it shut again. In a hushed voice, she told Li Ban, "Bring me an intact mimic rat tail, and I'll give you a burning log. But you must say you broke in and took it yourself." Li Ban gritted his teeth, looking at the girl's cold and indifferent expression before turning to leave. Indeed, in this death prison, he was the biggest fool. When Li Ban stumbled back to the storage room, the mimic rat was still curled up in tears. But Li Ban no longer felt any sympathy for her. Who would sympathize with him? He went to the nearby cabinet and took out a short cleaver, the kind used for boning. Tightening his grip on the cleaver, Li Ban quickly walked behind the mimic rat. The mimic rat had buried her head in her knees, showing no reaction to Li Ban's approach. Li Ban lowered his right hand, grabbed the mimic rat's tail, stretched it taut, and in the moment when the creature looked up in confusion, chopped it off. Screech! The little girl-like mimic rat immediately jumped up, hitting her head against the top of the iron cage before bouncing back down. She seemed to be in terrible pain, darting around the cage, baring her teeth at Li Ban every time she looked his way. Utterly furious, Li Ban simply coiled up the severed tail and stuffed it into his clothes. He didn't know if the tree-person jailers allowed taking ingredients outside, but he couldn't care less now. With his face already covered in blood, the scent of the mimic rat's tail wouldn't stand out anyway. His dizziness was getting worse. Li Ban nearly fell while climbing the slope. Staggering to the water room, he found the door slightly ajar. Shouldering it open, he stumbled inside. The girl inside had already lit a simple torch, holding in her left hand while extending her empty right hand toward Li Ban. A trade, tail for fire. Li Ban's hand holding the tail was shaking, but fortunately the girl kept her word. Taking the torch, Li Ban immediately turned to leave. The girl stood by the stove and quietly reminded him, "Remember, you stole this." But Li Ban had no time to think too much. His dizziness worsened, his stomach began hurting, and his knees kept giving out as he walked. It took tremendous willpower not to collapse. The water room was only about 100 meters from where the former jailer hung. Yet those 100 meters felt impossibly difficult for Li Ban. Gasping for breath, his vision darkening intermittently, his face wet with what might be sweat or blood. Suddenly, Li Ban felt someone shove his shoulder. Already barely maintaining balance, his legs gave way completely, sending him sprawling face first. Even while falling, he carefully protected the torch in his hand. "Jailer! Jailer!" Someone was actually shouting for the jailer right beside Li Ban. From a voice, it was the young man who came with him. "Don't shout. I'll die." Li Ban struggled to sit up, looking at the young man standing over him. The young man glanced down at Li Ban. With the sunlight casting shadows from above, his expression was unreadable. The next second, the young man shouted again, "Jailer! Someone's using fire outside." Li Ban froze, his fear instantly replaced by hatred. Who? Who dares violate the rules with fire? The jailer, who had been absent all day, arrived surprisingly fast this time. He snatched the makeshift torch from Li Ban's hand and kicked up a pile of dirt to smother it. Soon the torch was extinguished, leaving only faint red embers flickering. The last light in Li Ban's left eye seemed to go out with it. He crawled painfully toward the embers, but could only stare blankly at the dying sparks. "Who gave you the fire?" the tree-person jailer demanded harshly. Li Ban ignored him. "When you're already worse than dead, why bother with a jailer?" The tree-person's vertical pupils dilated as it raised its arm high. "Sir, jailer, sir." Suddenly the girl rushed out from the water room. Gone was her earlier composure during the trade with Li Ban. Now she was pale, trembling, and threw herself to her knees before the jailer. "Sir, it was me, I'm sorry. He said he wanted hot water, so I let him boil some, but then he suddenly took a burning stick. Smack! Smack!" The tree person struck both the girl and Li Ban across their backs without hesitation. "You're responsible for boiling water. No one else touches the fire." This was directed at the girl. "You dare take fire outside? Go deliver meals now. One more slip-up, and you're dead." This was for Li Ban, showing no concern whether his injuries were fatal. "Neither of you eat today." This applied to both. "Yes, yes." The girl pressed her face into the dirt. Li Ban remained motionless. Yet the tree person didn't scold Li Ban for his disrespect. It glanced at him with eyes that seemed to see a corpse. "You good job." Finally, the tree person praised the young informer before hurrying back into the prison. The moment the tree person left, the girl stopped trembling and sobbing instantly. She stood up slowly, expressionless, and returned to the water room. The young man watched her go with a cold laugh, then glanced at Li Ban on the ground, not even bothering to sneer, before walking away. Now only Li Ban remained in the clearing, half prone beside the dying torch. He seemed utterly hopeless, waiting until everyone had left before slowly crawling toward the faint embers. A soft breath. 3 or 4 nearly dead embers brightened slightly. Li Ban hadn't stopped moving earlier out of true despair, but because that emotionless mechanical female voice had sounded in his mind again. Detected element fire. Extract. With others nearby, Li Ban hadn't dared to extract. He'd guarded those embers desperately, refusing to look away even as his vision darkened repeatedly, terrified someone might stomp them out. Finally, he got his moment alone, and the embers hadn't completely died. Extract. He thought silently. Whoosh. The last embers vanished. Panic flashed through Li Ban, until he heard the voice in his head. Element fire extracted. Li Ban scrambled up, staggering toward the gallows. If the prompt said it was needed for the mission, surely it could ignite the former jailer? He practically threw himself at the hanging corpse, nearly tearing off its tattered pants in the process. The former jailer's grotesque smile was gone, offering no words. Apparently, Li Ban wasn't worth conversing with after failing to bring fire. Yet as the corpse continued playing dead, Li Ban thought, "Use element fire. Burn him." Releasing element fire, a small flame suddenly ignited on the corpse, rapidly expanding into a massive fireball that engulfed it completely. Li Ban stumbled back 2 steps, landing hard on his rear. The flames licked upward hungrily toward the head. The eye. Remembering his true goal, restoring his right eye, Li Ban urgently addressed the burning corpse. The former jailer's body hung limply, like any ordinary corpse. Then suddenly, his right eye shot out as if spring-loaded, landing perfectly in Li Ban's palm. What the corpse said next nearly made Li Ban drop it. "Keep it up, kid. I have high hopes for you. You'll complete the mission for sure." With that, the former jailer was fully consumed by flames. Detected element I. Extract. Yes, Li Ban answered immediately in his mind. Extracted. Detected missing I component in host. Fuse newly extracted I element. Yes. Fusion complete. Ability gained through I element. Superhuman vision. Li Ban touched his right eye. The previously detached soft tissue had disappeared, and his eyelid felt full but painless. He blinked and opened his eyes again. Everything before him was remarkably clear. So clear it was like upgrading from standard definition to high definition. His dizziness had mostly faded, leaving only slight weakness. Li Ban exhaled deeply. Luckily, this is a virtual world. Otherwise, this I would never recover so perfectly. And this superhuman vision is quite a useful passive ability in this dark death prison. This virtual world somewhat resembled a game. Li Ban tried summoning character stats or game interfaces, but nothing appeared. Only the cold female voice of the system in his mind. "Anyway, thank you." The system in his consciousness remained silent. Li Ban pushed himself up from his knees, his limbs still weak from exhaustion. He looked at the pile of ashes before him. The fire had burned extremely thoroughly. Not even large bone fragments remained in the ashes. Yet strangely, the wooden gallows showed no signs of burning, merely slightly blackened. "You should be completely decomposed now, right?" Li Ban murmured. He hadn't immediately processed the former jailer's final words. Only after recovering physically and mentally did he realize the former jailer might have been another undercover agent sent by the laboratory. A colleague of sorts. That person had also been on a mission in death prison, but for unknown reasons ended up hanged on the gallows at the prison entrance. He likely faced the same problem as Li Ban. Failed logout after death. Thus, this unfortunate colleague had remained trapped in his hanged corpse for who knows how long. Li Ban thought if he became a corpse too, he probably wouldn't be as powerful as the former jailer, who could not only speak, but also kick away anyone coveting his eyeballs. I wonder if he succeeded in returning, but someone that capable must have had a good plan. If I face death again, I could also have someone burn my corpse. Though in this fire-prohibited death prison, who could I ask? Everyone he'd met so far seemed colder and crueler than the last. Li Ban sighed. He wasn't sure how to explain the ashes either. Though the flames had burned fiercely, they'd also been extremely fast, making little noise, thus attracting no attention. The slave girl might have seen through the window, but her decision not to report it spoke volumes. She wanted no trouble. As for the young slave who nearly ruined everything, Li Ban wouldn't let him off, though currently lacking the ability to kill him. But with his superhuman vision, Li Ban would surely find a way eventually. Regarding the former jailer's corpse, if the tree-person jailers asked, Li Ban would claim he desperately placed embers on the corpse, which somehow ignited. Since the corpse could move and speak, surely it could manage to catch fire from those embers? Having temporarily resolved his survival crisis, troubles remained plentiful, especially with the tree-person jailers who would surely watch him closely now. Remembering the jailer's order to deliver food promptly, Li Ban decided to work first. A slave who couldn't work held no value, and worthless people died easier. Li Ban's mindset had shifted somewhat. Entering death prison weekly, he immediately appreciated his new eye's advantages. What was once barely visible now appeared as bright as under incandescent lights. Every detail stood out sharply, especially when using only his right eye. His vision far surpassed normal humans. Ah, I've acquired premium quality equipment, Liban thought, finding humor in hardship. After his life-and-death struggle, returning to the storeroom, Liban looked at the mimic rat with calm eyes. The witch world is a dangerous, dark game. Liban, abandon your naivety. Holding a cleaver in one hand and rope in the other, Liban remained uncertain whether transporting the mimic rat was necessary for feeding prisoners. Though fast, the mimic rat wasn't particularly strong, manageable. Since it dared not move in its iron cage, he could tie it through the bars before delivery. Pushing the heavy metal cart through darkness, Liban advanced until encountering another glowing stone, likely Death Prison's primary light source. He tentatively named it Illumination Stone. Beneath it was carved a large one. The path forked here, one paved with white stones, the other black. This must be the black path and white path the tree person jailer mentioned. White path for food delivery, black path for waste removal. Liban lacked the perverse inclination to mix food with excrement. He dutifully pushed the mimic rat cage down the white passage. Both floor tiles and walls were white here. Small stone lamps appeared every 100 meters, marking cell locations. Looking ahead, Liban counted about 20 lamps. Beyond lay darkness, even his right eye couldn't penetrate, perhaps leading to the second underground level. The first floor remained eerily quiet. Only the cart's wheel sounds accompanied Liban's progress. Approaching the first stone lamp revealed the initial cell, resembling ancient prisons from his knowledge. Thick wooden bars spaced barely a fist-width apart. Most notably, Liban saw no proper door, just a small window-like opening secured by a copper lock. Keeping his distance, Liban hugged the opposite wall while pushing the cart. Passing the cell, he peeked inside while feigning disinterest. This glance brought relief. The first cell stood empty. Its furnishings were sparse. A straw mat on the floor, a discolored blanket, wall-mounted shackles, and a waist-high enclosed latrine. Applying more force, Liban accelerated slightly, covering the next 100 meters to the second cell. Oddly, this one was also vacant, as were the third, fourth, up to the 12th cell, meaning the 13th housed today's recipient, the Catwoman. Nervousness crept in. He still hadn't identified the food delivery point. Releasing the mimic rat in the passage was unthinkable. Who became food, then would be anyone's guess. With trepidation, Liban finally reached the 13th cell. His target came into view, a pair of furry cat ears first catching his eye. Not atop her head, but where human ears should be. Occasional twitches made them appear soft and cute, yet their owner was neither. The Catwoman's neck and limbs bore shackles that had chafed her skin red-black. Long chains permitted limited movement. When Liban arrived, she leaned against a corner wall. Eyes closed, head back. One leg extended, the other bent with hands resting on that knee. Despite grimy prison garb, bruised face, and emaciated frame, nothing could diminish her icy, formidable. Liban experienced true murderous intent for the first time. It felt like the northern wind, sharp as a blade. He also realized this killing aura was just the unconscious pressure radiating from the Catwoman, not specifically directed at him. She's locked up and shackled, normally can't get out. Even if death prison doesn't care about slaves' lives, they wouldn't just release prisoners. Liban estimated the shackles' length only allowed her to approach the bars. For safety, better not get too close. Don't want to get stabbed through the bars. The rattling iron cage cart didn't seem to catch her attention. Liban called out, "First floor, cell 13. Catwoman, your food's here." The Catwoman opened her eyes, gray pupils slanting to glance at Liban. She didn't look like a prisoner, more like an empress. Clank, clank. The Catwoman lazily rose and approached the wooden bars. Liban's estimation was correct. The chains only let her reach the bars. Her arms could extend halfway through. Walking too close to the bars could get him grabbed and killed. If captured as hostage, the tree-person jailers wouldn't care about his life. Seeing the mimic rat in the cage, the Catwoman's eyes widened slightly. "Aren't you going to deliver it?" Li Ban remained expressionless at her attitude. He studied the cell's small door, considering how to safely unlock it. Noticing Li Ban staring at the lock, the Catwoman suddenly kicked. The small lock fell right off. Li Ban immediately retreated further, watching her warily. "Newbie, that lock's just decoration." She pointed at the iron collar around her neck. "With this shackle, you needn't worry about me escaping. Hurry up with the rat." Though still haughty, Li Ban detected urgency in her tone. Observing her emaciated figure, probably starving badly, the mimic rat in the cage trembled violently. Looking at it now, Li Ban felt nothing but numbness. He took out his keys, aligned the cage door with the cell's opening, first using the iron hook to open the small door while standing sideways, hook in one hand, keys in the other. Remaining cautious, ready for another mimic rat ambush. But the rat kept trembling fearfully throughout. Instead of driving it out, Li Ban aligned the cage opening perfectly with the cell door, same height, same size. He'd found the proper food delivery method. Then he moved behind the rat and jabbed its rear with the hook. Squeak! The pained rat leaped forward half a step. That was enough. The Catwoman's arm shot out, reaching the rat's face. Her previously human-like nails suddenly extended 5 centimeters, stabbing straight through the rat's eyes and cheeks. Slowly retracting her hand, she dragged the shrieking rat into the cell. Just watching made Li Ban's own face hurt, recalling his lost eye. He kept his expression rigid. Earlier, the tree-person jailer hinted I should put food in the waste bucket. They clearly don't care if prisoners eat. Meaning, even as a slave here, I have some leeway to mess with inmates. Li Ban pulled the cage cart back without further action. But there's no point. Beyond sadistic pleasure, it gains me nothing. He'd always believed in kindness. Though wanting to change now, tormenting prisoners wasn't part of it. Enough enemies already. No need to make more arbitrarily. As long as someone lives, you never know what the future holds. While Li Ban pondered, the Catwoman had returned to her spot to feast. The rat, her size equal, offered no resistance in her grasp, now limp. Not looking at Li Ban, she gripped the rat's jaw with one hand, its shoulder with the other, bringing it to her mouth. Crunch! She bit clean through its neck. The horrific sight of decapitation made Li Ban instinctively look away. But remembering his circumstances, he forced himself to look back. If he didn't toughen up, there'd surely be another log-out failure. The scene wasn't as gory as expected. No blood sprayed from the severed neck. When he cut the rat's tail earlier, there'd been bleeding. Why none now? Observing closer, after biting the neck, the Catwoman sniffed the head, then disdainfully set it aside before sniffing the body. Only at the severed tail did her eyes light up with interest. She started gnawing the rear. One bite removed a huge chunk of flesh, now blood flowed. Eating effortlessly, half the rear soon disappeared. The bleeding gradually stopped. She devoured the remaining body and legs like eating bread. Li Ban watched closely. No bones or organs, just pale pink meat. Only skin and flesh. Finishing the remains, she licked her lips regretfully. Such a large mimic rat, devoured completely in minutes. Recalling what he'd seen, Li Ban speculated. That rat probably only had vital parts near its tail. The rest was just mimicked illusion. Being mimetic, it only had exterior, no internals. Just that pink, unnamed filling. Edible, but unpleasant. Only the tail area had real flesh, hence the bleeding there. The Catwoman eagerly ate that part first, then less urgently elsewhere. Having witnessed the meal, Li Ban prepared to leave. Gripping the cart handle, he slowly backed up until touching the wall before turning. Then the satiated Catwoman spoke. You cut off the tail. She looked up at Li Ban, yet her attitude looked down on him. TCH, a nameless slave took the tail, planning to graft it onto yourself? You don't actually think tail element is easy to fuse, do you? Tail element? Was the slave girl taking the tail for element fusion? Li Ban stopped mid-step, staring at her. Her hair remained disheveled, slightly bedraggled, but she smiled keenly. No prisoner's demeanor. Surprised? Don't even know what elements are. Licking blood from her fingertips, she gazed at Li Ban like he was another mimic rat. If ignorant, why do you have the former jailer's eyes in your sockets? If both the Catwoman and the slave girl knew about elements, then elements must be an important component of this world. Li Ban wasn't clear about the exact definition of elements. The mission assistance system didn't respond to anything outside the mission. Li Ban tapped his fingers on the cart handle, showing no panic even though the Catwoman had exposed the secret of his eye. The slave girl from the water room had most likely witnessed how he obtained his right eye. This matter could never remain a secret. Li Ban decided to face it with complete composure. He no longer saw himself as an undercover agent, just a slave who knew nothing. If asked, he'd say the former jailer's corpse had told him this was how to survive. After all, the former jailer had already turned to ashes. My eye is none of your business. In the entire death prison, only death row inmates ranked lower than slaves. Besides, Li Ban was responsible for delivering food. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to extract more information about the witch world from the Catwoman. But not in this situation. He couldn't let her answer him from a position of superiority. Li Ban wasn't the one who needed something from her. So he continued pushing the empty cart forward. Sure enough, seeing Li Ban about to leave, the Catwoman grew restless. You were lucky enough not to die and even endured the backlash. But if you think that makes you some kind of cultivation genius, you're dead wrong. Those who underestimate elements will eventually be devoured by them. Death. Backlash. Did that mean there was a chance of dying when fusing with an element? But the mission system hadn't mentioned this. It was unclear whether it was due to the system's assistance or pure luck, but when Li Ban fused with the eye, he didn't die or suffer any backlash. The Catwoman described the backlash as something to endure, yet after fusing with the eye, Li Ban immediately felt comfortable all over, with no trace of agony. More questions piled up. Seeing Li Ban hesitate, the Catwoman chuckled softly, her voice almost coaxing. Bring me another mimic rat, and I'll tell you what elements really are. Her face was beautiful, but the moment she bared her teeth, stuffed with shreds of mimic rat meat, her gums so red they looked like she'd taken a mouthful of blood, any thought of beauty vanished. Li Ban's stomach churned, but since waking in the mass grave, he hadn't eaten anything, so there was nothing to vomit. Ignoring the Catwoman, Li Ban pushed the cart forward with long strides. He was just a slave. Where would he get a mimic rat? Li Ban planned to return first, eat something, and rest properly. Later, he might have to deal with questioning from the tree-person jailers, so he needed to conserve his energy. As for the Catwoman, she was a death row inmate. Whether she got decent meals in the future depended on the jailers and Li Ban. And the tree-person jailers' sadistic tendencies clearly didn't favor letting prisoners eat well. That made Li Ban, the food deliverer, her only potential lifeline. So the one who should be anxious wasn't Li Ban. It was her. Sure enough, after just 2 steps, the Catwoman lost her composure. She lunged forward, gripping the bars, the shackle around her neck straining taut. Why are you leaving? I didn't say I needed it today. Her tone carried a hint of panic. When Li Ban showed no sign of stopping, she raised her voice. If you leave, I'll expose you. Li Ban ignored her. After another 4 or 5 steps, a sudden thud came from behind. Curious, Li Ban glanced back and froze. The once powerful, arrogant Catwoman was now on her knees, posture utterly ruined. The sheer contrast made Li Ban pause again. She lifted half of her face, brows furrowed, lips pouted, looking utterly pitiful. I was wrong, don't go. I wasn't threatening you. I'm just too hungry. Please, give me something to eat. All her earlier pride and imposing aura had vanished, as if it had all been an act. She changed faces fast. This confirmed his thoughts. Li Ban hesitated, then decided to let her stew a little longer and kept walking. Expose me if you want. No, no, no. The Catwoman's voice chased after him. I won't expose you, I promise. They won't care anyway, really. I could tell you other things, too. Don't leave. Don't go. But Li Ban didn't look back. The Catwoman's pleas didn't last long. The moment Li Ban disappeared from the illumination stone's light, her begging stopped abruptly. What an actress! Li Ban didn't know what kind of person the Catwoman truly was. Fortunately, he didn't need to waste brain power analyzing her yet. When he returned to the fork between the white path and black path, Li Ban stopped the iron cage card and rubbed his stiff arms, tense from overexertion. As he massaged them, he edged closer to the black path. He'd already traveled the white path, but hadn't seen what the black path looked like. Even if it was the waste disposal route, Li Ban felt it was necessary to familiarize himself with it. He quickened his pace to the left fork and peered curiously inside. His right eye's enhanced vision proved useful again. The black path was even darker than the white path, with fewer illumination stones. Only a faint, blurry light could be seen far ahead. Of course, when walking through a waste channel, seeing less was more comfortable. With just his normal eye, Li Ban could only make out that dim light and nothing else. But his new eye faintly discerned the channel's boundaries and, along the right wall, a series of covered stone pits. Those were probably the waste pits. With this glance, Li Ban not only saw the pits, but also two figures, one tall, one short, both thin. Definitely not tree-person jailers. Were they the young man and girl? Fellow slaves? Why would they be in the black path together? Had the girl exposed him to the young man? Li Ban wasn't afraid of the girl exposing him, but her telling the young man was concerning. Li Ban quickly retreated, revealing only half his face. Why had the girl who helped him sought out the young man? What were they doing? From Li Ban's perspective, the lanky young man approached the girl and placed his hands on her shoulders. The girl struggled briefly, but couldn't break free. Too far to hear anything, but Li Ban vaguely saw her suddenly struggle harder. Then the tall figure seemed to slap her. The girl was knocked back into a waste pit with a loud clang, even dislodging the pit's cover. The young man moved toward her. Li Ban couldn't see clearly what happened next, only that the young man suddenly staggered and fell forward, straight into the waste pit. The girl, who'd been on the ground, quickly picked up the cover and slammed it over the pit. Despite her small frame, she held the cover firmly in place. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. Even from this distance, Li Ban could hear the young man pounding against the cover from inside. Yet the girl pressed down relentlessly, not budging. Li Ban faintly spotted something else on the cover. He rubbed his right eye hard, straining to see until his eyeball ached. The former jailer's eye didn't disappoint. Finally, he glimpsed it. A thin, elongated shadow pressed against the waste pit cover alongside the girl. One end of the shadow was unclear, but the other connected to the girl's rear, like a tail. Thud! A faint falling sound echoed. The young slave's knocking on the lid ceased. The manure pit sounded deep. Li Ban was currently on the underground first level, but there seemed to be many more levels below. These manure pits likely connected directly to the bottom. It was unclear whether the young slave had died from the fall or from drowning. That tail must be the element the girl had fused with. Like Li Ban's right eye, it possessed extraordinary abilities. However, she didn't seem to be a colleague from the laboratory. On Uncle Ma's carriage, they hadn't recognized the girl either. So she was genuinely lucky to dare fuse with an element. Even a little girl in this world could be so viciously capable. Li Ban slowly retreated to the iron cage card and hastily pushed it away from the fork in the path. Only after returning to the storeroom and sitting on the wooden crate bed left by the previous occupant did Li Ban finally exhale wearily. After just one day in this world, he already felt exhausted, as if half a lifetime had passed. But there was no choice. There was no going back. Early next morning, Li Ban washed up casually in pretended ignorance while fetching breakfast outside the water room. Death prison slaves got 3 meals a day. Having been punished without dinner last night, this morning's meal was thin porridge with greens. The rice was coarse, the vegetables picked from fields. Supposedly there were still reserves stored in the water room. Not tasty, but filling. After eating, Li Ban returned to the storeroom without concerning himself with the girl or the absent young man. The tree-person jailers must have discovered the former jailer's body turned to ashes. It was only a matter of time before they questioned him. Li Ban rehearsed his responses again, exhaling nervously. Strangely, though, nobody came for him even after lunch. Pacing hundreds of circles in the storeroom with hands behind his back, Li Ban grew impatient waiting for the other shoe to drop. Enough waiting. He pushed the door open. Staying anxiously in the storeroom awaiting judgment was pointless. Better to check on the Catwoman. After leaving her alone for a day, he wondered if she'd reconsidered. This time without the cart, Li Ban went to cell 13 on the first level. The Catwoman sat in the same casual pose as yesterday, but immediately stood upon seeing Li Ban. "Little brother," her voice undulated melodramatically. "You finally came." A furry tail extended before her, which she grabbed and twirled with slender fingers. Yesterday's haughty queen, now acting so coquettish? Unfortunately, Li Ban was too preoccupied to entertain her. "If you can't speak normally, I'm leaving." The Catwoman hastily released her tail, resuming her somewhat arrogant expression. "Let's cooperate," she proposed. "Why should I?" "Because you returned without bringing food." Her lips curled seductively until seeing Li Ban's stern face, making her quickly change tone. "Though a prisoner, I have other value. As someone new to death prison, surely there are things you wish to know." Her mood shifts were impressively fast. Li Ban wondered about her pre-prison occupation. "Go on." Crossing his arms, Li Ban leaned against the opposite wall, maintaining his imposing stance. He planned to extract free information first. The Catwoman bit her lip, seemingly wanting to negotiate, but seeing Li Ban's expression, her arrogance shifted to perfectly measured melancholy. "Fine. What do you want to know?" Li Ban immediately asked. "Explain everything you mentioned yesterday. Identity, elements, fusion, backlash." Organizing her thoughts, the Catwoman hesitated. Some concepts were so fundamental, she didn't know where to begin. Most lives in this world are ordinary. No illnesses or disasters, yet barely reaching 100 years. But there exists a group of cultivators who, by absorbing spiritual essence, can transcend mortal limits, gaining both power and extended lifespans. We call them spirit practitioners. Spiritual essence? Spirit practitioners? Sounded like Shinxia tropes. The real world had sci-fi labs and space capsules, yet this virtual witch world leaned toward immortal cultivation. Li Ban struggled to reconcile this with his past life's knowledge. His contemplative expression remained neutral. Noting his reaction, the Catwoman continued. "However, spirit practitioners face two strict requirements. First, one must possess an identity. Without it, perceiving spiritual essence is impossible." "Identity?" This surprised Li Ban. "What's that? Since I fused an element, does that mean I already have one?" The Catwoman chuckled, her pride resurfacing. "You're just a death prison slave now. What identity? Those without one might, through luck and willpower, survive element fusion. But only once. Any more attempts would be fatal. Only those with identities can fuse multiple elements." "Then how do I get an identity?" "That I can't tell you. You need to ask your superiors." Li Ban suspected she knew, but was withholding. He didn't press. Free information came cheap. "What about elements?" "Identity is necessary for absorbing spiritual essence, while elements represent a practitioner's abilities." The Catwoman tilted her head, staring at Li Ban's eye. "Having fused the former jailer's eye, you must understand abilities?" Of course Li Ban knew. His eye granted supernatural vision. In Death Prison's gloom, this provided significant advantage. Elemental abilities strengthen by absorbing spiritual essence. But you needn't worry yet. Without identity, you can neither perceive nor absorb it. So it circled back to obtaining an identity. This witch-world system resembled game mechanics, like players needing faction membership to level up. Thus Li Ban needed to acquire identity from the tree-person jailers. Only then could he cultivate spiritual essence, grow stronger, and avoid being casually killed as food. But he'd likely already offended the jailers. A rough start. He'd have to mend relations later. The failed forced logout weighed heavily. Survival came first now, then completing whatever mission would exit the witch world. Sigh. Yet he didn't even know what the mission was. Seeing no further questions, the Catwoman gripped the bars. After sharing so much spirit practitioner knowledge, you'd better bring me extra food. Li Ban unfolded his arms. You know I can't get mimic rats now, but I can share my rations. Radishes, sweet potatoes, wild vegetables. What do you want? Slumping against the bars, the Catwoman slid down miserably. I want meat. Meat was impossible. Li Ban couldn't get any himself. Returning to the storeroom after leaving the first level, Li Ban suddenly heard the tree people's raspy, strange voices outside. Everyone out. It's happening. Li Ban's heart raced. Despite fearing punishment, he hurried out immediately. To change the tree people's opinion and obtain identity faster, he needed to perform well. Playing the submissive? He'd done it before. Last life for money, this life for survival. No shame in that. When Li Ban emerged and carefully observed the tree person's expression, he noticed something odd. The jailer didn't seem particularly angry. Recognizing the bark patterns, it was Tree Person A. Tree Person A stood at Death Prison's entrance, with Li Ban arriving first. The slave girl followed seconds later. The two new slaves stood side by side, each harboring ulterior motives. A slave fell to his death in the manure pit yesterday. Surprisingly, Tree Person first mentioned the deceased young slave. Was a newly purchased slave more important than the incinerated former jailer? Li Ban hardly believed these tree people valued life. From now on, you'll handle manure transport for the fields. Li Ban looked up sharply to see Tree Person A addressing the slave girl. Her thin frame swayed slightly, but she only nodded obediently. Did the jailers know she killed the youth? Yet her punishment for murder was just extra labor? What about him? Li Ban tossed it in her hand. The potato humiliatingly bounced off a bar, but the Catwoman snatched it mid-rebound with lightning reflexes. She ate voraciously despite loud complaints, devouring skin and flesh alike in 2 unchewed gulps. Though she consumed a whole mimic rat yesterday, her hunger seemed bottomless. Li Ban waited at a safe distance until she finished. So, she licked her claws. What new questions plague you today? One of 3 slaves who arrived with me was murdered yesterday, Li Ban said. Yet no investigation occurred. The Catwoman rolled her eyes. Those tree people wouldn't care. They actively hope you slaughter each other. Oh, Li Ban straightened. Why? Aren't slaves purchased with money? Her round eyes widened adorably while her words chilled his blood. Slaves cost nothing. Dead ones? They're the guard's favorite meat. Li Ban recoiled, barely meeting her gaze. He'd witnessed the Tree Person jailer's cruelty since arrival, yet hadn't realized they occupied both his managerial and literal food chain. If they want to eat us, why spare me? They didn't even mention the incident. Did you anger them? The Catwoman's whiskers twitched with amusement at Li Ban's pallor. Tree people nurse grudges. If they hate you, they'll find excuses to kill you despite regulations. Li Ban's expression hardened as he denied provoking them. What could a slave possibly do to earn their hatred? Paradoxically, her scared tactics clarified things. Tree people ate dead slaves, yet the former jailer's corpse still hung at Death Prison's entrance. This proved some rule prevented consuming that particular body. Burning the ex-jailer hadn't harmed tree people nor depleted their food supply, slaves. Therefore, they simply didn't care. Li Ban's sole offense was removing fire from the water room, but they'd swiftly extinguished it with only a warning. His sleepless night of dread might have been over nothing. Of course, unknown retaliations could still loom. Caution remained vital, especially regarding his fire manipulation abilities. This trump card was also a liability. A slave wielding such power would instantly arouse suspicion, possibly exposing him as an infiltrator. The lab had emphasized their undercover status must never be discovered. Had someone here already noticed something? Both the lab's world and the witch world tangled in Li Ban's mind like knotted yarn. His thoughts short-circuited from overload. The Catwoman's intimidation served purposes beyond amusement. After enjoying Li Ban's dazed expression, she purred a proposition. Bring me meat, and I'll teach you combat skills. Deal. Li Ban snapped to attention. The offer thrilled yet worried him. Is slave training permitted here? They don't care. She waved a clawed hand. Officials alternate between paperwork and meditation. Who'd monitor slaves? Besides, she smirked, you'd only use it against fellow slaves. Surely you don't imagine fighting spirit practitioners. Li Ban recalled Lu's fused tale. Neither qualified as true spirit practitioners. He didn't know why Lu killed the young slave, but it certainly wasn't for his sake. Martial skills might let him survive tail ambushes like that one. Deal. Li Ban agreed. But this requires time. Surviving here is hard enough as a newcomer. The Catwoman retreated to her corner, chains clanking. Then I'll await your meat deliveries. Hopefully, her eyes gleamed. I've bet on the right slave. As Li Ban walked toward the prison's depths, he parsed her meaning. She'd chosen to aid him over Lu. Assuming she told the truth. How had Lu known about elements? 15 days passed uneventfully in the tree root prison. Compared to the chaotic first day, peace prevailed. Li Ban and Lu coexisted without conflict. Tree-person jailers administered occasional beatings, but none proved fatal. After initial anxiety, the prison's mind-numbing routine eroded Li Ban's vitality. His duties, while hazardous, required little actual work, making him seem like an idle freeloader compared to Lu's constant labor. He'd memorized the first level's layout. The white path, food delivery, and black path, waste removal, diverged up front before reuniting at the second level's entrance. 23 cells existed, yet only 3 held prisoners. The Catwoman, plus 2 in dire states. One lay motionless as a corpse. The other convulsed endlessly, babbling nonsense. Li Ban had delivered their meals once. A revolting, unidentifiable mush and hair-like purple plants, both reeking with suspicious colors. He'd nearly vomited during delivery, especially when a jailer cheerfully pointed at the trough. Puke here. Only tremendous willpower prevented humiliation. Though one prisoner seemed brain-dead and the other insane, both ate ravenously. Li Ban forced himself to watch them finish, knowing his compassionate nature required harsh self-discipline to overcome. Today, Tree Person gave Li Ban another mimic rat for the Catwoman. Despite imprisonment, she maintained good spirits and relatively decent meals, suggesting unusual status. Still, honored jailer, didn't we feed her yesterday? Li Ban verified carefully, ensuring no scheduling error that might earn him whiplash later. Correct. Tree Person waved a branch-like arm. She gets another tomorrow, too. Li Ban's grip tightened on the food cart. Could this be a condemned prisoner's last meals? When Li Ban delivered the mimic rat to the Catwoman yesterday, she had been very pleased. Moreover, Li Ban hadn't cut off the most delicious part, the tail. But today, when the Catwoman saw the food Li Ban brought from a distance, her brows furrowed first. Apparently, she and Li Ban had the same thought. For me, suspicious. The Catwoman reverted to her usual haughty tone. Yes. Li Ban paused before reminding her. They said there'll be another portion tomorrow. Hearing this, the Catwoman's expression actually improved slightly. Another one? Hey, I see. She grabbed the mimic rat with relief. In one bite, the Catwoman severed the mimic rat's tail and slurped it up like noodles. Do you know what they're planning? Having spent 2 years in death prison, the Catwoman had become Li Ban's intelligence source. Just work. Licking blood from her finger, the Catwoman said lazily, "Let me see how your combat training is progressing." Clearing his throat, Li Ban began demonstrating the moves the Catwoman had taught him. To learn basic combat skills from her quickly, Li Ban had scrounged for meat within death prison's confines. Mostly insects dug up from vegetable plots and soil far from the prison's entrance. These were the highest quality proteins Li Ban could currently obtain. Fortunately, the Catwoman wasn't picky. She'd agreed to teach Li Ban in exchange for bugs. The moves she taught were few and seemingly simple, but Li Ban practiced diligently. With ample free time, he soon mastered the basic forms. Unable to cultivate spiritual essence, Li Ban could only learn ordinary combat techniques from her, just enough to develop basic fighting awareness. His earnest training had strengthened his previously frail body somewhat, though poor nutrition kept him thin. After observing Li Ban's movements, the Catwoman scoffed, "You lack killer intent. Your punches look theatrical, not lethal." Catching his breath, Li Ban sighed, "I'm putting in full strength." "It's not about strength. You have no target." "Never mind. This issue will resolve after you kill a few people. For now, master the power mechanics. Otherwise, your form collapses at speed, making every punch useless." Killing? In the witch world, everyone spoke of murder casually, as if life held no value here. Trapped in this world, Li Ban could only keep adjusting his mindset. After several more drills under the Catwoman's guidance, Li Ban stopped, drenched in sweat. Sitting to catch his breath, he asked, "Before obtaining proper identity, is there any way to enhance elemental abilities? Teach me, and I'll get you better meat when possible." The former jailer's right. I had saved Li Ban's life, but unlike Lu's tail, it offered no direct combat boost. If possible, Li Ban would gladly swap for a tail element instead. Mimic rat tails were easy enough to procure. Just let the Catwoman skip one meal. The Catwoman considered carefully. She recalled recent meals of radishes, sweet potatoes, and insects, then remembered how Li Ban always delivered mimic rats with tails intact. Finally, she decided to trust him once. This man possessed an innocence foreign to death prison, but at least he kept promises. "There's a crude method," the Catwoman said. "Train, push your limits." She elaborated, "Your element is eyes, so your ability likely relates to vision. Train under extreme conditions. Even without spiritual essence, intense practice can yield minor improvements. Don't underestimate small gains. Sometimes marginal progress saves lives in combat. If you could, never mind. Just start training first." Li Ban had grown accustomed to the Catwoman's half-finished thoughts. Initially, he suspected negotiation tactics. Now he understood. Some knowledge remained beyond his current level. After watching the Catwoman finish eating, Li Ban left with his cart. Back in the storeroom, he pondered how to train his ability. His right eye granted superhuman vision, seeing in darkness and at great distances. Li Ban studied the storeroom's 2 illumination stones. He stacked crates, climbed up and removed one stone, hiding it beneath straw padding and blankets. The room darkened considerably. Even so, Li Ban's right eye saw clearly. So he removed and concealed the second stone too. Now only a faint glow from his bedding lit the room. With the door closed, it became nearly pitch black. Sitting on a crate facing away from his bed, Li Ban slowly scanned his surroundings. Initially, even with his enhanced eye, he saw nothing. Gradually, patches of deeper and lighter darkness emerged. He strained to distinguish each shadow until his eye ached. Over time, Li Ban perceived more. Outlines and shapes grew clearer in his vision. Drawing on memories of the lit room, he attempted to identify objects. Square outline, sharp edges, that's a crate. Smaller, flatter object with overlapping, curved lines, the rope I tossed in the corner. Li Ban moved to a third object. Blurred silhouette, crate height, rounded top, uneven base. Wait, did I put something there? Unable to identify it, Li Ban retrieved an illumination stone from beneath the straw. Light flooded the room instantly. To Li Ban's enhanced vision, it became bright as day. He looked toward the corner again and froze. The corner was empty. Holy! Li Ban jumped off the crate. He suddenly realized the shape he'd seen resembled someone crouching in the darkness. The witch world? Could there be ghosts here? Holding the stone with trembling hands, he scanned every corner. No crouching figures. No similar shapes. Everything was exactly as before. Returning to his bed, Li Ban kept watching the suspicious corner as he recovered both stones. Darkness returned. After his eyes adjusted, the crouching silhouette didn't reappear. Li Ban quickly uncovered the stones, avoiding prolonged darkness. Lips pressed tight, he replaced them on their shelves. Virtual worlds can simulate ghosts easily, he reassured himself. I've lived here 2 weeks without incident. Should be fine. Despite this reasoning, Li Ban decided to leave the storeroom for sunlight. Just then, the mission assistance system's voice echoed in his mind. Element Eyes has acquired second ability, motion tracking. Li Ban's departing footsteps immediately halted. My ability has improved. He was both shocked and delighted, his lips curling into a grin. The Catwoman had told him that extreme training could slightly enhance elemental abilities, but she never mentioned gaining a secondary ability. Was this the unspoken information hidden in her words? This was Li Ban's first time using extreme methods to train his eye ability. How had it leveled up already? Am I a genius? Li Ban chuckled foolishly, savoring this rare piece of good news. After calming his excitement for a few minutes, Li Ban left the storeroom and emerged from death prison to test his new ability above ground. It was afternoon, sunlight baking the sinkhole floor uncomfortably. Tiny dust particles and flies floated in the air. Li Ban focused on the flies and discovered that with concentration, he could see their wing movements clearly and even predict their sudden directional changes. However, this slow-motion vision only lasted 1 or 2 seconds before returning to normal speed. I can see slow-motion sequences of fast movements. In a fight, this might help predict enemy attacks. His initial joy quickly soured. While his eyes could perceive it, his body lacked matching reflexes. Using this ability in combat now would mean watching helplessly as fists connected with his nose. My abilities are all supportive. I still need to practice the techniques the Catwoman taught me. The movements the Catwoman had taught Li Ban carried no grandiose names, just basic verbs like stepping and punching. This underscored how fundamentally basic this introductory combat style was. Daydreaming about taking root here, the tree-person jailer's voice suddenly came from behind. Li Ban quickly turned and bowed. Sir, checking the bark patterns, he recognized tree-person A. Tree-person B rarely appeared above ground, busy with unknown tasks below. Since you're so idle, you'll accompany me on an errand tomorrow. An outing? Suppressing his excitement after being confined for half a month, Li Ban replied, Understood. Since arriving in the witch world, he'd spent most time in death prison's gloomy confines. Finally, a chance to see the outside. Though death prison was notoriously terrible, Li Ban wondered if the outside world might be better. Nearby, Lu straightened painfully from her work in the vegetable patch, eyes filled with envy. Tree-person left via the sinkhole stairs without offering to bring Lu along. Her head drooped in disappointment. Li Ban noticed, but said nothing, returning to death prison's first level instead. The newly arrived Li Ban might have spoken up for Lu, but now he prioritized his own survival. Walking back to cell 13, he found the Catwoman feigning sleep on her straw mat after eating. She didn't rise at his approach. Li Ban remained standing by the far wall. Do ghosts exist here? The disturbed Catwoman sighed but answered firmly, No. What about shadowy monster-like things? Maybe elsewhere, but not here. This shabby death prison is still official territory. You think the wardens and officers are useless? In all his time here, Li Ban had never seen these officials. They presumably lived on lower levels, but did they never come up for sunlight? Or were they underground creatures like mushroom people or potato people? Giving up on this line of thought, Li Ban reasoned that whether the shadow he'd seen was a ghost or someone's ability, he couldn't defeat it either way. Constant paranoia would only torment himself. He cautiously broached his new ability. How many abilities do elements usually have? Whoosh! The previously reclining Catwoman abruptly sat upright, eyes wide as saucers. Why you? Your elements sublimated? She guessed what happened? This was the first time Li Ban saw her so shocked she stammered. What's sublimation? The Catwoman didn't answer immediately. After a long stare, her lips quivered as if holding back tears. What? Her voice trembled with anguish. I trained for years before my final element sublimated. This clueless fool gets his first element, a second-hand one at that, to sublimate immediately. Ahem. Li Ban feigned sternness. Insult me? That's 2 ounces of meat deducted. My apologies. Mention of meat instantly overrode her self-pity, a true pragmatist. Explain sublimation properly. Elements can sublimate once, usually gaining new abilities or significant enhancements. Even identity-less people's elements can sublimate, but the odds are so low I never imagined it happening to you. The Catwoman looked utterly crushed, muttering, "What absurd luck." Li Ban's expression darkened, but seeing her devastated state, he decided against retaliation and left. The new ability brought rare excitement to Li Ban's stagnant life. He began constantly observing fast-moving objects, though Death Prison only offered insects to study. After several attempts, dizziness forced him to stop. The Catwoman had warned that without spiritual essence absorption, identity-less people powered abilities with their vitality. Overuse could cause anything from dizziness to death. Fortunately, his symptoms were mild, gone after a night's sleep. The next morning, a thunderous bang startled Li Ban awake. He sprang up defensively. The tree person at the door scoffed. That posture wouldn't stop a child. "Get moving, we're leaving." Summer Li Ban slept fully clothed, ready to depart immediately. Following tree person A up the sinkhole stairs, he mimicked placing his hand on the stone door's peach blossom carving. Instantly, his surroundings shifted to the familiar woods where he'd first entered Death Prison. A waiting wagon stood before him. Glancing back, the tree hollow entrance appeared merely palm-sized and impenetrably dark. "Board!" Tree person A ordered. Li Ban scrambled onto the wagon's front bench before the whip could snap. The emaciated draft horse looked malnourished. The wagon lacked proper seating, just a plank with half-meter sideboards. Tree person A retracted all roots and branches into a stubby stump form. Perched precariously on the edge, Li Ban gripped the sideboard tightly against potential falls. "Sir, where are we going?" In relatively good spirits, Tree person A answered. "Ching County. Black and white markets. Black market, white market. Black path, white path." Even naming conventions follow trends here. Li Ban was quite looking forward to their destination. Black market, white market sounded like a large department store with comprehensive merchandise. He wondered if anyone sold elemental materials there. Though currently penniless, that didn't stop Li Ban from making plans for the future. The old horse pulled the carriage at a decent pace. The tree person jailers paid no attention to the horse, their eyes closed as if in meditation. Li Ban looked around intently, memorizing the route from Death Prison to Black Market, White Market. After a long journey, when the sun had fully risen, they arrived at a sizable town, following an earthen path outside the woods. The town walls stood 10 meters tall, dark gray and imposing. Soldiers patrolled both atop and below the walls. There was one main gate and one small gate. Commoners in simple clothes queued to enter through the small gate. Some bypassed the line entirely, carrying shoulder poles or pushing carts while hawking goods at the gate. Compared to Death Prison, this place brimmed with rustic, ancient vitality. The people here looked ordinary, but they recoiled in fear upon seeing Tree Person A, keeping their distance. Just as Li Ban was about to ask if they should queue, the old horse turned its head toward the main gate. Two soldiers spotted the Tree Person jailers and hurried to push open half the gate. No questions, no inspections, straight passage granted. Passing swiftly through the gate, Li Ban glanced back to see the soldiers still watching Tree Person awarely. Turning forward, Li Ban realized something. Though he was just a precarious slave in Death Prison, the prison itself held significant social standing in this world. Could the lab's purpose for infiltrating Death Prison relate to its extraordinary status? Status influencers were either powerful figures or resource controllers. To escape the witch world sooner, Li Ban racked his brains. Beyond the gate, after several streets, they reached a peculiar avenue. Better maintained than the gate area, its roads were paved with bluestone bricks. Buildings here mixed brick and wood construction, unlike the earthen houses near the gate. The locals here were bolder too. While people near the gate had panicked at the sight of Tree Person jailers, these merely kept their distance. Yet none showed Li Ban's level of shock upon seeing them. Fear mixed with familiarity. Further down the road, strange figures resembling the tree-person jailers appeared. Some had horns, others were scaled, and a few like tree-person barely looked human. Reactions here varied. Some wary, some dismissive, some indifferent. Upon entering this street, the old horse snorted as if giving notice, and tree-person opened his eyes to watch the road. Soon they reached a bustling alley marked by an arched signboard. Black Market, White Market, in bold characters. The old horse entered the alley at reduced speed. Though not overcrowded, most here carried blades and wore cold expressions, looking ready for violence at any moment. Liban curled up nervously, hoping to escape notice. The carriage first stopped before Fortune Grain Shop. A clerk spotted tree-person A and immediately bowed obsequiously. "Honorable, A has arrived. Your goods are prepared, just needing loading. Would the master care for refreshments inside?" Tree-person A extended his limbs, roughly resuming human form. He alighted lightly and instructed the bewildered Liban. "Watch carefully. 10 white grain bags, 5 black, 1 red." Liban nodded hastily. "Yes, master." After giving orders, tree-person A followed the clerk to a back room, leaving Liban to supervise. 2 laborers did the hauling, lean but muscular men who worked tirelessly with half-person high sacks. When their eyes met Liban's, their gazes held fearful deference. Then Liban saw it, the raised scar forming the character for slave on their right cheeks. He inhaled sharply, his own cheek tingling unnaturally. These weren't just laborers. They were the shop slaves. Did the grain shop's owners possess identity? Or was slavery rampant here? Looking around, Liban saw other open shops, but no more branded faces. "Master, all loaded." "Please verify," said the clerk, reappearing with a smile after the slaves finished. "I'm not a master," Liban murmured quietly. Though the title felt good, angering tree-person A wasn't worth it. "For humble ones like me, all are masters," the clerk whispered, not daring to repeat the address. Liban meticulously checked each bag for damage and secured ties before nodding. "Complete." The clerk bowed again and fetched tree-person A from the back. Returning, the tree-person jailer was tucking a bronze token into his bark crevices. Without a glance at Liban, as if trusting him completely, tree-person A boarded the carriage. Liban scrambled after. "To the slave market," tree-person A commanded. The waiting horse moved forward obediently. At the market's end stood the slave grounds, a massive shed incongruous among the brick buildings, yet bustling with activity. Liban heard haggling before seeing the place. "These 2 are prime stock, clean with good teeth. 500 coins, and I'll throw in a small one." "What would I do with a small one?" "Knock off 50 coins, and we have a deal." Looking over, Liban saw 2 brawny men negotiating. The merchandise? 2 women in sack-like rags, watching the buyers with desperate hope, more eager than the sellers themselves. Liban tightened his collar, feeling inexplicably cold under the blazing sun. Averting his gaze, he suddenly spotted a familiar face. Uncle Ma, who'd sold him to death prison. As Liban looked, Uncle Ma seemed to sense it, turning with a stalk of grass in his teeth. Recognizing the troublesome slave, he actually smiled. Emerging from the shed, Uncle Ma ignored Liban entirely, instead bowing obsequiously to tree-person A. "Honorable jailer, here to buy slaves? How many this time?" Tree-person A's manner changed slightly. 2. He glanced at Liban. "And 1 spare." "Well then," Uncle Ma dragged out his words. "Do you want 2 who can work, or 2 with more meat?" Goosebumps rose again on Liban's skin. It was clear Uncle Ma also knew that the tree-person jailers, 8 dead people. 1 who can work, 1 with more meat. The tree-person jailer cackled. Liban could almost hear the sound of swallowing saliva. "Right away. Please come inside." Only then did tree-person 8 jump down from the carriage, saying to Liban before leaving, "Guard the provisions well." Liban had seen many brawny men carrying swords and knives along the way, thinking that if someone really tried to rob them, he wouldn't be able to stop them. But he had no choice in the matter, as tree-person A had already gathered his branches and entered the large shed. Li Ban stopped looking around nervously and stood stiffly by the carriage, his hand resting on the only red bag of provisions. This red bag contained the scarcest goods. If a robbery did occur, Li Ban felt that protecting this one bag might spare him from severe punishment. Just as he was tensely eyeing everyone as potential bandits, a voice from behind startled him. No one would dare steal provisions bought by death prison. Li Ban turned to see Uncle Ma walking out alone. He looked behind Uncle Ma, but saw no sign of Tree Person A. Don't bother looking. Lord A wouldn't leave without having some drinks first. The grass stem in Uncle Ma's mouth bobbed up and down. Who would have thought? A disobedient little slave like you not only survived death prison, but actually made something of yourself. Li Ban held no fondness for Uncle Ma, but then realized he had been delivered as a slave by the lab, not directly sold by Uncle Ma. Of course, the most important factor was that the man could easily beat him up. Suppressing his emotions, he muttered, "Haven't made anything of myself. Still just a slave." Huh. Uncle Ma gave a short laugh. Being brought out is progress. Survive to the end, and you might even earn yourself an identity. At the word identity, Li Ban's head jerked up. Uncle Ma patted Li Ban's shoulder. But first you have to survive. That statement was painfully accurate. Uncle Ma, do you know where Zay went? Zay. Uncle Ma thought for a moment. Your little hometown friend? Li Ban nodded repeatedly. Now I remember. Sold to the beast-fighting arena as a slave. If not torn apart by beasts, he might make something of himself too. Li Ban's mouth twitched. So in your book, anyone who survives makes something of themselves. Still, Li Ban mentally noted down beast-fighting arena. If possible, he wanted to see Zay again. A failed forced logout was a terrifying technical failure. It severely impacted his mission completion. If Zay could complete the mission and log out, or if he was forcibly logged out someday, Li Ban needed to report this to the lab. Either extract him or fix the bug. Li Ban didn't want to end up trapped in a corpse like the former jailer. His nerves weren't that strong. He'd surely go mad. After some more conversation with Uncle Ma, Tree Person finally emerged. Two slaves followed behind him. One slightly plump, the other lean and wiry like the slaves from the grain store. You two sit at the back. The slaves obeyed immediately, scrambling to their seats and clutching the side panels to avoid falling off. Strangely, Tree Person carried no scent of alcohol. Who knew what kind of drinks he'd had? With provisions purchased, slaves acquired, and some daily necessities bought, they turned back toward death prison. The midday summer sun beat down, beads of sweat forming on Li Ban's forehead. Once out of the city, the moving carriage created a pleasant breeze. Tree Person didn't assign Li Ban to watch the new slaves, seemingly unconcerned about escape attempts. Li Ban kept lookout while mentally reviewing the route. Not far ahead, hills and woods should appear on both sides. Sure enough, the terrain gradually rose, trees coming into view. As Li Ban continued memorizing the route, darkness suddenly filled his vision. Instinctively looking up, his right eye registered a massive beast. He had no time to observe it properly. Those razor-sharp claws seemed inches from his face. Mind blanking, Li Ban's reflexes, honed by the Catwoman's training, kicked in as he dodged sideways. But sitting on the carriage edge, his movement sent him tumbling off. This accidental fall saved his life. The attack that would have grazed him now passed harmlessly overhead. The plump slave behind him, facing backward, never saw the attacking beast and had no chance to react. The claws hooked into his back as beast and slave tumbled off the carriage together. The old horse reared in panic. The other slave, paralyzed with fear, fell backward onto the provision bags. Only after stabilizing himself did Li Ban look up to see the plump slave already gutted by the beast. Not yet dead, the man twitched and wailed, turning the summer mountain path eerily cold. Now Li Ban saw their attacker clearly, a panther-like beast, jet black with white ringtail. It pinned the dying slave with its paws, body low, teeth bared as it locked eyes with Tree Person A. A ring-tailed panther near Chingcheng Official Road? Are the garrison soldiers complete morons? Tree Person 8 jumped down, landing heavily with a dust cloud. Without hesitation, he charged, a branch whipping toward the panther. The beast sank suddenly, springing right like a coiled wire. As it landed, a second branch lashed out. But the panther zigzagged left, closing distance rapidly. Tree Person stood his ground as they collided with a metallic clang. The impact sent Tree Person back half a step while the panther rolled completely over. Those claws! Tree Person A's eyes gleamed. Beginning elemental transformation. He pressed forward, but now the panther dodged and weaved. One exchange had taught it this opponent outmatched it. Yet strangely, the panther refused to flee. Li Ban stayed crouched by the carriage. The panther's speed made escape impossible, and desertion would earn Tree Person A's wrath. As he pondered his options, the panther's gaze shifted toward the carriage. Is it after the red provisions? Uncle Ma said no one would rob Death Prison's goods, but said nothing about wild beasts. Legs shaking, Li Ban rose slightly to peer into the carriage. The terrified slave still cowered atop the provision bags. The precious red bag sat near the driver's seat, just above the slave's head. Another clash erupted between panther and jailer. This time the panther avoided direct contact, darting past to strip some weaker branches. Tree Person A seemed unable to match its speed, landing only superficial wounds. Then, horrifyingly, the panther broke away, charging straight at Li Ban. It wants the red provisions. Li Ban screamed as the Black Death raced toward him. Li Ban's right eye activated its dynamic vision, instantly analyzing the Black Panther's charging posture to discern its true intent. He immediately shouted a warning to Tree Person A. Sir, it's after the red grain. Tree Person A's previously indifferent expression turned tense upon hearing this. He rushed toward the carriage. Though slightly slow, his branch-like arms were long enough to lash out just before the panther reached the vehicle. The panther abruptly halted as the branch whipped down right before its nose, gouging a small crater in the compacted earth. Digging its claws into the ground, the beast swiftly changed direction. A chill ran down Li Ban's spine. Sir, it's coming for me, he shrieked. Tree Person A's vision clearly couldn't keep up with the panther's movements, only realizing the beast's next target thanks to Li Ban's warning. Fortunately, Li Ban's fear of being abandoned didn't materialize. The Tree Person swung a second branch like a blade, striking half a meter before Li Ban, perfectly timed to smash against the panther's skull with a sickening crack. Li Ban felt several drops of beast blood splatter across his face and clothes. His lips trembled as the metallic stench invaded his throat. Yet despite the grievous injury, the panther still lived. Growling low, it recoiled to dissipate some impact force. One eye blinded by the wound, its remaining eye locked onto Li Ban with disturbingly human-like hatred before darting toward the forest. It's escaping, Li Ban urgently warned. That single glance had made Li Ban's hair stand on end. This predator now bore a grudge against him personally. Letting it escape was unthinkable. Tree Person A grinned ferociously, both elongated branches whipping out to block the panther's retreat from left and right. Foiled, the beast suddenly turned back toward its attacker, perhaps thinking proximity would weaken the branch's force. The Tree Person stood motionless, waiting. Li Ban clutched the carriage boards behind them, watching intently, terrified the panther might faint like before and escape. Just as tree and panther were about to collide, a sharp wooden spike erupted from the ground, impaling the beast's abdomen with barbed precision, pinning it down. Two more brutal branch strikes landed on its slowed skull. This time the cracking sound was unmistakable as the panther's head split open. Its pinned body twitched several times before going limp. Only then did Li Ban release the carriage boards, collapsing to sit on the ground while gasping for air. From the initial attack to the final moments, he'd been so tense he'd forgotten to breathe. His face was now flushed crimson, fingertips pale from gripping too hard. Tree Person had cheerfully yanked his feet from the ground, The ambush spike had been one of his legs all along. Bending down, he sucked the panther's brains dry before coiling branches around both the beast and the dead slaves' corpses. Dragging both bodies behind him like some demonic procession, he approached the carriage. Mother of the skinny slave, finally daring to stand, trembled violently at the sight. "Get to the back. If you dirty the grain, you'll be tonight's main course." Tree person A barked mercilessly. The threat scared the urine back into the skinny slave, who scrambled shaking to the carriage's rear. Then the tree person loomed over Liban, still sitting on the ground. Reaching down, he grabbed Liban by the collar and hoisted him up. For the first time, he spoke to Liban kindly. "Not bad. Without your sharp eyes, this beast would have escaped today." With a brutal twist, he ripped off the panther's thick tail and tossed it into Liban's arms. Instinctively catching it, Liban grimaced at the foul stench. Did this panther wipe its backside with its tail? Yet despite the odor, he dare not drop it. "This tail's your reward." Liban immediately hugged the tail tighter, all complaints forgotten. It might be just a tail, but it was meat. He hadn't tasted flesh in half a month. Back on the carriage, the old horse continued pulling with more composure than either human slave. Tree person A was in high spirits. A ring-tailed panther appearing on the main road was apparently significant, something about elementalization. Anything elemental-related surpassed ordinary beasts in value. Liban glanced back at the suspended carcass's claws, jet black and razor-sharp, clearly extraordinary. The tree person wrapped both corpses tightly with vines to minimize blood drips as the hastened carriage reached death prison by afternoon despite its heavy load. Liban and the new slave could each carry 2 white grain sacks into the sinkhole, while tree person it took the carriage deeper into the woods with both bodies. Liban guessed death prison had other entrances. Back in the pit, while storing the grain in the shed, Lou came running from the water room, brandishing a wooden paddle. "You went for grain?" she asked Liban, eyeing the new slave before her gaze settled on Liban's neck. With a furry but foul-smelling panther, tail hung like a scarf, he needed both hands for the heavy sacks. "Meat," Lou whispered. Liban swiftly moved the tail from his neck to his arms. Ban," Lou pleaded, grabbing his sleeve with her free hand. "Could you spare some? I won't take it for free. I know your eyes are special. You probably don't know how to train them. Tell you what, give me half, and I'll teach you." Liban yanked his sleeve back. "The jailer gave this to me. I can't share it." Her expression dimmed. Though she released him, her eyes remained glued to the tail. Liban gestured to the new slave. "This is Ku, newly bought. The other died en route. Tasks will likely be reassigned soon. I'm covered in blood. Need to clean up." He hurried toward death prison's entrance. Truthfully, the tail was his to share, and if Lou offered something valuable, he might have bargained. But her claim about training methods rang false. Catwoman had explicitly said those without status couldn't cultivate spiritual essence. This was insider knowledge she'd shared to secure future favors. Verifying this would be simple. Just ask a jailer later. Catwoman wouldn't lie about something so basic. Yet Lou wanted meat now in exchange for dubious training methods. Even if proven false later, the meat would already be digested. Besides, compared to Lou, Catwoman undoubtedly knew more. If trading meat for knowledge, she'd be the better choice. More importantly, meat was essential for Liban's training. He'd never give it away lightly out of pity. Liban returned to the storage room and changed into slave clothing. The outfit didn't fit well. It was somewhat oversized, but at least it had been washed and didn't stink. He stuffed the leopard tail into an empty wooden crate and sighed. There were no refrigerators here, and it was currently summer. Fortunately, the underground death prison storage room wasn't too hot, but the meat definitely wouldn't last more than 2 days. It would be best to process the tail as soon as possible. Just after storing the tail and changing clothes, Liban heard the tree person jailers shouting from above. "Everyone get your asses over here now." Liban hurried out, locking the storage room door behind him. The lock couldn't stop the tree person jailers, but it could deter other slaves. Liban tugged at the lock, tucked the key into his straw-tied hair, and rushed out. His body in the witch world had long hair, tied up in a bun like ancient people. No hairpin to secure it, but perfect for hiding small keys. When Li Ban arrived outside, Lu and Ko were already there. Having locked the door, he was the last to arrive. This time Tree Person B stood, waiting outside. He glanced at Li Ban, but, unusually, said nothing, appearing in good spirits. A new slave arrived today. You'll handle manure transport and field work first. Yes, yes, Ko repeatedly bowed. Lu kept her head lowered, but exhaled quietly in relief. Who would have thought a girl like her would have to both cook and clean while also farming and fertilizing? It was exhausting enough to drive one mad. If she'd known earlier, she wouldn't have been so eager to kill that young male slave. Tree Person B addressed Lu. You continue with cooking and cleaning duties. Yes, Lu answered respectfully. The jailer then walked up to Ban. You performed well today. Li Ban bowed. Thank you for your praise, sir. Tonight you'll deliver food to cell 13. Li Ban nodded repeatedly. With two veterans present, Tree Person B simply assigned tasks without explaining rules to Ko before hurrying off. He seemed quite rushed. Li Ban guessed he was returning for a meal. The three dispersed, with Lu voluntarily explaining farming and fertilizing procedures to Ko, who kept thanking her. After watching briefly, Li Ban returned to the storage room. That evening, Tree Person B delivered a mimic rat in a wooden cage. This mimic rat was rather small. Following procedure, Li Ban aligned the cage opening with the iron cell door to transfer the creature. Unexpectedly, though small, the mimic rat proved agile. It suddenly swiped at Li Ban's hand holding the cage. Li Ban's sharp reflexes detected the attack. He dodged and retaliated by smashing the rat's paw hard enough to deform it, then dumped the creature into the iron cage. Once inside, the mimic rat became docile. Like its predecessors, it huddled, trembling, in a corner. Seeing this pleased Li Ban. The previous two mimic rats hadn't attacked during transfer, but he'd never lowered his guard, allowing this instant counterattack. Slamming the iron door viciously, Li Ban resisted stabbing the caged creature. Before leaving, he sliced off a small portion of the leopard tail with his knife, then wheeled the cart to the first-level cells. The Catwoman sat cross-legged against the wall, appearing tenser than before. Spotting Li Ban with the mimic rat, she nodded. Third time, Li Ban said, carefully aligning the cage opening with the cell's small door. The Catwoman extracted the mimic rat. The creature that dared attack Li Ban now sat quivering like a quail in her grasp. It didn't react, even knowing she'd eat it. Why don't mimic rats try escaping from either the cage or your hands? Li Ban voiced his long-standing question. Naturally, I suppress them with my aura. Despite 3 days of full meals, the Catwoman still devoured food ravenously, as if expecting it to vanish. A habit formed through prolonged hardship. Only after eating the prize tail did she explain. As for that cage, you don't know what it once held. Some things leave traces potent enough to override a mimic rat's instincts. After finishing the rat, the Catwoman suddenly sniffed toward Li Ban. Her petite nostrils flared, nearly touching him. Li Ban immediately retreated until his back hit the wall. The Catwoman smirked. Call you stupid, yet so cautious. High stakes demand caution. Just a life. A slave's life has least value. She sniffed again. You smell of blood. Hurt? No, not your flesh. You have meat? Brought me meat. Li Ban scoffed, producing a palm-sized tail segment from his robe. Yes, worthless slave brought you meat. But surely you'd disdain meat from a worthless slave. With a thud, the Catwoman knelt, clasping and shaking her hands pleadingly. Valuable. You're most valuable. I'm so grateful. Please get it to me. Resigned, Li Ban tossed the tail segment through the bars. This time it sailed cleanly between them. The Catwoman swallowed a whole, fur and all. Li Ban could only sigh. Her ability to toggle between arrogance and shamelessness baffled him. Licking her lips longingly, the Catwoman rubbed her hands together. Just a small tail piece, fine meat. You've more, yes? Another piece. Can I eat this meat? Yes, and it's energy-rich. Especially benefits beginners cultivating their physique. Though thick-skinned, she answered honestly, not lying to get more meat. If I obtain more later, I'll bring some. Failing to get more now, the Catwoman reluctantly accepted Li Ban's promise. Next, under her guidance, Li Ban practiced his rudimentary martial arts until sweating profusely. Preparing to leave, he spotted Tree Person making rounds. The Tree Person jailers inspected once daily, usually at dusk. Li Ban typically trained with the Catwoman mornings, but today's outing delayed practice until afternoon, coinciding with inspection. "Sir," Li Ban approached, pretending he'd been seeking the jailer. "May I cook the tail you granted me at the water room stove?" The Tree Person swayed lazily, overstuffed. "Go ahead, but no open flames leave that room." Permission granted, Li Ban saw Tree Person off, rushed back for the remaining tail. After hesitation, he cut off 1/3 to store, taking 2/3 to the pit bottom water room. "Lou, the jailer permitted me to cook this tail. I need the stove." Lou emerged, eyeing the bloody tail enviously. "Let me cook it for you." "No need. The jailer assigned me." Li Ban squeezed past Lou, who noticed his boning knife and stepped aside. "Don't use the pot. I need it for meals. Here's a small bucket." Lou fetched an iron bucket from a corner cabinet, filling it halfway from the water vat. It fit the small stove perfectly. Using the boning knife and stove fire, Li Ban crudely removed some fur before giving up and boiling the whole piece. Soon the water bubbled with white froth. Skimming this off, Li Ban added coarse salt when the meat changed color. The slave kitchen only had coarse salt, no other seasonings. Yet the rich aroma made both salivate uncontrollably. When done, Li Ban lifted the bucket by its wooden handle to leave. "I'll return this after eating." Lou chased to the doorway too late, stomping in frustration. Once Li Ban disappeared, she turned back to close the door and suddenly smiled. Li Ban carried the meat back to the storeroom. The meat stew in the iron bucket was still steaming, its aroma quickly filling the entire storeroom. Li Ban waited for the bucket to cool slightly before bending down to take his first sip. But just as he lowered his head, his movement froze. He straightened up again and carried the bucket back to cell 13. Meat! Meat!" This time, the Catwoman started calling out from far away. "I'm not bringing you meat," Li Ban said coldly. "Just some broth." Li Ban took out a washed wooden spoon and carefully scooped a small portion for the Catwoman. "Tell me if this meat is safe to eat. Will I have any problems if I eat it?" Instead of answering, the Catwoman chomped down on the spoon, releasing it only after licking it completely clean. "Well?" Li Ban asked urgently. "Delicious. Not enough. More." The Catwoman cupped her face in her hands, looking blissful. "Kind one, you're so good to me. Give me another sip." Seeing this, Li Ban scooped another spoonful for himself and eagerly brought it to his lips. The Catwoman licked her lips and waited until Li Ban lowered his head before saying, "It's safe for me. But if you drink it without treatment, you'll be dead in 3 days." Li Ban's body froze instantly. His lips were barely a centimeter away from the spoon. With trembling hands, this time from anger, Li Ban threw the spoon back into the bucket. "Are you telling the truth?" The Catwoman shrugged indifferently. "You know I've never lied to you. When you gave me raw meat before, you said it was safe for me to eat." "That's right. But the stew you brought today is poisoned. Then why are you unaffected?" "Fool, because I'm a spirit practitioner. This weak rat poison is like seasoning to me." "Rat poison? Rat poison?" Li Ban never expected his precautionary measure would actually uncover poison. Previously, the slaves' meals had always been prepared by Lou. Everyone ate from the same pot and drank from the same bucket. There had never been any issues. After Lou killed the young male slave, Li Ban had been on guard for a while. But he'd only been watching for attacks from Lou's tail. He never imagined she possessed rat poison. This time, he'd only wanted to ask the Catwoman whether eating leopard meat might have side effects. He never expected to uncover poison. "What kind of rat poison?" "For mimic rats." "How should I know? I'm not a poison master. But this toxin tastes similar to what I've sampled from mimic rat tails. Probably the same type." Seeing Li Ban's ashen face, she flashed a mocking smile. "What? Did another slave successfully fuse with a mimic rat's tail? Yes. Is the poison the tail's ability? The tail was always poisonous. Never thought anyone would actually fuse with such trash elements. Li Ban didn't register the Catwoman's disdainful remark about tail elements. He was too busy grappling with shock and fury. He couldn't understand why Lu wanted him dead. When she'd killed the young male slave without hesitation, Li Ban had considered her ruthless, but assumed they'd had some unknown grudge. But he and Lu had no such conflict. At worst, he'd ignored her hardships and hadn't shared meat with her. Was that worth killing over? The main cause of her suffering was the jailers punishing her for murder. And this leopard tail, Li Ban had risked his life for it. Why would he just give it away? While Li Ban brooded, the Catwoman giggled behind her hand. When he looked up, she immediately put on a sympathetic expression. Poor kind one, since you can't eat that meat, why not give it to me? This only angered Li Ban further. What will you trade for it? The Catwoman immediately pointed at her chest. Me? Get lost. Her smile twitched, clearly caught off guard. Abandoning her teasing, she said seriously, fine. You really can't eat this meat. Even if antidotes exist for rat poison, they're beyond your reach now. Tell me something useful. About identity, elements, spiritual essence, anything else you know. The Catwoman sighed. It's not that I won't tell you. You're just not at that stage yet. Knowing too much could be harmful. Right now, you're just a slave without identity. For those with status, sharing advanced knowledge with you would be insulting. That would only bring you trouble. Li Ban felt numb. For slaves, even knowledge could be a crime. When I'm ready to know, you must tell me. Absolutely. Can I eat raw meat? Li Ban asked. All cooking stoves were in the water room. Li Ban didn't know when Lu had poisoned the food. His meat might have been contaminated in the kitchen. Now that you've started martial training, small amounts should be fine. Might give you diarrhea, but won't kill you. Fine. Li Ban placed the bucket in the small door, watching expressionlessly as the Catwoman feasted. He suspected she was enjoying this. After she finished eating with exaggerated delight, he retrieved the bucket and asked, if I were poisoned, what symptoms might I show? Now that I've actually seen. The Catwoman pressed against the bars, eyes narrowed in a humorless smile. First day, nothing. Second day, stomach pains. Third day, vomiting, diarrhea, profuse sweating, then death by blood vomiting. She added quietly, since you naturally encounter mimic rats, poisoning wouldn't necessarily point to her. Apparently, the Catwoman had seen slaves die from mimic rat poison before. Right. On his first day, hadn't his eye infection come from being bitten? Perhaps because the wound was in his eye, death came faster than through ingestion. I understand. Don't mention this to anyone. Who else would I talk to here? The Catwoman flicked her ear idly. Li Ban now realized the Catwoman wasn't simple. To her, he might just be entertainment in this death prison. But that was fine. They both got what they needed. He wasn't losing out. The next morning, Li Ban skipped breakfast, silently chewing raw meat in the storeroom. As he ate, he told himself, it's just data. After finishing, he added, I hate 100% realistic simulation. Trying to ignore the strange taste, he heard the tree-person jailer's call. Ban, come out. Li Ban hurried out, finding tree-person waiting at the pit bottom. Sir, you're coming out with me today. Another outing? Elated, Li Ban responded. Understood. But then Lu rushed from the water room. Sir, could I go today? I've finished all my tasks. Tree-person showed no mercy, glaring down at her. I'll take who I want. None of your business. He punctuated this with a whip crack across her arm. Though after seeing tree-person smash a leopard skull with 3 lashes, Li Ban knew these strikes were light. Lu clutched her arm and didn't dare speak again. Let's go. Early start today. Tree-person headed for the stairs first. Head bowed, Li Ban followed silently behind. Ban. Lu suddenly approached, pressing 5 copper coins into his hand from nowhere, staring intently. If you pass any markets, please buy some meat for me. Just a little. Keep the extra. Tree-person paid no attention ahead. Li Ban accepted the coins and forced a weak smile. Sure. The first thing Li Ban did after leaving the sinkhole was wipe his hands on the ground. Ever since he found out Lu had poisoned him, he didn't even want to touch her. There was no water nearby, so he used dirt to clean his hands. Actually, Lu shouldn't be able to poison someone through the skin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered putting poison in the food. But Li Ban just felt uneasy. After getting into the cart, he noticed there was a large box covered with black cloth this time. Tree person didn't tell him what was inside the box. Li Ban waited until the old horse started running, and Tree person entered his usual withdrawn, eyes closed half-sleep state before carefully lifting a corner of the black cloth. Although the inside was still dimly lit, Li Ban's right I'd already made out the scene inside. Tree person had actually brought out the Catwoman. The Catwoman, seeing a bit of light shining in from outside, calmly blinked toward the brightness. Li Ban's heart jolted, and he loosened his grip. Was the Catwoman going to be executed? No. Judging by her state, she hadn't fallen into despair. Was she going to be transferred or released? Li Ban was conflicted. He had worked well with the Catwoman, and whatever reason she left for, it was a huge loss to his undercover mission. If it weren't for the Catwoman telling him first, Li Ban wouldn't have guessed that Lu could use rat poison. If the Catwoman left the death prison, how would he confirm if the food was poisoned? And Lu was in charge of cooking. Li Ban couldn't just skip meals for days. The cart shook along the official road as Li Ban stared at the surrounding forest, gradually zoning out. Just like yesterday, the old horse pulled 2 people and a box into Qingshan County. But this time, they didn't go to the black and white markets. Instead, they passed the alley and continued forward, stopping only near the opposite city wall. When the cart stopped, a huge circular building appeared before Li Ban. The brick-red outer walls had windows of various widths arranged irregularly, with white paper covering the windows to prevent outsiders from peeking inside. The entrance to this building was a long, dragged-out archway. The archway looked like a tunnel entrance, without lighting, deliberately creating a gloomy atmosphere. But once the cart entered the circular building, the interior brightened up. After entering, Li Ban realized it wasn't a circular building, but an annular structure. The middle was empty and had no roof. After the cart passed through the archway, 2 burly men led it aside. A middle-aged man with a beard, dressed in a long robe, walked over. "Lord A, it's been a long time since your last visit. Are you here to watch the battle, or to participate?" Unlike the people Li Ban had seen in the black and white markets, this middle-aged man also called Tree Person a Lord A, but his attitude was gentler, as if the two were of equal status. Tree Person was slightly more polite in return, but just barely. "Stewardly, look, I brought the steaks with me." Stewardly stepped forward, lifted a bit of the black cloth, and looked inside, returning with a smile. "The Catwoman again? Last time, she caused you quite a loss." Tree Person A's face darkened, his eyes narrowed into slits. "She was just too hungry last time, hadn't recovered yet." Stewardly smiled without replying. "If she loses again this time, I'll send her to the 2nd level." This was the first time Li Ban heard Tree Person A mention the 2nd level. Judging by their tone, the 2nd level of the death prison was not a good place. But from what they said, the Catwoman was just here for the bet, so she wouldn't leave the death prison. Li Ban breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a bit guilty. Stewardly didn't comment on Tree Person A's deliberate words to the Catwoman. They exchanged pleasantries before leading Tree Person A upstairs for tea. Li Ban was left to follow the cage, imprisoning the Catwoman. The 2 burly men effortlessly lifted the cage and walked ahead. Li Ban had to jog to keep up behind them. "Excuse me, what place is this?" Unexpectedly, the 2 burly men ignored Li Ban completely. They walked along a long, narrow corridor for 200 or 300 meters, then turned into an arched passage, passed through several iron-grated doors, and finally entered a dark room. Inside the dark room were regular oil lamps, but none were lit. A small window above let in a beam of sunlight. The cage containing Li Ban and the Catwoman was left here, with only one burly man guarding outside the iron bars. At this point, Li Ban was outside the cage, the Catwoman inside, but both were prisoners. He thought for a moment, then went over and removed the black cloth from the cage. The Catwoman, sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, curled the corners of her mouth. Li Ban stopped about a meter away from the iron cage. This isn't your first time here. Do you know where this place is? The Beast Fighting Arena. The Beast Fighting Arena, as the name implies, was a place where beasts fought. Although the Catwoman looked human, to the audience here, she was just a beast. A means to satisfy people's lust for violence and bloodshed. Last time the Catwoman made Tree Person lose money, it was because she lost in battle. Although no wounds were visible on the Catwoman now, Li Ban believed the losers in the arena never came out unscathed. You haven't eaten today. Do you want something to eat? The Catwoman still had her eyes closed and shook her head with a smile. No need. If the fight gets intense later, I'll throw it up. What a waste. Is there anything else I can do for you? The Catwoman opened her eyes in surprise, looking at Li Ban's serious face. After a moment, the smile at the corner of her mouth spread to her eyes. Good person. You really are a good person. How about letting me give you a kiss? Li Ban immediately changed expression and took a half step back. No, why not? The Catwoman leaned closer, pouted. Am I not pretty? Your mouth stinks. The Catwoman's mouth twitched as she sat back down and closed her eyes again. You idiot. The two fell silent and waited in the dark room for a long time. The sunlight on the ground shifted by a meter before the two burly men came in. Catwoman, get ready. They signaled for Li Ban to open the cage. Li Ban quickly took out the key given by Tree Person A and unlocked the cage. The Catwoman rolled out in one swift move. She still had iron rings on her neck, wrists, and ankles. Previously, she had chains attached, but now only the chains were removed. One burly man looked at the Catwoman, while the other tapped the stone wall. The wall slowly moved aside, opening to both sides. Strong sunlight poured in, making Li Ban squint. At the same time, the sounds of clamor, cheers, and shouts came through the open wall. The atmosphere was lively and loud. Outside the wall were layers upon layers of iron gratings. Li Ban was left in the dark room, watching the Catwoman follow the two burly men approach an iron grating, waiting for it to open. After entering, the grating behind closed, and only then would the grating ahead open. Step by step, stop by stop, the Catwoman's figure finally stood fully in the sunlight. Following that came even louder, more intense cheers that almost seemed to shake the skull. Seeing the Catwoman obediently go out, the two burly men retreated layer by layer, all the way back to the dark room where Li Ban was. The stone wall did not close, allowing them to watch the Catwoman's battle here. A performance destined to be soaked in blood. The Catwoman's opponent in this duel was a nearly 3-meter-tall humanoid gorilla. His arms were thicker than the Catwoman's waist, with wrist lines extending past his knees rather than just his crotch. When he walked toward the Catwoman, the ground seemed to tremble beneath his steps. As the two combatants approached each other, the cheers from the massive circular stands grew louder. From the lower stands behind the Catwoman came a hysterical scream. Kill her! Kill her! Fucking destroy her! The Catwoman dug a finger into her furry ear. So damn noisy. Without pause, she strode directly into the small circle at the arena's center. Once the beast-fighting arena supervisor gave the signal, the two beasts standing in the circle could begin tearing into each other. Seeing her opponent was a tank-like brute of pure muscle, the Catwoman wasn't surprised in the least. In fact, her last opponent had been the same type. Not everyone enjoyed evenly matched fights. Many came specifically to witness one-sided domination, torture, humiliation, and slaughter. They were here for blood. Combatants ready, the arena's supervisor announced, arms crossed on the circle's boundary line. The Catwoman rolled her shoulders and raised her fists in a fighting stance. The humanoid gorilla remained relaxed, only flashing a vicious grin when their eyes met. Red meat fibers still clung between his teeth. Begin. Crack. Li Ban reflexively winced, teeth clenched as if he'd been the one smashed against the iron bars. When he reopened his eyes, the Catwoman had already been grabbed again and hurled like a ball toward the opposite wall by the gorilla man. Nice! The burly man beside Li Ban cheered, startling him. Another muscular spectator asked, "Why cheer? Don't tell me you bet on Gao Tao." "Obviously. Gorilla versus cat? Everyone knows who's dying today. You didn't bet on him?" "Nah." The second man grinned. "I put money on the cat." "Seriously? You saw how badly she lost last time." "I was there. She lost, but never surrendered." "So what? No submission, yet still breathing?" "Every time I see a beast like that, I tell myself, bet on them next time." The man smirked at his companion. "How do you think I got my South District house?" "Bullshit luck. This arena is about pure strength." Despite his words, the first man frowned slightly, suddenly concerned about his wager. Li Ban didn't care about their debate. He only worried for the Catwoman. Initially, she'd used agile footwork and precision strikes to gain slight advantage against the gorilla. But against his steel-like muscles, her claws and kicks proved ineffective. When her stamina waned, the gorilla seized his chance, those massive arms limiting her movement before crushing her right leg with a sickening crack audible even at Li Ban's distance. He grimaced in sympathetic pain. What followed was pure brutality. The gorilla deliberately prolonged the fight, hurling the Catwoman around like a rag doll while the crowd chanted directions. Whichever side cheered loudest determined her next impact point. This had ceased being combat and become execution. Thud! The Catwoman crashed near Li Ban's section again. "Just surrender," he shouted through the bars, though he knew Tree Person A had warned that another loss would send her to the second level. Li Ban didn't know what awaited there, but surely it beat being slaughtered. Even if she went down, he could still help her later if he remained in death prison. The Catwoman turned her bloody face toward his voice. Eyes, nose, mouth, all leaking crimson, her body barely clinging to consciousness. Her lips barely moved. "No." Then she went limp, apparently accepting death over level 2. Li Ban gripped the bars helplessly. Was she choosing death to avoid descent? "Even if you go down, I'll find ways to bring you meat. Understand?" All calculations about this being a virtual world vanished. He only saw a friend about to die. The Catwoman had been his longest companion since arriving in the witch world. Moody, infuriating, but her guidance had helped him survive death prison. He couldn't let her die. The gorilla man lumbered over, grinding his foot against her motionless body. Pathetic. Died too quick. Retracting his foot, he wound up for a skull-shattering, finishing blow, torso coiling like a spring. The punch came with a vicious whoosh, aimed directly at the Catwoman's head. Li Ban braced for the gruesome impact until his right eye twitched. The seemingly lifeless Catwoman's torso suddenly bent at an impossible angle, folding beneath the gorilla's crotch as his unstoppable momentum carried the punch harmlessly overhead. A split second of horrified realization flashed across the gorilla's face. Crunch! The expected splattering sound came, but not from the Catwoman's skull. Her strike found his vulnerable point with paralyzing precision, her body suddenly serpentining up his frame. When emotion froze, she twisted behind him, legs braided around his neck and armpits while her clawless hands plunged into his skull with a wet crunch, fingers burying deep into brain matter through both the crown and base of his skull. The gorilla man spasmed once before collapsing. The Catwoman backflipped free, landing steadily as if she hadn't just been a bloodied wreck moments prior. The arena's roar of approval for the gorilla's final blow choked into stunned silence, then erupted tenfold with chants of the Catwoman's name. The supervisor checked the gorilla's corpse before asking, "Want to finish with a head crush? You do it if you want." Dismissing him, she turned toward the exit tunnel and locked eyes with Li Ban through the bars. Seeing his shell-shocked expression, she winced like tasting something sour. "Tisich, there goes my meat." As the Catwoman walked toward the passageway, pondering how to deal with the angry Li Ban, she heard someone from the lowest tier of the spectator stands cursing at her. "Damn it, you filthy half-breed. Playing dead during a duel. Shameless bitch." The Catwoman looked up and saw a bare-chested man with bloodshot eyes, spewing saliva as he hurled increasingly vulgar insults. She found it amusing. Clearly someone who'd lost his bets. Probably lost big too. Might end up selling himself into slavery soon. That victory shouldn't count. You family-destroying mongrel. The enraged man spat out another insult. The Catwoman's expression darkened instantly. She shot the man a glare sharp as a blade's edge. The cursing man suddenly choked mid-sentence. His remaining insults stuck in his throat. The flush drained from his face as he swayed unsteadily before tumbling head first from the stands. Withdrawing her gaze, the Catwoman curled her lip disdainfully and finally entered the passageway. Meanwhile, on the central stands, Manager Lee, who had been sitting with Tree Person A, leaned forward, still staring where the Catwoman had disappeared. What exactly is the origin of your Catwoman? She scared a man to death with just one look. Tree Person A scratched his bark-covered skin, grinning. None of your concern. Just tell me, did she exceed the limits? No. The warning stone never lit up. Manager Lee straightened with a cold expression. Good. Tree Person A stood up, rubbing 3 fingers together. Don't forget our wager. Won't forget. I'll take you to collect now. Ah. Tree Person A followed eagerly. By this time, the Catwoman had returned to Liban. She'd intended to play pitiful, but changed her mind upon seeing his dark expression. What? Were you actually worried I'd die, good man? Liban gritted his teeth silently. Anyone could see now that her earlier vulnerable act had been fake. The 2 burly men who should have been ushering the Catwoman back in her cage hesitated, not daring to speak harshly to her retreating back. Liban studied the Catwoman's blood-streaked face with its infuriating smirk, then shifted his gaze to her thigh. Your leg was never broken to begin with. With a sharp crack, the Catwoman bent her leg at an impossible angle, then snapped it back straight with another crack. Broke it. Healed it. Was this some martial technique or elemental ability? Though curious, Liban refrained from asking in front of others. Unexpectedly, the Catwoman suddenly slung an arm over Liban's shoulders. Impressed? Back in my prime I was. Liban! An excited shout interrupted her. Liban turned to see Zay beyond the iron bars. Back at the slave grounds, Uncle Ma had told him Zay was sold to the beast-fighting arena. Though preoccupied with the Catwoman situation, he'd forgotten until now. Miraculously, Zay had found him first. Liban rushed over immediately, causing the Catwoman's arm to slide off his shoulder. You're alive. Thank goodness. Uncle Ma said you were here, but I never thought we'd meet like this. Fellow villagers reuniting, eyes brimming with tears. Seeing Liban practically wagging an imaginary tail with joy, the Catwoman snorted and retreated into her cage. Through several gates, Zay addressed the 2 large men. Brother Chi, Brother Meng. May I speak with my fellow villager? The man surnamed Chi hesitated, then nodded, gesturing to Liban. Lock the cage first. We'll carry it back while you talk on the way. Both Liban and Zay expressed profuse thanks. While Liban secured the cage and draped the black cloth, the cross-legged Catwoman inside snorted again, turning her back to him. Liban marveled once more at her mercurial moods before pocketing the key. As the 2 strong men carried the cage away, Liban and Zay followed about 10 meters behind. Once alone, Liban whispered urgently, I almost died in death prison but got a forced log-out failure warning. What do I do? Zay, who'd been about to ask after Liban's well-being, froze at this shocking revelation. That. I've heard of it happening, but never thought you'd experience it. His expression was incredulous. Has your amnesia improved? Liban shook his head. That wasn't getting fixed in this lifetime. Terrible luck. After consideration, Zay admitted there wasn't much they could do within the witch world. After completing my phase mission or dying out, I'll report your situation to the director immediately. They'll extract your pod for repairs. Be extra careful until then. Avoid death if possible. But if the worst happens, don't panic. I'll get them to retrieve you once I'm out. Liban exhaled in relief. Can they monitor our status from outside? Sadly, no. If they could, mission progress wouldn't be so slow. Their conversation was interrupted as they reached the exit area. Liban grew anxious. So many unanswered questions remained. At the exit, instead of Tree Person A, they saw Manager Lee descending from the 2nd floor, hands clasped behind his back. Lord A is occupied. Wait next door first. They won't escape under our watch. Li Ban hesitated. Without tree person A's direct orders, could Manager Li be lying? His hesitation drew Manager Li's displeased glare, clearly offended by the implied distrust. Zay kept tugging urgently at Li Ban's sleeve. Taking the hint, Li Ban quickly cupped his hands. Understood, Manager Li. I'll take him over. Zay bowed obsequiously to Manager Li, slipping him something with a smile. Manager Li, this fellow escaped from the same disaster as me. Just catching up. Manager Li relented sternly. Don't delay official business. Wouldn't dream of it. Zay then pulled Li Ban into a nearby small room containing several beds, tables, chairs, and, astonishingly, a stove. You live here? Yep. Better than death prison, no? Better doesn't begin to cover it. Li Ban produced a tightly wrapped bundle, unwrapping it to reveal a section of leopard tail. Mind if I use your stove? Go ahead. But where'd you get that tail? From a jailer. Without proper tools, Li Ban simply placed the tail directly on the stove to roast. Though alone, the two undercover agents kept their voices low. Knowing they couldn't discuss missions, Li Ban inquired about elements instead. Say, what do you know about identity and elements? Seeing Li Ban's unfamiliarity, Zay helped with the roasting. I know. This isn't my first time in, but I rarely obtain them. While cooking, he explained seriously, while elements and identity can strengthen us, they also draw unwanted attention. Unless mission critical, I avoid pursuing them. Zay dropped his voice further. Other agents have been caught showing anomalies. The locals here are ruthless. They torture before killing. Tread carefully. Even if we escape physically afterward, the psychological trauma remains. Seeing Li Ban's somewhat heavy expression, Zay smiled again to comfort him. Don't be so nervous. It'll definitely be cured. Besides, you're in death prison where the conditions are much worse than here. To survive, you might have no choice but to grow stronger and climb up. But don't let this seemingly real world deceive you. Remember, whether wealth or power, it's all meaningless to us. Completing the mission must come first. Li Ban understood Zay's meaning. No matter how real this virtual world felt, no matter how valuable the things they gained here were, it was all fake. Once they left this place, things like identity and elements would just be settings. Yet Li Ban still had some doubts. Since this was a virtual world, what important mission could possibly require completion within it? As they spoke, Zay casually tore off a small strip of meat and popped it into his mouth. I'm done. Let me get you some oiled paper to wrap it. Li Ban thanked him and asked if Zay wanted to keep some meat for himself. No need. We don't lack meat here. Zay smiled meaningfully. Can't you get meat where you are? Wait here. I'll get you a package. Li Ban suddenly grabbed his arm. What kind of meat? Zay laughed. What? You think I'd give you that kind? Don't worry. It's non-venomous snake meat. Tastes great. Zay left the room hurriedly to fetch the meat. In the kitchen, he skillfully bribed the cook with a few large coins and took a dried non-venomous snake from the wall. Zay happily tossed the snake into a cloth bag, but as he was about to leave, he saw a gloomy-faced man blocking the doorway. You and your fellow villager seem quite close, giving him meat to eat. Kong, none of your business. Zay's smile vanished as he faced this person, his lips curling in disdain. He's the only one left from my hometown. What's wrong with looking out for him? Besides, this was my ration for today. If you're jealous, go eat shit. Zay wasn't afraid of offending Kong. In fact, they were currently competing for an identity. Thanks to inherited advantages and system assistance, Zay was practically guaranteed to obtain it. Kong was destined to be his nemesis anyway, so he might as well offend him thoroughly. Kong had been watching him constantly. Zay had already decided that once he got his identity, he'd find an excuse to eliminate this guy. Having someone like Kong watching him would only hinder his mission. Zay forcefully shouldered past Kong and walked out triumphantly. Near the entrance, he suddenly saw the tree-person jailers and Manager Li coming downstairs, while Li Ban had also emerged from the room. He immediately broke into a run, reaching Li Ban at the last moment to shove the meat into his arms, saying in a normal voice, "Enjoy your meal." Touched, Li Ban understood Zay's real message was, "Don't worry, I'll help you with the forced logout failure issue. Clutching the bag, he had no chance to speak as Tree Person A lifted him onto the cart with a branch. What's there to say to a slave? Tree Person A, in a good mood, casually cursed before ordering the cart to depart. Liban could only nod back at Zay. The cart passed through a dark arched tunnel, emerging back into sunlight. With the sun already west, they'd likely reach death prison by dusk. Holding the cloth bag, Liban wasn't thinking about food. He hadn't told Zay about Lou. Though Zay was doing relatively well now, he was still a slave without an identity. He might procure meat, but certainly not medicine. Worse, it might draw suspicion onto him. Liban had decided to handle this himself. With Zay's meat, he could last at least 3 more days. His grip on the bag tightened. Within 3 days, he'd deal with Lou. He'd already made up his mind. Given the Tree Person jailer's nature, even if he killed Lou, he'd only be punished by inheriting her duties, cooking and mopping. It would prevent others from poisoning his food daily. Though exhausting, it would be worth it. Watching Liban leave, Zay clapped his hands, ready to work. Turning around, he saw Kong whispering something to Manager Lee. Zay frowned, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Though he'd bribed Manager Lee before, the amounts were small. His real backer was another manager. Had Kong connected with Manager Lee? That would be bad. As Zay approached, Manager Lee looked his way. I heard you gave old Lou 2 taels of silver. Where'd you get that money? Zay's heart sank. He didn't know how this got out, but it was true. Forced to admit, he rubbed his hands ingratiatingly. I brought it with me when fleeing disaster. Weren't you sold here by corpse carrier Old Chin 4? How'd you hide money on you? Zay forced a laugh. Manager Lee, I hid it in unclean places. I fear speaking of it would offend your ears. Manager Lee chuckled skeptically. Really? Then where'd the large coins you gave others come from? Kong says it totals hundreds. Don't tell me your intestines are miraculously gifted. I exchanged the silver for them, Zay said, his foreboding growing as he braced himself. With whom? When? At what rate? Zay couldn't answer. Manager Lee circled Zay, hands behind his back, examining him thoroughly. Kong also says you enjoy eavesdropping, even daring to listen in on death prison and eternal tower matters. Are you just curious, suicidal, or have other reasons? I'm just naturally nosy, Manager Lee, sir. I mean no harm. Zay hadn't expected Kong to have secretly tracked all his recent activities. Despite his experience, he'd underestimated the Witch World natives. When had they become so alert? This was bad. Manager Lee stopped listening. Gripping Zay's nape, he said, Come see Manager Shue with me. Let's see if he believes your nonsense. Zay wore a bitter expression, but wasn't truly afraid. He didn't resist. After all, managers held second-tier identities. His current strength couldn't match even their pinky fingers. Fine, death then. At least he could report Liban's forced logout failure issue outside. But then Kong spoke up again. Manager, this guy was just whispering with his fellow villager band for ages. I think both of them are traitors. Should we arrest them both? Zay stiffened, but kept his head down, not defending Liban. The more he spoke for Liban now, the more suspicious it would seem. Manager Lee scoffed. Arrest who? How? You'll go fetch someone from death prison. Kong shrank back, silenced. But after some thought, Manager Lee instructed a burly man beside him. Ride after death prison's cart. Tell Master, we've caught a traitor whose fellow villager band might also be suspicious. Have him stay alert. Yes, sir. The man saluted and hurried off. Now Zay was genuinely worried. That terrifying death prison. Would the Tree Person jailers even give Liban a chance to explain? Should he exit quickly to prevent Liban from going insane, trapped in a corpse? Damn his carelessness. Liban had struggled to survive in death prison, only to be sabotaged by him. He wondered what punishment the director would mete out. Manager Lee escorted Zay into Manager Shue's room, and in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he came back down. Kong was still waiting in the same spot. Seeing Manager Lee return so quickly, he hurried over. Manager, what did Manager Shue say? He was terrified that Zay might be released. That would mean disaster for him. Manager Shue said he was indeed suspicious. had all his bones removed. Already dead. Already dead? Kong shuddered violently. Manager Lee glanced at him sideways. Scared, Kong immediately plastered on a smile. After a year in the beast-fighting arena, how could I still be so timid? Good. Then the vacant guard position falls to you. Work hard, and you might even climb to a manager's position someday. Kong quickly expressed his loyalty. You flatter me, sir. I'm not ambitious, just happy to serve under you. Following you to enjoy life's pleasures is satisfaction enough. Manager Lee narrowed his eyes. You want to pledge yourself to me? Kong clasped his fists and bowed deeply. This humble one has nothing to offer but his life at your service. Manager Lee snorted and left without another word. Straightening up, Kong looked puzzled briefly before smiling again. No, refusal meant acceptance. He returned excitedly to his quarters. Along the way, guards who previously ignored him now nodded in acknowledgement. With Zay dead, everyone knew he'd be the new guard. Back in his empty room, Kong's triumphant expression immediately vanished. Will the director blame me for killing Zay? He paced back and forth twice. No, knowing the director, as long as the mission succeeds, he won't care about the details. Kong then thought of Li Ban. Was Zay so kind to his fellow townsmen to build a generous image? Or because he's from the lab? Doesn't matter. The more moles I expose, the more trust one gain from above, the higher I'll climb. As for whether Zay would hate him for killing a colleague, that wasn't his concern. Kong had been in the witch world nearly a year, planning this guard position for over half that time. To nearly lose it to Zay at the last moment. Even if Zay had seniority in the lab, how could he tolerate that? Telling the director wouldn't help. He'd just think Kong incompetent. Fortunately, when Kong entered the witch world, Zay was still using his previous character, unaware of Kong's identity. But while temporarily logging out between missions, Kong accidentally learned Zay's identity. Otherwise, he'd have had no way to deal with Zay. My apologies. Consider this Zay's sacrifice for my mission. After all, who climbs up without stepping on a few stones? Li Ban still didn't know Zay had been forcibly logged out. He'd been pondering how to deal with Lu when hoofbeats interrupted his thoughts. Master A, please wait. Manager Lee has a message for you. The old horse stopped without reins, remarkably perceptive. Tree Person A, in his log-like state, opened one eye. What message? The burly man lowered his head. May we speak privately? Tree Person A clicked his tongue. Such a bother. But he jumped down and led the man into the woods. Li Ban watched, unable to hear their conversation. What do you think they're saying? The Catwoman's voice came from the black cloth-covered cage. Li Ban lifted the cloth, curious. Can you hear them? The Catwoman suddenly pressed against the bars and blew air at Li Ban's face. Li Ban jerked back. What are you doing? Smell bad? She asked oddly. Can you hear them or not? Just answer, do I smell? No, not bad at all. Actually somewhat fragrant. That made no sense. He'd never seen her brush her teeth. Must be the virtual world's illogical settings. Satisfied with his answer, the Catwoman smiled. Even if I could hear, I wouldn't tell. TCH. Li Ban snorted coldly, opening his cloth bag. Chef's special air-dried snake jerky. The Catwoman hissed, ears perking up. No jerky for you. Li Ban snapped the bag shut. I'm sorry. True to form, the Catwoman immediately prostrated without dignity. If not for the cage, she'd have pounced on him. Talk. Li Ban worried Tree Person A might return any moment. The Catwoman looked up pitifully. I really can't hear. Seeing Li Ban's eyes bulge, she quickly patted the cage. Why do you think they keep me in here? The cage suppresses your abilities too. The Catwoman slumped against the bars, looking utterly defeated. Ah, even cats meet their match. Li Ban frowned, another veiled insult. But his focus had already shifted. You used to. Tree Person A returned before he could finish. The other burly man bowed to Tree Person A before riding off. As Li Ban watched the man leave, he met Tree Person A's icy stare. His spine tingled with sudden dread. What fresh hell was this? Just 3 minutes earlier in the woods, Tree Person A had asked impatiently. Well, what is it? The man bowed. Master, Manager Lee asked me to inform you that we've confirmed slave, Zay, was a mole infiltrating the beast fighting arena. Zay was close with your slave band. They had private contact. Manager Lee advises caution against another infiltration. Tree person A was displeased. Moles, moles, moles. Where do they all come from? You think death prison is some marketplace. He swung an arm, nearly hitting the man with a branch. Tell a Fu to mind his own business. Death prison doesn't need his meddling. The man dared show no emotion toward tree person A, nor criticize his own manager, merely bowing silently. Tree person A couldn't take his anger out on an arena guard either, turning to leave. Go back. Though he dismissed manager Lee's warning outright, tree person A didn't actually trust Liban. But death prison had recently caught one mole already. As a jailer, he hated looking incompetent. If Liban really was a mole, he'd handle it internally. Thus, when tree person A emerged from the woods, his gaze carried murderous intent toward Liban. Liban immediately behaved perfectly, remaining silent and still the entire return trip. He didn't know what the arena messenger had said, but his instincts said it involved Zay. Before meeting Zay, even the arena guards ignored him. What could make tree person A suddenly distrust him? Leaving the Catwoman's cage to barbecue with Zay? But that was Manager Lee's order. How could a mere slave refuse? Yet why would Manager Lee specifically inform the tree person jailers? Unless Zay had been exposed. Inside a brightly lit laboratory constructed entirely from special metal and filled with the most advanced technology, an experimental capsule with a silver-blue color and a glass cover suddenly triggered a red alarm light. The water level inside the capsule rapidly dropped, revealing a man dressed in a tight white suit, his body pierced with numerous tubes. The man looked somewhat worn and aged, with deep eye bags. After the liquid inside the capsule drained away, he slowly opened his eyes. A man dressed in a silver-white uniform immediately rushed over, operating the screen above the capsule a few times, then bent down to pull out several tubes attached to the man inside and helped him sit up. Xiaoza, are you all right? Why did you suddenly get forcibly logged out? The man called Xiaoza gradually regained consciousness, rubbing his forehead with a painful expression. I was reported. Damn it, the people from the beast fighting arena killed me without even investigating, and they broke all my bones. Now, many factions in the witch world have become alert. Undercover missions are getting harder and harder. The man in the silver-white uniform was about to comfort him when another person came in from behind. Su Xiaoza. Yes, Director. Su Xiaoza, who was just rubbing his forehead and complaining, immediately sat upright. Relax. The newcomer had high cheekbones and sharp eyebrows, but when he looked at Su Xiaoza, he softened his expression as much as possible. What happened? How was the mission progress? The director told Su Xiaoza to relax, but Su Xiaoza dared not really relax, especially given his poor mission performance this time. Director, I didn't complete the mission this time. It's all my fault. I was too reckless in the beast fighting arena. The director exchanged a glance with the man in the silver-white uniform, who asked puzzled, We have analyzed the beast fighting arena. The working environment and management style there suit a scheming personality. You have entered the witch world so many times and should have mature control over your personality display. How could you have been too reckless? The director then asked, Explain the exposure in detail. Xiaoza recounted his situation in the beast fighting arena and how Kong, the slave, had caused his exposure. Of course, he also mentioned Li Ban, but reporting the mission status was more important at this moment. Li Ban's matter would wait a while. Su Xiaoza had just been tortured to death and had a severe headache. After speaking a few sentences, he had to pause and wait for the most intense pain to subside. Therefore, he did not notice that when he mentioned Kong, the director's eyes flickered for a moment. But he said nothing. This time, the guard's identity probably benefited Kong. Although filled with resentment, Su Xiaoza did not express any desire to re-enter the witch world for revenge. He had just died miserably, and now the after effects were severe. Half his head felt like it was being pricked by needles. He really did not want to lie down in the space capsule again anytime soon. After listening to Su Xiao's report, the director nodded without criticizing him. It seems we still cannot casually use assets from previous undercover agents. Otherwise, the source is unclear and easier to suspect. The witch world seems to have become aware of this. We need to be even more low-key. Qindong, take Xiaoza to rest and treat him. Yes. Just as Qindong was about to help Su Xiaoza out of the space capsule, Su Xiaoza raised his hand. Wait, Director, Qindong. The Li Ban I just mentioned is a colleague undercover in the death prison. He said he almost died once, but the mission assistance system showed that forced logout failed. If he hadn't saved himself somehow, he would probably be trapped in a corpse now, and we wouldn't know when we would discover it. Forced logout failure again. The director frowned deeply this time. Qindong's face turned pale as he anxiously asked, "Are you talking about the new slave who arrived in death prison half a month ago? The boy around 10 years old?" Su Xiaoza looked up. "Yes, that's him." "Why do you know him too?" Qindong smiled bitterly. "Because I was the previous death prison undercover. After being discovered, I was strangled to death. But for some reason, forced logout failed. I hung on the gallows for a long time." Recalling this experience, Qindong's face grew even paler. "If it weren't for the fact that my second merged element was the mental element, which helped me somewhat control the corpse, I don't know how I would have survived." The director also nodded solemnly. "Yes, so Qindong's current condition is not suitable for entering the witch world again. I'll keep him as my assistant for now." Su Xiaoza nodded, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly said, "But the person who reported me also reported Li Ban. Li Ban is still just a slave in death prison. If they kill him without examination, Director, please fix his experimental capsule quickly. Don't worry. Once you finish your report, I will immediately go adjust his experimental capsule." Only then did Su Xiaoza relax. No matter what, he had fulfilled his promise. Qindong helped Su Xiaoza up again, but Su Xiaoza's headache was severe, and even walking was difficult. His legs seemed unable to bend. The director saw all this and suddenly asked, "Xiaoza, you have entered the witch world multiple times and visited several factions. How about analyzing who might be the general?" Qindong looked at the director with some surprise. After all, the director had just told Su Xiaoza to rest, but now was questioning him again. But the director was the highest leader in the laboratory, so he dared not say anything. Su Xiaoza leaned half his body on Qindong, holding his head with both hands. He originally did not want to speak, but the director's presence in the laboratory was so imposing that he dared not refuse to answer. "I think the general is less likely to be in the beast fighting arena. The elements, they're quite ordinary, and dead beasts are mostly sold to the Eternal Tower. Beasts, they're disabled, but still tortured, are sent to death prison. If the general is in one of the familiar factions, then the chances are higher in death prison and Eternal Tower." Ugh! Su Xiaoza's headache worsened. The director continued, as if he hadn't noticed. "Then who do you think might be the general in death prison or Eternal Tower?" Qindong lowered his head. After a few seconds, Su Xiaoza spoke. "Eternal Tower. I don't know anyone of high rank there. In death prison, Jailer Zhou Gu and Officer Duan, both are possibilities." Su Xiaoza's voice was already weakening. "Why?" The director softened his voice. "Duan requires that all dead prisoner bodies be sent to the 5th floor. Who? Zhou Gu might be deliberately killing the corpses. He could be using them for some experiments. Who? Su Xiaoza began gasping for breath, his face turning terrifyingly pale. The director glanced at Qindong, who then said, "My investigations are similar, but Xiaoza has worked as a jailer before, whereas I was only a prison guard." Suddenly, Su Xiaoza collapsed into Qindong's arms, falling helplessly. His gasping stopped. Qindong seemed prepared, holding Su Xiaoza tightly. Though still looking at the director, tears gathered in the corners of his eyes. The director's face showed no emotion. He just checked several of Su Xiaoza's physiological indicators and then let go. Xiaoza's loading success rate is high, but he always forces logout. It seems the aftereffects cause brain blood vessel rupture and death. Send him for cryogenic destruction. Qindong hugged Su Xiaoza's body tightly, seemingly reluctant to let go. Seeing this, the director's voice softened somewhat. Don't be sad. When entering the laboratory, they were already prepared for sacrifice. Of course, Chendong, you are different. You are a senior employee. I won't send you in again for the time being. Can I request to leave the laboratory? Chendong held Su Xiao's corpse as he mustered the courage to ask. I haven't seen the outside sky for so long. The director paused, only sighing without reprimanding Chendong. Haven't we all? If you apply, I certainly won't stop you. It seemed as he said, he truly valued Chendong as a senior staff member. But don't forget, our mission is top secret. Leaving would require memory cleansing. This is completely different from consciousness loading. It carries high risks of amnesia, dementia, even death. Do you really want to apply? Hearing this, fear flashed through Chendong's eyes. He wasn't afraid of death, but truly feared becoming mentally impaired. Chendong voluntarily shut his mouth, no longer mentioning leaving the laboratory. Watching Su Xiao's corpse being crushed in the freezing chamber, Chendong remained silent for a long time before suddenly recalling Su Xiao's last words. Director, the forced logout malfunction in experimental pod 444. Can it be repaired? We still don't know the cause of the malfunction. The director shook his head, looking toward pod 444. Here's what we'll do. If he hasn't completed the phase mission to obtain temporary logout rights within 3 months, we'll forcibly wake him once to try transferring him to another pod. 3 months? Chendong could only nod. Even though Su Xiaoza had clearly warned that his exposure might affect Li Ban, the director still insisted on waiting 3 months before attempting forced recall, all to avoid interrupting Li Ban's mission progress. The mission took absolute priority. If Li Ban died in the witch world now, they could only hope his consciousness could persist in the corpse for 3 months. Tree Person A's sudden cold attitude made Li Ban uneasy. Yet even after the cart resumed moving, the other said nothing. Li Ban had no choice but to stay alert beside Tree Person A. Returning to Death Prison, Tree Person A went straight inside, though fortunately remembered to return the Catwoman first. Otherwise, Li Ban couldn't possibly move the iron cage alone now. When Tree Person had left, Lu, who'd been secretly observing from the water room, immediately rushed over. Ban, you're back. How did it go? Her expectant expression contrasted with the scrutinizing gaze roaming Li Ban's face. Fortunately, Li Ban's current pallor from worrying about Zay and Tree Person A's inexplicable anger matched Lu's expectations. Originally staring toward Death Prison, Li Ban turned at Lu's call. Here's your money back. We never made it to the market today. No chance to buy meat. When Lu tried refusing, Li Ban forcibly stuffed it into her hand before clutching his stomach. Stomachache. Need the latrine. He hurried to the makeshift outhouse by the vegetable plot to relieve himself. Not rushing out, he pondered the situation. If Tree Person A's attitude truly connected to Zay, then Zay had likely been exposed. Otherwise, no matter what Zay did wrong in the beast fighting arena, given Tree Person A's love for spectacles, it shouldn't involve Ban. But if they truly suspected him as an undercover agent, Li Ban's current strength couldn't possibly resist. He must never admit being undercover. Reviewing carefully, since Li Ban entered the witch world unaware of his mission, he'd done nothing mission-related after arriving at Death Prison. Even learning combat from the Catwoman was just survival necessity for food delivery tasks. The unknown was whether Death Prison knew the former jailer had also been undercover. Li Ban worried deeply. The former jailer's corpse hanging so long on the gallows likely meant his cover was blown. If interrogated, Li Ban decided to claim losing his eyes made him desperately seek help, and the corpse said burning it would save him. Honestly, Li Ban genuinely hadn't done anything mission-related. He just feared they wouldn't listen to his slaves' explanations. After all, slaves were cheaply replaceable. If truly trapped, he'd drag Lu down with him. Lu had considerable skills, poisoned him, and acted suspiciously daily. She was the real suspect. Standing in the stinking outhouse yielded no foolproof solutions, so Li Ban dejectedly emerged. Unbeknownst to him, Lu interpreted this as poisoning symptoms. Her nearly imperceptible smile confirmed her belief the poison worked, so she stopped observing him. But leaving the outhouse, Tree Person A immediately took Li Ban away. Watching Tree Person A's hurried pace ahead as they proceeded inward past the first level, Li Ban licked dry lips. "Jailer, what are we doing?" Tree Person A glanced back while walking. "Going to the second level. Death Prison's second level? New territory unlocked." Something was definitely happening. Following Tree Person A deeper, passing cell 13 where the Catwoman noticed their haste. Li Ban didn't even glance her way. The Catwoman could only frown at their retreating backs. She'd also seen Tree Person A's foul mood returning from the grove. Unsure if this involved Li Ban, but currently powerless, she rested chin on hand, feeling unexpectedly concerned. Li Ban's first time on the second level. The staircase down had right-angled turns. Each step was shallow enough to push the iron cage card down. Descending, a putrid stench assaulted him, similar to the outhouse but with something extra. The second level was brighter than the first, with cells closer together. Peeking inside, while passing nearly made Li Ban vomit. While the first level had two particularly bad prisoners, they seemed normal compared to the second level's inmates. The second-level prisoners resembled piles of rotting flesh. Li Ban's glance showed disturbing movement within that flesh. Gagging, he averted his eyes to stare only at the right wall. Passing countless cells, they reached the second level's end. Unlike the first level's dual paths, here only the white path existed, ending at another downward staircase. But instead of descending, they entered the final room. This room had a door, not a cell. Inside, Li Ban saw torture tools and dried bloodstains everywhere, realizing this was the interrogation room. Would Tree Person A torture him? As a modern civilian, Li Ban had never suffered serious injury. His most painful memory was his heart attack. He knew he couldn't endure any torture. But if Tree Person A asked about his undercover mission, he literally couldn't answer, even if beaten to death. Legs weakening, Li Ban instinctively reached to brace against the wall when an arm suddenly supported his elbow. Turning, he saw a square-jawed man, 2 heads taller, coldly observing him. "Officer Zhou." Tree Person immediately stood at attention. "This is Ban." The man called Officer Zhou slowly released Li Ban's arm, walked into the interrogation room, dragged out a long bench with his foot, and sat down imposingly. Li Ban's gaze followed Officer Zhou the entire time. Since Tree Person A showed him such respect, this must be the real person who would interrogate him. "You seem frightened?" Officer Zhou smiled coldly. Li Ban's forearm, which had just been grabbed by Officer Zhou, still felt numb, making his voice tremble. This is my first time on the second level." "Yes, your first time here, and perhaps your last." Li Ban gritted his teeth, trying to calm himself. He wondered how Zay was doing. If he had already returned to the laboratory, perhaps he was helping repair the forced logout system. "My name is Zhou Gu, a jailer of Death Prison. Answer my questions truthfully today. Answer well, and you'll be rewarded. Answer poorly, and you'll become today's extra meal for the prisoners on the second level." "Officer Zhou, I'll answer everything truthfully." Li Ban's voice grew steadier. Zhou Gu found it interesting how quickly this little slave was visibly adapting to the second level's environment. "Your right pupil is much darker than your left. Care to explain?" Li Ban touched his right eyelid. As expected, the matter of the former jailer was the first thing brought up. "My right, I was bitten off by the mimic rat on the first day. When I sought help, that corpse, it spoke and said it could help me." Hearing about a talking corpse, Tree Person A's eyes widened in shock, but Zhou Gu remained calm, as if already knowing the corpse wasn't completely dead. "You burned his corpse, and he gave you his eye?" "Yes." Li Ban glanced at Zhou Gu's expression, but couldn't discern any reaction. His past life skill at reading people was useless here. "Your slave records say you were picked from a mass grave by Old Man Ma and sold directly to Death Prison. How did you learn to fuse elements?" "Officer Zhou, I truly don't know," Li Ban said sincerely with a bitter smile. "I was terrified. The corpse gave me an eyeball, but said nothing. I could only try, and ended up with this eye. As 4 elements. I heard about them from the Catwoman. She actually taught you. Jogu chuckled. I promised to find meat for her. Li Ban lowered his head. After a moment's silence, Jogu turned to tree person. Any other suspicious behavior since he arrived? He asked this right in front of Li Ban, unconcerned about his feelings. This time, tree person A hesitated. Since Li Ban's arrival, apart from the first day's mistake, he had worked diligently or stayed in the storeroom. Tree person A had his own affairs and rarely checked on the slaves anyway. Their lax management encouraged the slaves to turn on each other. Fewer slaves meant more meals for them without consequences. Hadn't that Lu killed someone before? She stopped afterward, though. The newest slave was another useless, quiet one. After waiting several breaths without a proper answer, Jogu suddenly drew his sword, sliced off tree person A's left arm, then sheathed his blade calmly. The wooden arm fell with a thud, revealing smooth grain without blood. Li Ban's pupils contracted. He remembered the ring-tailed panther's full charge hadn't left a scratch on tree person A, yet Jogu severed the arm effortlessly. Tree person A showed no pain, but his branches drooped. Officer Zhou, I haven't seen any unusual behavior from Ban. Just that he seems to be learning combat from the Catwoman. Li Ban quickly explained, the mimic rat scared me. I thought learning skills would help survive them. Jogu's unreadable gaze shifted between them before addressing tree person A. You're supposed to manage both levels, yet all you do is eat. Slack off again, and I'll chop you for firewood. Yes, 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 we'll be diligent. No more laziness. Tree person A groveled. Finally, Jogu looked at Li Ban. This Ban, Li Ban braced for judgment, heart pounding. He hadn't mentioned Lu's strangeness yet, but knew sometimes less was more. Doesn't seem like a spy. Li Ban exhaled in relief. Jogu suddenly smiled, less coldly this time. Bold enough to burn Chun Dong's corpse in crisis. Clever enough to trade food with a Catwoman. Lucky enough to fuse elements without an identity, yet survive. You've got guts, luck, and a bit of brains. I like this kid, tree person A. Give him the remaining attendant token. The second level's attendant post has been vacant long enough. Tree person A looked surprised, but quickly agreed. Jogu stood, looming over Li Ban. Work for me now. Behave. Stunned by this reversal when he'd expected disaster, Li Ban gaped silently. Jogu didn't reprimand him, just shook his head slightly and left. Only then did tree person A approach, nudging Li Ban's shoulder with his remaining hand. Dumbstruck with joy, lucky officer, Zhou's forgiving. Next time, answer promptly. Li Ban realized tree person A's attitude had changed dramatically too, previously only giving work orders, now offering guidance. Yes, yes, shocked and overjoyed. Thank you, jailer. Tree person A glanced outside nervously. When officers are present, call me Jailer A. If Officer Do's around, address Jogu as just Jogu like I do. Understood. Thank you, Jailer A. Even with Jogu gone, Li Ban used the honorific, having noticed tree person A liked it. Haha. Tree person A grinned. Wait here. I'll get your token. Alone in the grim interrogation room, Li Ban reviewed his performance. Adequate, but hardly convincing. Their easy acceptance probably stemmed from his genuine lack of spy-like behavior since arrival. Everyone here had remarkable abilities, making his combat training with the Catwoman trivial. Nodding inwardly, he resolved to continue avoiding typical spy actions. No snooping, no questions, just staying put. No handles for death prison to grab. Tree person A returned, tossing Li Ban a bronze token. Catching it, Li Ban examined the palm-sized plain plaque bearing just 2 characters, attendant. Suddenly, his long-dormant mission assistance system activated in his mind. Obtained Tier 1 identity, attendant. So becoming a menial worker grants you an identity? Li Ban never expected that simply becoming a menial worker could make him a spirit practitioner who could absorb spiritual essence for cultivation. It sounded prestigious, but wasn't the starting level for a spirit practitioner a bit low? Of course, this was good news for him. This meant he could truly begin cultivating. Although Li Ban had been practicing punches and kicks with the Catwoman, watching the fight between her and Tree Person, A showed that the abilities of a spirit practitioner were far beyond mere martial arts. As Li Ban examined the identity tag in his hand, Tree Person A waited a moment before saying, "From now on, you are a menial worker of the death prison. Although menial worker is a first-tier identity, you can begin cultivating. I will teach you the cultivation method and give you the menial worker's clothing. In the future, you will receive 500 big coins every month." Tree Person led Li Ban out of the interrogation room and showed him around the second floor. "You are responsible for the menial worker duties on the second floor of death prison. You must get used to this environment. Simple cleaning, delivering meals, and inspecting the prisoners are all your responsibility. There are currently 8 prisoners on the second floor, all barely alive. If anyone shows abnormalities, you must report to me." "Yes." This time Li Ban suppressed his nausea and looked around the second floor. "I usually stay in the room on the side of the stairs between the first and second floors. You can come find me there." There was a room by the stairs. Li Ban had completely missed it when coming down. "You still live in the storage room on the first floor. I will get you another bedding set. Remember, without permission, you cannot go down to the third floor. Also, open flames are prohibited on the first and second floors." This time, Tree Person A explained in much more detail than when Li Ban was still a slave. It was just a small change in status, yet the attitude of the Tree Person jailer had changed so much. Of course, it was also possible that the influence of Officer Zhou Gu's "follow me from now on" remark had something to do with it. Then Tree Person, he gave Li Ban a cotton quilt, 2 sets of brown clothing, a pair of cotton shoes, and most importantly, a small booklet. The booklet explained how to sense spiritual essence and how to absorb it. Tree Person thoughtfully gave Li Ban some precautions as well. Although Li Ban hadn't fully understood yet, he did his best to memorize all the information. While memorizing, Li Ban thought that if his colleagues who had mission memory were here, they might have already known the cultivation methods in the witch world. Learning would definitely be much easier for them. But that might also expose the fact that they had known the cultivation method all along, which could raise suspicions. It was better for him to remain ignorant. After Tree Person A finished speaking, he left, as Li Ban had already taken up too much of his time. Li Ban returned to the storage room, tidied his things, and eagerly opened the booklet to try out the cultivation method inside. Calm the mind and gather spirit. Keep the spiritual platform clear. Maintain a quiet state, and don't let your thoughts run wild. Open your mind and sense the spiritual essence. Feel the surrounding environment and sense the presence of spiritual essence. This step felt a bit abstract. Let your intention follow your heart. Adjust the rhythm. This step was even less clear. Tree Person A's explanation was only to keep your intention consistent with the fluctuations of the spiritual essence. But what exactly was intention? The following sentences describe the cultivation process after the spiritual essence entered the body. Li Ban felt the cultivation booklet was not very clear. It was like wanting to learn swimming, and the coach said, "First float in the water, then swim forward." Li Ban wanted to try it out, but was afraid of making mistakes. So he changed into the menial worker's clothes, put on the identity tag, and took the booklet to find the Catwoman. The Catwoman had seen the easing of relations between Li Ban and Tree Person A earlier, and thought Li Ban was safe. But she did not expect that when Li Ban appeared again in front of her, he was already wearing the menial worker's uniform. The Catwoman covered her mouth and laughed. Having an identity is good. Slaves fight desperately just for this one identity, right? Li Ban also felt sentimental and looked down at his new clothes. They didn't fit well. He was about 15 or 16 years old now, and very thin. The clothes were adult male size. The clothes were baggy, and the sleeves and pant legs were way too long. Li Ban could only roll them up repeatedly, exposing his hands and feet. But no matter how ill-fitting, it was much better than the sack-like slave clothes. Yeah, with an identity, others treat you differently. The Catwoman sighed. With an identity, you could be treated like a person in this world. But don't celebrate too early. In the eyes of those with high-tier identities, you are still nothing. Li Ban nodded in agreement. In his original world, it was the same. Things and people were ranked by importance and status. Do you have an identity too? What is it? The Catwoman, who had wanted to introduce her identity to Li Ban before, suddenly lost interest. No matter what identity, it was taken away after I entered the death prison. An identity can be taken away? After asking, Li Ban actually understood. For example, if Officer Zhou didn't want him to do the menial worker job anymore, his identity would immediately be revoked. It was a bit like a job. You needed an identity to earn spiritual essence. Of course, if an identity can be granted, it can be revoked. After losing your identity, although the elements you have fused remain, you cannot continue to absorb spiritual essence. Once the spiritual essence contained in the elements is used up, your elements become unusable. So that was how it was. Spiritual essence was really important, like the batteries inside an electric toy. Luckily, he hadn't used his right eye much before and hadn't exhausted the spiritual essence inside it. Thinking of this, Li Ban quickly took out the cultivation booklet tree person A had given him. This is the cultivation method given by the jailer. I have never touched spiritual essence before, so I don't know if I will make mistakes while cultivating. I thought you were just here to show off. The Catwoman lifted her chin. Just sit here and cultivate. If anything's wrong, I'll tell you directly. Don't worry. With an identity, cultivating spiritual essence is as simple as drinking water. That was exactly Li Ban's purpose. He immediately sat cross-legged in front of the Catwoman, this time without leaning against the wall behind him, but still about a meter from the railing. The Catwoman moved her fingers slightly and then put them back down. Li Ban closed his eyes and tried to empty his mind. But sometimes, the more he tried to clear his mind, the more chaotic his thoughts became. He didn't know how long he had sat when he unconsciously began to think about other things. The prison cells nearby were so quiet. The Catwoman across from him didn't even make a sound when breathing. It felt like he was the only person here. If it weren't for the cold, hard ground pressing against his buttocks, Li Ban might have felt like he had returned home or was back in that small cubicle unit, 1 square meter in size. Your eyeballs are moving. You're not calming your mind. The Catwoman suddenly spoke. You already have the qualification to sense spiritual essence. Go look for the things in the air that keep stimulating you. After a while longer, Li Ban still couldn't sense the spiritual essence, and his body was almost stiff from sitting. Li Ban helplessly opened his eyes. Does it usually take a few days to feel spiritual essence for the first time? The Catwoman squinted. When I first got my identity, I could feel it as soon as I closed my eyes. Although he knew the Catwoman was very powerful, Li Ban still felt a bit discouraged. He had another hidden worry. Could the soul of a transmigrator sense spiritual essence? Things that were commonplace for others seemed a bit difficult for him. Li Ban stood up and stretched his legs. He had just tried to ask the mission assistance system for help, but it still hadn't responded. After moving his limbs, he sat down again, this time without crossing his legs because sitting cross-legged was uncomfortable for him. He leaned back against the wall and suddenly remembered the first time he met the Catwoman, how she leaned against the wall, one leg bent and the other stretched out in a relaxed posture, sitting like she was about to sleep against the wall. In fact, he was a little sleepy. However, just as he closed his eyes, dots of starlight lit up. He seemed to have come to the vast universe, becoming the most insignificant speck of interstellar dust. But even as the most insignificant speck, he still sped through the universe. Thousands upon thousands of light years passed, like a fleeting moment. It's tough. During the long inhale and exhale, Li Ban felt as if the entire universe was being drawn into his chest before slowly being released. He then calmly opened his eyes, feeling a slight coolness in his right eye that was quite comfortable. I've sensed the spiritual essence. The Catwoman opened her eyes at the same time. You have quite good talent. She hesitated momentarily before continuing naturally. At first, when you couldn't sense the spiritual essence, I thought you might be naturally slow. Hey. I was just sitting uncomfortably. The Catwoman nodded in agreement. That's part of it. When you were absorbing spiritual essence just now, you seem to have taken quite a lot in a short time. This suggests that when you improve your strength, the time needed to reach full spiritual essence will be shorter than average. Is full spiritual essence when you've filled up with elemental energy? Correct. Only after reaching full spiritual essence can you obtain the next tier of identity. And only after obtaining the next identity tier can you continue fusing new elements. How many identity tiers are there in total? 10 tiers. But most places' identity systems don't reach 10 tiers. In Death Prison, the highest officials only reach the 4th tier. The beast fighting arena we visited today is also 4th tier. However, Death Prison has the Imperial Court above it, so its status is slightly higher than the arena. The highest identity system has 10 tiers. Death Prison officials have 4th tier identity, and there's an Imperial Court. Of course, with officials there must be an Imperial Court. The Emperor must be 10th tier identity, right? But to become Emperor in the Witch World, would one also need to climb up from being a menial worker? Getting ahead of himself. None of that concerned the currently banned. What he needed to do now was strive to reach full spiritual essence, then work toward obtaining the next identity tier based on circumstances. The next identity tier should be Jailer, imagining himself as equals with Tree Person A, then someday with Jailer Zhou Gu, until eventually becoming a prison official who could trample them all underfoot. Li Ban couldn't help but smirk. Don't get ahead of yourself. Having the strength to advance and having available identities to advance are two different things. The Catwoman poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Do you know how many people reach full spiritual essence but remain stuck at their current tier? Do you know how long the longest stuck person remained? The Catwoman's face loomed before Li Ban's eyes, her gaze calmly indifferent. Until death. Li Ban suddenly smiled. He stood up, brushing dust off his pants. One position per person. If your superior is young and capable, they'll suppress you for years. I understand that principle, but one should still have dreams. What if they come true? Besides, life here is already so oppressive. Don't take away my right to daydream. The Catwoman's eyes widened slightly, surprised that Li Ban would say such things. She didn't know that Li Ban's current calm attitude stemmed more from his desire to leave the witch world as soon as possible. Though the laboratory world might not be much brighter, the witch world was truly dark. Most crucially, if he died here, he'd be trapped in his corpse. He didn't even dare think about it. So now, studying combat skills and absorbing spiritual essence were all for survival, not for the laboratory's mission. Leaving the prison cell area, Li Ban returned to the storeroom. When absorbing spiritual essence before the Catwoman, he had stopped midway. Not because he was eager to report his progress, but because he felt his experience absorbing spiritual essence was completely different from both the manual's description and the Catwoman's explanation. The manual said spiritual essence fluctuated and required finding matching frequencies. The Catwoman said spiritual essence was in the air and would stimulate his senses. But Li Ban's spiritual essence flowed like a galaxy, like time itself. Though Li Ban didn't know much about spiritual essence, he instinctively felt this situation wasn't normal. He hurried back to the storeroom, lying on the crate bed with its still unchanged new bedding, eagerly attempting to absorb spiritual essence again. The reclining position was even more relaxed than sitting, and almost as soon as Li Ban closed his eyes, the galactic flow appeared in his consciousness. The spiritual essence in his right eye began gradually increasing, not particularly fast, but definitely growing. He didn't know others' cultivation speeds, but Li Ban couldn't help thinking, I'm exceptionally talented. Unfortunately, Li Ban had barely begun cultivating when a tree person jailer called him. Coming. He immediately jumped up and ran out, nearly going the wrong direction. Now, when tree person jailers called him, it meant going to Death Prison's 2nd level. Arriving at the 2nd level, Li Ban saw a tree person jailer standing before a large bucket. This time, it was tree person B, who rarely appeared. When Li Ban approached, tree person B looked at him as if seeing him for the first time. Never thought the vacant menial worker identity would go to you. Unsure how to respond, Li Ban remained silent. Tree Person B then pointed at the large bucket. Second-level prisoners get fed every 3 days. From now on, someone will place the food bucket at the third-level entrance on feeding days. When you see it, give each living prisoner 3 full scoops. No more, no less. Li Ban listened carefully. This would be his main duty as a menial worker, with no room for mistakes. This level is different from the first. Giving extra or less food could cause problems. If problems occur because of you, there will be punishment. Since it's your first time distributing gruel today, I'll demonstrate once. Tree Person B's attitude had indeed changed considerably, even demonstrating personally. He lifted the food bucket with a branch and walked to the first occupied cell. Li Ban looked at the prisoner lying against the iron bars, his throat tightening. Tree Person B used a wooden ladle hanging on the bucket to scoop a full portion, pouring it into a small funnel outside the bars. The funnel was very smooth. The gruel-like substance, resembling crushed oats and black rice, flowed down the wide funnel into a thin tube. After 3 scoops, Tree Person B knocked on the iron bars. The prisoner who had lain corpse-like slowly turned his head, covering the tube below the funnel with his mouth before gulping noisily. As the prisoner needed to tilt his head slightly, the hair covering his face fell away somewhat. Only then did Li Ban see the man had no eyes, just deep sunken sockets with something moving inside. Li Ban's teeth began chattering. Hearing this, Tree Person B turned and laughed heartily. You'll need to adjust quickly. This is nothing. He handed the branch-suspended bucket to Li Ban. You handle the rest. The bucket itself wasn't disgusting. The gruel inside even smelled good. As Li Ban reached to take it, Tree Person B warned, this stuff is deadly poison to you. Don't eat it, and best not touch it either. Li Ban's hand paused briefly before firmly taking the bucket, gripping it more tightly than before. The bucket was heavy, and Li Ban had to walk carefully to avoid spilling. Steadying himself at the second occupied cell, Li Ban imitated Tree Person B by scooping 3 portions into the funnel. This cell's prisoner huddled deep inside. After pouring the food, Li Ban also knocked on the bars. The prisoner inside shifted but didn't approach to eat. Observing this, Tree Person B said, if they don't come, just the knocking is enough. When finished, return the bucket to the third-level entrance. Tree Person B's patience exhausted, he shook his branches and left. Now alone, Li Ban carried the deceptively appetizing yet poisonous food to feed the pitiful, disgusting prisoners. After feeding the last prisoner, the bucket was nearly empty. Li Ban returned it to its place, then stiffly headed upstairs. Passing the Catwoman, he ignored her question, any meat? Instead, Li Ban broke into a sprint. He raced to the pit latrine like a 100-meter dash and violently vomited up everything he'd eaten that day. When Li Ban emerged from the latrine, he saw Lu standing not far away. She had clearly heard his retching sounds earlier and looked surprised. What's wrong? Are you sick? Nothing. Li Ban tried to walk past her, but Lu sidestepped to block his path. She studied Li Ban's complexion closely. Though dusk was falling, Lu could still see that despite his violent vomiting, Li Ban's face lacked the pallor of poisoning. By now, he should have been showing clear signs of weakness. Something had gone wrong with the plan. Forcing a smile, Lu said, let me get you some hot water. Li Ban dared not accept anything from her alone. No need. He kept walking, but Lu followed persistently. What did the jailer want earlier? Are you going out again tomorrow? Li Ban stopped, and Lu halted right behind him, determined to get answers. Knowing his fatal poisoning was scheduled for tomorrow, Li Ban decided the charade had lasted long enough. Besides, he wasn't a slave anymore. Jailer Zhou Gu wished to see me. At the word jailer, Lu's eyes widened. W.I. Zhou Gu took a liking to me. He granted me menial worker status. Lu staggered, her mask of composure nearly cracking. After several shaky breaths, she managed strained congratulations. That's incredibly fortunate. No other word could describe Li Ban's luck. Stepping closer, Lu gazed up at him. Ban, could you ask Zhou Gu what it takes to become a menial worker? I don't want to remain a slave, either. Li Ban retreated a step, feigning humility. I wouldn't dare bother him directly, but if the chance arises, I'll put in a good word for you. Thank you so much. Lu smiled with apparent gratitude. Did you miss dinner? Let me warm some sweet potatoes for you. No need. Li Ban raised a hand. Zhou gave me food afterward. Strangely, though I felt terrible earlier, vomiting helped. A twitch betrayed Lu's panic. Oh, really? The jailer's provisions must be miraculous. Now uncertain whether Li Ban knew about the poisoning, or if Zhou did, Lu noticed his changed attire for the first time. No longer slave garb, but proper robes with a brown vest. Clothes meant for humans. She retreated involuntarily. I should go. Rest well. Watching Lu's near-fleeing figure, Li Ban felt satisfaction. After so long in the witch world, he'd finally countered someone. But he knew this minor victory solved nothing. The real solution lay with the problem's source. Back in the storage room, Li Ban's eyes landed on the iron hook hanging on the wall. Testing its weight in hand, he sprinted again to the dungeon's second level. The Catwoman watched the blur of movement, muttering, "What's that boy doing instead of training?" At the third level entrance, the food bucket remained where he'd left it. The gruel preparers would be deeper underground, unlikely to check frequently, probably not until evening. Li Ban dipped the hook's blunt tip into the bucket's residue. Poisonous to him, best avoided entirely. But for Lu, after 30 minutes of soaking, he withdrew the hook. Potent enough, but will it transfer properly? Carrying the damp hook tool, he walked back slowly this time. Passing the Catwoman's cell, she called out, "What are you up to?" Without stopping, Li Ban answered, "Self-defense." Next morning, Li Ban intended to consult the Catwoman about absorbing spiritual essence, but Lu appeared early at the White Path, mopping. Normally coming after lunch, her premature arrival was conspicuous. With Lu present, conversing with the Catwoman became impossible. The feline prisoner resumed her initial aloofness toward Lu, who mopped cautiously, fearing sudden attack. Li Ban planned to check the second-level prisoners first, expecting Lu to leave by his return. But she intercepted him. "Ban, I have something to tell you." Her tone dripped with false affection, leaving Li Ban unmoved. Even without knowing her poisoning attempt, her obvious youth deterred him. Still, he played dumb. "What is it?" Leaning on her mop handle, Lu blushed suspiciously. "Not here. Come with me." She walked ahead confidently, certain he'd follow. As Li Ban stepped forward, burning scrutiny prickled his back, the Catwoman glaring. When he glanced back, she drew a finger across her throat. Li Ban glared back, briefly lifting his vest to flash the concealed hook. The Catwoman's round eyes instantly curved with amusement. Hurrying after Lu before she turned, Li Ban followed her past the White Path's end, turning right into the Black Path. He hesitated, then proceeded. They advanced until distant from illumination stones, nearly engulfed in darkness. To Li Ban's enhanced vision, Lu's movements remained clear. "Ban, congratulations on becoming a menial worker. Your life will be completely different now." Li Ban bluntly asked, "Is that all you wanted to say?" "Aye. If another menial position opens, could you recommend me? I told you I have no influence." But Lu's voice wavered with fake sobs. "Help me, and I'll give you anything." Rustling clothes echoed in the stinking darkness. After a pause, Li Ban pretended to undo his vest sash. Amid the fabric sounds, a slender tail snaked from behind Lu, striking toward his groin. Seeing clearly, Li Ban sidestepped and swung the hook, deflecting the attack. He'd palmed the hook during his vest act. Lu froze, shocked her hidden tail had been anticipated. Abandoning pretense, she drew a kitchen knife from her clothes and lunged. Lu possessed surprising combat skills. Having only trained basic moves with the Catwoman, Li Ban now faced real blades for the first time. Despite preparation, his throat tightened at steel clashing against iron. Thankfully, his relentless training paid off. When Lu slashed horizontally, Li Ban dodged by leveraging his height, then hooked downward, raking her shoulder. Lu ducked too late, crying out as the strike connected. Seizing the advantage, Li Ban turned and fled. Lu was far more skilled in hand-to-hand combat than Li Ban. Currently, Li Ban had caught Lu off guard by relying on his superhuman vision and physical advantages. But his movements were becoming increasingly erratic, while Lu grew fiercer with each exchange. From the corner of his eye, Li Ban saw Lu's tail still raised high nearby, waiting for an opportunity. Even if he ultimately won, he'd likely be injured. Li Ban wasn't afraid of wounds, but he feared Lu's kitchen knife might be coated with rat poison. Therefore, he needed to buy time. He didn't run toward the death prison entrance. The entrance wasn't too far away, but reaching the illuminated area would negate his superhuman vision advantage. Instead, he ran toward the second level's entrance. When he reached the darkest spot between two illumination stones, he turned abruptly and attempted to ambush the pursuing Lu with his longer iron hook. But this time Lu was alert, always dodging in advance by listening to the hooks whistling through air. What Lu didn't know was that Li Ban hadn't stopped solely to ambush her. He was observing the wound on Lu's shoulder. By Li Ban's second glance back, Lu's shoulder wound had turned blackish. Confirming the poisoning, Li Ban abandoned ambush tactics and sprinted full speed toward the second level. Desperate to kill Li Ban, Lu paid no attention to her minor shoulder wound. She had planned to kill Li Ban suddenly before he could learn cultivation techniques after becoming a menial worker. If Li Ban died, wouldn't that open up a menial worker position? If someone as stupid and lazy as Li Ban could become a menial worker, why couldn't she? She was clearly superior to Li Ban in every aspect and worked more diligently. Moreover, she had reasons to abandon all conscience and climb upward by any means necessary. And Li Ban, who inexplicably occupied the last menial worker slot, was the obstacle in her path. Someone who absolutely must die. Thinking this, Lu gritted her teeth furiously and forcefully yanked out her tail, connected to the coccyx. Then she twisted her body, mustering all strength to hurl both the bloody tail and kitchen knife from her other hand simultaneously. The spinning kitchen knife whistled through air. The tail stretched taut like a sharp sword, also flying swiftly toward Li Ban's back. The flesh and blood weapon moved through air without a sound. Li Ban, nearly reaching the lid area, suddenly noticed Lu's chasing footsteps had stopped, then heard whistling from one side. He dodged sideways, unaware a strange tail was silently approaching his back. At the last moment, a flexible tree branch suddenly appeared, coiling around a rat tail about to pierce Li Ban. Under the illumination stone's light, Li Ban saw a tree person emerging from the stairs and the top branch beside his face. Looking back, he realized the branch's tip held the mimic rat's tail. Had tree person not appeared, that tail might have impaled him. This Lu was more formidable than he'd imagined. How many hidden cards did she still hold? Li Ban quickly positioned himself beside tree person, breathing heavily. The brief ambush and dark corridor fight, though lasting mere minutes, had nearly exhausted him. "What are you two doing?" Tree person asked casually, as if watching entertainment. "Jailer, sir." Before Li Ban could speak, Lu had already thrown herself at Tree Person A's feet. Under the illumination stone's glow, her disheveled, bloodied appearance painted her as the clear victim. "Jailer, sir, Ban tried forcing himself on me. When I refused, he tried killing me. I had to fight back." Tree Person glanced down at the tearful Lu and said flatly, "Do you not realize Ban is now a menial worker with identity? Whatever he orders, you obey." Lu stiffened. She knew it. People with identity differed from slaves. Li Ban was also surprised. When Tree Person first asked his name, he'd said Li Ban, but was told slaves didn't deserve surnames, so was registered as just Ban. Others also called him that. Yet now, with identity, even his surname had returned. He's suspicious. Seeing Tree Person indifferent to her plight, Lu immediately changed tactics. He interacted with the former jailer. His identity must be fraudulent. "Sir, I witnessed it." This caught Tree Person A's attention. He looked at Li Ban. "Officer Zhou happens to be looking for you. Both of you come with me." Lu's heart leapt with joy. They might not care about her, but if Li Ban was from another faction, the death prison would certainly investigate. With some strategic embellishments, she could surely arouse Officer Zhou's suspicions. Lu scrambled up eagerly, already imagining accusing Li Ban before Officer Zhou. But standing made her dizzy. Her shoulder wound barely hurt now, but her entire arm felt numb. Too tense to tend her wound, she merely adjusted her collar and walked briskly ahead of Li Ban. Li Ban observed their hurried pace, leaving him no chance to speak. After brief consideration, he followed calmly, unlike his nervous first meeting with the jailer. With Tree Person A leading, neither could ambush the other. Soon they reached the second level's interrogation room. By the time first-time visitor Lu arrived, she was nearly collapsing. Assuming it was just nerves and headache, she ignored other possibilities. Jailer Zhou Gu awaited Li Ban. Seeing Lu enter first with Tree Person A, he raised an eyebrow. Officer Zhou, I've brought Li Ban. This slave, named Lu, claims to have discovered irregularities about his identity and wishes to report. Tree Person A recounted events. Zhou Gu listened, then turned to Li Ban, who bowed calmly. Greetings, sir. Not Officer Zhou or Sir Zhou. Last time, Zhou Gu had told him to follow. Now Li Ban tacitly acknowledged being Zhou Gu's subordinate. All belonged to death prison, but wherever people gathered, factions formed. Li Ban had accepted Zhou Gu's olive branch and chosen his faction. Alignment had pros and cons, but currently, with low status and ability, the benefits outweighed risks. Hearing Li Ban's address, satisfaction briefly flickered across Zhou Gu's stern face. Then he regarded pitiful-looking Lu. You claim Li Ban's identity is problematic. Explain. Lu dropped to her knees with a thud. Sir, she clearly mimicked Li Ban's address. Ban conspired with the former jailer. I hid in the water room and saw everything clearly. He's likely the former jailer's subordinate. She then recounted Li Ban's first day at death prison. Mostly factual, but Lu liberally sprinkled descriptors. Respectful, grief-stricken, calm, making Li Ban's actions seem highly suspicious. Li Ban remained silent, but looked urgently at Zhou Gu. He needed to appear eager to defend himself, yet obediently awaiting permission. The perfect, loyal subordinate. But Zhou Gu ignored him, instead helping kneeling Lu up. His hand grasped her wrist. Lu rose obediently, deer-like eyes glistening at Zhou Gu. You fused with a mimic rat tail, without identity. Fortunate and brave enough. Ruthless toward others, stopping at nothing. That suits my taste. Lu's lashes fluttered, joy flashing in her eyes. Li Ban lowered his head, as if devastated, though actually calm. However, already dying. Useless people have no use. With one-handed toss, Zhou Gu flung Lu like a rag doll out the interrogation room door. She hit the opposite wall and slid down, vomiting black blood before even standing. Am I dying? Lu stared at the black blood she had coughed up, having completely forgotten about framing Li Ban, currying favor with Zhou Gu, or fighting for that menial worker status. She finally became aware of the abnormality in her body, but it was already too late. Lu shook her head, genuine tears falling into the pool of blood. I haven't gotten my revenge yet. I haven't rescued my mother. She vomited another mouthful of blood with a wah sound. This time, the black blood actually contained unidentifiable chunks of flesh. Her arms supporting her body suddenly weakened, and she collapsed fully into the blood pool. Dead with unclosed eyes, Li Ban turned to look at Lu's lifeless eyes, feeling icy cold inside. He stiffly turned his head back. Just a virtual world. He comforted himself this way. I'm still not ruthless enough. Just a virtual world. While Li Ban still needed to regulate his emotions, the jailers and prison guards remained as indifferent as if an ant had died. Whatever grievances Lu had, whatever hatred, whatever unwillingness, they couldn't care less. The corpse is yours. As for this elementalized tale, Tree Person A's eyes gleamed as he looked at the tail Lu had desperately pulled off before dying. A slave's corpse was something he got to eat once every month or two. But this was an elementalized tail, and of a rather unpopular inferior element at that. Officer Zhou definitely wouldn't want it. So, if he didn't, could Tree Person A eat it? Tree Person A was practically drooling. But Zhou Gu threw the tail Tree Person A had handed over to Li Ban instead. Li Ban caught the tail and looked at Zhou Gu in confusion. Since you killed Lu, this tail belongs to you now. You can either fuse it to become your own element later or sell it for money. But I warn you, this is an inferior element. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to fuse with it. Such a useful tail element with rat poison was actually an inferior element? Li Ban's thoughts were diverted as he looked down at the tail in his hand. Then what great element were his eyes? Just as Li Ban was about to ask, Zhou Gu continued. Did you deliberately create an opportunity for her to kill you? She clearly saw you obtain the eyes, yet still ambushed you in secret. Stupid. But you, someone with an identity, actually got forced by a slave into taking such risks to lure the snake out of its hole and kill in self-defense. Not exactly smart either. Li Ban lowered his head, putting on an obedient expression. Now he understood that his actions today had indeed been too risky. He had intentionally let Lu think Zhou Gu had cured his poison. Afraid Li Ban would cultivate in the future and become stronger than her, Lu had urgently tried to eliminate him. But Li Ban truly wasn't strong enough yet. Lu's skills exceeded his expectations. If Li Ban hadn't run fast enough during the chase, it might have ended in mutual destruction. Zhou Gu's attitude was clear. Dead subordinates were useless. If Li Ban had really been killed by Lu today, as long as Lu proved useful to Zhou Gu, he might have taken her in without considering punishing her to avenge Li Ban. After all, Li Ban currently possessed no irreplaceable value to Zhou Gu. Li Ban clenched the mimic rat tail in his hand. For now, he must make himself useful to Zhou Gu. Only then could he survive better in death prison. Perhaps someday he could trigger some special condition to make that stupid mission assistance system remember its mission content. I don't know why she was so determined to kill me. I'm not her enemy. After being lectured by Zhou Gu, Li Ban finally spoke up, putting on an aggrieved and helpless act. Li Ban now felt he was even more manipulative than Lu had been. Both Tree Person A and Zhou Gu laughed. Of course it was for the identity token. Zhou Gu leaned back against the table. There are only 4 menial worker identity tokens in death prison. You took the last one. If you don't die, she can't get one. When climbing upwards, if you succeed, no one cares what methods you used. If you fail, no one cares about your grievances or unwillingness either. Zhou Gu took out a folded paper from his robe and tossed it to Li Ban. Now that you're a menial worker, you can go out alone. Bring these items back for me from the black and white markets. Just put on my account. Li Ban unfolded the paper and saw several types of liquor listed, some requiring 1 jug, others 2. There was no way he could carry all that alone. Tree Person then said, "There's only 1 slave left in the tree hole now, which isn't enough. Perfect timing. While you're out, buy 3 more. I'll have Old Horse wait for you outside the tree hole. Just go straight there." Li Ban carefully put away the paper, bowed to each of them respectively, then quickly left. After Li Ban departed, Zhou Gu raised his chin at Tree Person. Follow Li Ban. Observe his every move. Tree Person A had originally thought Zhou Gu didn't suspect Li Ban, but it turned out he wanted him followed after all. But if Zhou Gu suspected Li Ban, why not just kill him directly? However, since Zhou Gu outranked Tree Person A by 1 level, he wouldn't argue over such a small matter and immediately agreed. Zhou Gu warned, there's something suspicious about Li Ban. He had contact with Chun Dong, though he claims Chun Dong just wanted release and asked him to fetch the fire source. There's something odd about it. Then why not just kill him? Tree Person A ventured. Zhou Gu shook his head, giving Tree Person A sidelong glance. Plenty of people in death prison have secrets. He's got some luck. As long as he's not a mole, he still has use. Tree Person A shrank back under Zhou Gu's icy gaze, his earlier thoughts retreating. Yes, but what if he shows other suspicious behavior? Zhou Gu stroked his chin. If he really is problematic, you can have his limbs as reward. Just bring the rest back to me alive. Tree Person A's eyes suddenly brightened. But he didn't dare show his excitement before Zhou Gu quickly saying, "Understood, Officer Zhou." After leaving the interrogation room, Tree Person hurried toward Death Prison's third level. Though there was no wind in the passageway, the branches on Tree Person A's body swayed lightly, as if trembling with excitement. Meeting Tree Person B on the third level, Tree Person B asked curiously, "Why are you so excited?" Tree Person hurriedly composed himself. "Nothing. Officer Zhou assigned me a task. I need to get going." Tree Person B stopped Tree Person. "You've been getting rather close to Officer Zhou lately." He lowered his voice. "Don't forget we became jailers because of Officer Zhang." Tree Person A said impatiently, "I know that better than you. But when a jailer assigns tasks, can I refuse?" "Don't worry, I'll report to Officer Zhang." Only then did Tree Person B nod and release Tree Person A. Watching Tree Person A's quickly departing back, he still felt puzzled. Why is that piece of wood so happy? Tree Person A first went to the stables at Death Prison's other exit to release Old Horse and hitch the carriage. "Go wait for Li Ban at Peach Blossom Tree Hole." Watching the carriage depart, a shrewd light flashed in Tree Person A's eyes. "I thought I'd never get to eat a menial worker, but Officer Zhou is willing to reward me with the limbs. Limbs capable of cultivating spiritual essence." Tree Person A's gaze gradually turned sinister. Li Ban better be problematic. Completely unaware, Li Ban straightened his clothes before leaving the second level. Passing the Catwoman's cell, he took the cleaning tools Lu had left behind. Lu would never return, so he needed to return the items to the water room for the next cleaning slave to use. Congratulations on eliminating a nuisance. The Catwoman didn't need to open her eyes to know it was Li Ban passing by. Seeing Li Ban return alive didn't surprise her in the slightest. Without turning around, Li Ban gave a bitter laugh. "Almost crashed and burned too. But the troubles I have, this was just the least significant one removed." This was Li Ban's first time driving the carriage by himself. Although the old horse knew the way, he still felt somewhat nervous. Last time on the road, they had been chased by the ring-tailed panther. If not for Tree Person A being with them, a few slaves alone would never have escaped back to Death Prison. Though Li Ban had brought the poisoned iron hook again this time, he still lacked confidence. Being able to go out alone as a menial worker was a good thing. But the lack of safety when going out was also a problem. The top priority was still to improve his strength as soon as possible. Besides absorbing spiritual essence, he needed to see if he could fuse with new elements. Now that he had reached first-tier identity, according to what the Catwoman said, first tier could fuse with one element, so he should be able to fuse a second one. This second element had better have attack or defense capabilities, not just auxiliary functions. No matter how strong his fists and feet were, they were no match for elemental powers. It was like comparing martial arts to firearms. Only, Li Ban didn't know how to obtain other elements now. The mimic rat's tail he had most contact with was an inferior element. Since each person had limited slots for fusing elements, Li Ban wanted to fuse a better one. After finishing the mission Zhou Gu assigned, he would definitely find someone to ask about elements properly. Along the way, Li Ban didn't dare close his eyes to cultivate like Tree Person A did, instead carefully observing his surroundings. Perhaps because Tree Person A had reported the panther incident to Qinchang County last time, no powerful beasts appeared on the official road this time. Li Ban smoothly arrived at the county gate. Originally, he was hesitating. Since Tree Person A hadn't come this time, should he queue at the small gate or ask the guard soldiers to open the main gate for him? But the old horse was already familiarly heading toward the main gate. The soldiers looked somewhat puzzled when they saw Li Ban, but after confirming it was the old horse pulling the carriage, they still opened the gate for him. "Even a horse has more face than me," Li Ban muttered, but still nodded in thanks to the soldier who opened the gate for him. Arriving smoothly at the black market white market, he bought all the wine Zhou Gu needed through 2 wineries. These merchants also recognized Death Prison's old horse. When trading with Li Ban, their words were full of flattery, and they inquired about Li Ban's identity. Upon learning Li Ban was a newly promoted menial worker, They not only showed no contempt, but actively befriended him, inviting Li Ban in for drinks. But Li Ban didn't waste time. He had other things to do and politely declined all invitations. After buying the wine, further ahead was the black market's slave grounds. Coming to the slave grounds, Li Ban originally wanted to find his acquaintance Uncle Ma, but asking the worker at the entrance revealed that Uncle Ma wasn't at the slave grounds. He had gone corpse-carrying again. This Uncle Ma seemed to have an endless supply of corpses to carry. Just where did this world get so many corpses? The witch world definitely wasn't a place where monsters would respawn shortly after being cleared from an area. If Li Ban hadn't entered this world from another world with a mission assistance system and met a few colleagues, he really couldn't imagine this being a virtual world. With Uncle Ma absent, Li Ban randomly found a slave trader to purchase slaves. The new slave trader was called Li Laoba, his face perpetually smiling, appearing very amiable. Hearing Li Ban came from death prison and wanted to buy 3 slaves, he immediately invited Li Ban to sit inside the large tent, serving tea and snacks. Having been tense the whole journey, Li Ban was truly thirsty. Picking up the perfectly warm teacup for a sip, he immediately let out a long exhale. He never used to think tea tasted that good, but tasting it today, the rich aroma filled his mouth, making it seem much more fragrant than any soda or milk tea. While waiting for the slaves to be brought over, Li Ban ate a few more bites of snacks. Though they were just home-style dishes, they clearly used more than just salt as seasoning. Li Ban almost teared up from the taste. Only, mindful of being surrounded by strangers, he forced himself to stop after a few bites. Then a row of slaves was brought in. Following Li Ban's requirements, Li Laoba had selected healthy, capable workers. They were both men and women, aged 15 to 35. Seeing Li Ban momentarily unsure who to pick, Li Laoba approached again with a smile, actively recommending 4 people. Brotherly, these 4 are all excellent workers. This girl can cook and is quick with her hands. These 3 men are all strong and honest. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Li Laoba was selling her to death prison, the girl's legs gave out and she plopped onto the ground. Her face turned deathly pale. Clearly she'd heard of death prison's reputation, her lips trembling, yet not daring to voice any refusal. The 3 men reacted better, but their shaking hands and feet were still visible. Death prison truly wasn't a good place for ordinary slaves. Having stayed in death prison for over half a month, Li Ban was the only one left of the original 3 slaves. And now, as the one selecting slaves, he couldn't afford to be soft-hearted. Li Ban took a liking to the girl with weak legs. Her obvious resistance to going to death prison proved she wouldn't have complex backgrounds or skills like Lu had. To Li Ban, this made her an easier slave to control. Just as Li Ban was about to speak, a woman in her 30s at the end of the line suddenly knelt down. "Sir, I'm willing to go. I can cook, clean, and farm. I only beg you to take my child too. I'll work hard without complaint." Li Ban looked over. "How old is your child?" The woman hesitated. "My child is 3 years old." Li Ban immediately dismissed the idea. A 3-year-old couldn't work and would just become food for the tree-person jailers in death prison. Li Ban could harden his heart to force an unwilling girl to death prison, but he truly couldn't send a 3-year-old straight into tree-person A's mouth. He found himself contradictory. On one hand, insisting this was just a virtual world where killing and wrongdoing didn't matter. On the other hand, he often couldn't harden his heart in certain situations, treating this as a real world. Perhaps because this world felt too real. With an internal sigh, Li Ban withdrew his gaze and pointed to the collapsed girl, then excluded the strongest-looking man among the 3 male slaves. After Lu's assassination attempt, Li Ban understood that even as an identified menial worker, if your strength was insufficient, you could still become a target for other slaves. So Li Ban preferred choosing 2 who looked weaker. At least in a fight, he felt more confident of winning. After selecting the slaves, Li Ban didn't linger, taking the 3 back to the carriage. Among them, the woman was called Min, the lighter-skinned man Shi, and the darker one Wei. "Sit properly. Li Ban said coldly. He didn't plan to be kind to these slaves either. Death prison didn't need gentle superiors. Keeping distance from subordinates would make them fear him. Just then, someone else led some slaves out from the slave grounds. Having apparently witnessed Li Ban's selection process, he shook his head and muttered, "That woman and child will probably be sent to Eternal Tower tonight." Hearing this, Li Ban turned to ask, "Uncle, what is Eternal Tower?" Startled that Li Ban had heard, the man gave an awkward smile without answering, quickly walking away. Frowning, Li Ban decided to ask the Catwoman about it later. With 3 slaves and several jars of wine loaded, the carriage departed. However, Li Ban had the old horse first make a detour to the beast-fighting arena. After Li Ban left, Li Laoba yanked up the still-kneeling woman. "Enough unsellable goods after 3 months get sent to Eternal Tower. Otherwise, I won't recoup 3 months of feeding costs." Hearing this, the woman stiffened and fainted straight away. At that moment, a peculiar figure entered the slave grounds and approached Li Laoba. Seeing the newcomer, Li Laoba looked puzzled but still respectfully went over. "Master A, what brings you here? I just saw Brother Li off." "I know," Tree Person A said with hand behind his back. "Tell me everything he did here today." Li Laoba's expression changed, looking somewhat at a loss. Tree Person A naturally couldn't let outsiders know there might be a mole in their death prison. "Just supervising a newcomer's first assignment," he said with a dry laugh. Li Laoba nodded repeatedly and stopped questioning further, recounting Li Ban's recent performance in detail. Tree Person A listened with growing disappointment. Li Ban had only selected slaves that Li Laoba himself had pre-chosen, not picking any who had stepped forward midway. As for why Li Ban didn't choose the strongest slave, Tree Person A understood immediately. Li Ban must still be traumatized by Lu's assassination attempt. Could someone like this really be a mole? "By the way, Master," Li Laoba added, "after Young Li left here, he seemed to head north." "North?" Tree Person A narrowed his eyes. "The beast-fighting arena is to the north. That was where his disposed fellow villager was kept." Tree Person A immediately left Li Laoba and rushed toward the arena. Unaware he was being followed, Li Ban hurried toward the beast-fighting arena to check on Zay's condition. After Tree Person A's sudden suspicion about him being a mole, Li Ban suspected something must have happened with Zay. Logically, he should avoid Zay to prevent further suspicion. But conversely, if Li Ban had nothing to hide, yet suddenly distanced himself from the fellow villager who had helped him, that would appear even more suspicious. So Li Ban decided to check on Zay discreetly, leaving no traces and exchanging no information beyond which world matters. With a cheerful expression, he urged Old Horse to speed toward the arena. The arena guard had been replaced by a young man Li Ban hadn't seen during his previous visit with Tree Person A. "Hello, I'd like to see my fellow villager Zay. Could you help relay the message?" Li Ban didn't realize how shocked the young guard was to see him arrive by carriage, wearing clothes clearly marking him as no longer a slave. This guard was none other than Kong, who had recently obtained first-tier outer guard status by reporting Zay, removing an obstacle to his promotion. To maximize his credit, he'd also reported Li Ban for associating with Zay. Kong didn't care about Li Ban's innocence. The man was simply unlucky to have been close to Zay. But Kong never expected that after his report, Li Ban not only remained unharmed, but seemed to have been promoted to first-tier status. This man wasn't simple. Kong grew anxious. Did Li Ban know about the report? If so, would he seek revenge? Everyone said death prison was terrifying, yet they'd released a suspected slave so easily. What a joke. Despite his inner turmoil, Kong showed nothing as he told Li Ban, "Zay isn't here." Li Ban sighed. "All right, I'll come back another time." Kong asked, "Any message for Zay? I can pass it along." Li Ban chuckled amiably. "Nothing important. Just wanted to tell him I've been promoted to menial worker." Kong was even more surprised. Had Li Ban come just to boast? Did death prison completely disregard Manager Li's warning? "Since Zay's unavailable and I have urgent business, I'll take my leave. Please let Zay know I'll visit again when free." Li Ban patted Old Horse. Back to death prison. As they turned around, Li Ban maintained his relaxed smile, though his eyes grew solemn. His sharp right eye had caught Kong's initial reaction. The guard's pupils had dilated in clear surprise upon seeing him. They'd never met, yet Kong seemed shocked by his very presence, as if he shouldn't be there at all. Shortly after Li Ban left, Tree Person A reappeared, watching Li Ban disappear around the street corner with a flash of excitement. He approached Kong. "What did you discuss?" Recognizing Tree Person A, Kong initially considered lying but froze under the cold stare. "He wanted to see one of our slaves. I said the man wasn't here." "Oh, any message?" "Just that he wanted to tell his villager he'd become a menial worker." Tree Person A looked disappointed. "Nothing else?" "Nothing, but he seemed strange." "How so?" Seeing Kong hesitate, Tree Person A knew the guard was making assumptions. "Useless." Kong stiffened. Though Tree Person A wasn't his superior, his higher status as death prison staff left Kong swallowing his resentment silently. Following Li Ban's trail, Tree Person A found him already returning to death prison. The entire tale had yielded nothing useful. During the return trip, Tree Person A grew convinced Zhou Gu had manipulated him, first granting Li Ban status before raising suspicions, forcing Tree Person A to investigate properly rather than arbitrarily punishing a slave. He needed concrete evidence. That bastard Zhou Gu. Tree Person A realized Zhou Gu's scheme. Short-staffed, yet wary of recruits, he'd tricked Tree Person A into doing his dirty work. "If Li Ban turns out clean, I've wasted my time." Staring at carriage tracks on the road, Tree Person A's eyes narrowed. "No, I'm determined to have these hands and feet." Unaware that Zhou Gu's maneuvering had reversed Tree Person A's improved attitude, Li Ban sat pondering the day's events when he heard someone approaching from the carriage. Turning coldly, he saw the lighter-skinned slave Chi sitting behind him with an ingratiating smile. "What do you want?" "Sir." "Don't call me sir." Yes, yes, Brother Li. I overheard you asking about Eternal Tower. I know about that place." Despite being a decade older, Chi unashamedly addressed Li Ban as brother, clearly trying to cozy up. Li Ban grew wary. "How would you know?" "Before becoming a slave, I came from an official's family. After certain mistakes, my whole clan was enslaved. So I know more than most. You've adapted well to your new status." Chi's smile turned bitter. "You jest, Brother Li. I'm just a slave now. No status to speak of. Death prison is harsh. I just want to survive." After a pause, Li Ban nodded. "Go on." Eternal Tower was originally called Tower of Myriad Bones. Bones as in skeletons. They changed one character to sound more elegant. As the original name suggests, it's full of corpses. Slaves who can't be sold are eventually disposed of there cheaply to save food. Those sent either become corpses or corpse bearers, though corpse bearers have first-tier status. That woman and child you didn't choose? They'd definitely become corpses. Seeing Li Ban frown, Chi quickly added, "But that's their fate. Nothing to do with you, Brother Li." On the way back, Chi kept carefully currying favor with Li Ban. The other two slaves wore numb expressions. They had accepted their fate of becoming slaves in death prison, but couldn't face it as positively as Chi. Chi's flattery was clearly aimed at gaining Li Ban's protection. What he didn't know was that Li Ban had only been a menial worker for one day, having absorbed very little spiritual essence, making him equally weak. But Li Ban wouldn't tell him that. Returning to the death prison Tree Hollow, Li Ban had Old Horse return the goods while he led the 3 slaves inside. This time Chi went first, with the other 2 imitating his movements to jump in. Li Ban brought up the rear, preventing any suicidal escape attempts. Back at the pit bottom, Tree Person B appeared delighted to see the 3 new slaves. However, he seemed in a hurry, apparently busy with other matters. "You'll be responsible for assigning their work," he said. Li Ban acknowledged this and summoned Ku, who was still working in the vegetable plot. Ku had already noticed Lu was missing. He hadn't even gotten breakfast. But being honest to a fault, he didn't dare speak up. Seeing Li Ban bring 3 new slaves, he vaguely understood Lu must be dead. Li Ban explained the slaves' responsibilities to the newcomers. Chi, who had been ingratiating himself throughout the journey, stepped forward first. "Brotherly, let me handle meal deliveries." The other two slaves voiced no objections, or perhaps didn't dare speak up. Seeing this, Li Ban assigned their tasks. Men could cook, so naturally took that role. With 4 slaves now, the remaining one, Wei, would handle waste removal and cleaning. Li Ban instructed Ku to focus more on vegetable cultivation, expanding the plot if possible. This was just Li Ban's preliminary plan. If the jailers didn't object, he even wanted to raise chickens and ducks. Life without meat was truly unbearable. Though Chi would now deliver meals to first-level prisoners, since Li Ban lived in the storeroom, Chi had to squeeze into the thatched shed with the other slaves. Thus began another peaceful stretch for Li Ban. Beyond his daily duties, he mainly supervised the 4 slaves. Indeed, Tree Person A and B shamelessly dumped their original responsibilities on Li Ban. They only checked in every few days, needing just enough information to report if questioned. Li Ban paid special attention to Chi, not because of his constant flattery, but because meal delivery was the most dangerous task. Yet Li Ban discovered Chi was far more astute than himself. At least Chi knew to first knock out the mimic rats through their cage bars before transferring them. He even used the iron hook, washed, to prod their rear ends, confirming genuine unconsciousness before opening the wooden cage. After observing Chi twice, Li Ban stopped accompanying him. Now Li Ban no longer found Death Prison's second level as revolting as before. He'd grown accustomed to the stench and flesh-crawling insects. He didn't understand how these prisoners survived, nor why Death Prison kept them. He just wanted to work diligently and clear his name completely. Unbeknownst to him, someone had already decided to pin the blame on him, regardless of his guilt. One day, while delivering meals to second-level prisoners, Li Ban noticed something amiss with one inmate. Others would twitch slightly when he rapped the iron bars, but Cell 5's occupant lay motionless. The prisoner lay face down in a distant corner, half his bare torso ulcerated, the remainder an unnatural bluish-black. From a safe distance, Li Ban carefully examined him with his right eye. No chest movement, no pulse in the emaciated neck. He must be dead. Li Ban hastily set down the food bucket and ran for the Tree Person jailers. Tree Person A answered again. Officer A, the prisoner in cell 5 on the second level, appears dead. Oh, I'll check. Tree Person A immediately accompanied Li Ban to inspect the prisoner. Approaching the bars, he first lifted the motionless figure with his long, branch-like limbs, waiting briefly before stabbing another branch into the prisoner's wounds. He even twisted it around inside. Li Ban now watched this calmly. A fortnight prior, another prisoner, either unconscious or fainting, had similarly appeared dead. Li Ban had reported it. Tree Person A had conducted the same test. That prisoner had twitched under torture, proving alive before being dumped back for feeding. But this time, Cell 5's occupant remained unresponsive throughout. Tree Person then opened the small door, signaling Li Ban to retrieve the body. Get a body bag to wrap it. We'll take it to Officer Zhou for examination. Another examination? Were they that terrified of prisoners escaping death, prison alive? Li Ban fetched a black body bag from the interrogation room, carefully bundling the corpse inside. He glanced around, scooping up spilled bits with a small shovel before sealing the bag. Hoisting it over his shoulder proved effortless now. Since absorbing spiritual essence, his physical strength had noticeably improved. Catwoman explained that while spiritual essence concentrated in elements, it also nourished the body during absorption. Thus, more cultivation meant greater physical enhancement, another identity advantage. Li Ban's basic martial skills had sharpened enough to barely qualify as proper techniques now. Carrying the body bag through second-level corridors, he felt occasional gazes tracking it from cells. For these prisoners, death might be liberation. Whatever achievements or strength they'd possessed before identity removal, now they were just rotting meat. After 4 months, Li Ban finally reached the 3rd level. Death Prison's 3rd level differed completely from the first 2. It resembled a living corridor. No dark passages, no overwhelming stench, no ubiquitous bloodstains. Level 3 had smooth, stone-tiled floors and whitewashed walls. Most astonishingly, oil lamps provided lighting. Liban had assumed open flames were forbidden throughout Death Prison. Apparently, only the first 2 levels avoided fire sources, disregarding the tree people's preferences. His guide, Tree Person, suddenly halted, turning as if remembering something. I just recalled urgent business. Deliver the body to Officer Joe yourself. His room's the 3rd one. Without waiting for response, Tree Person hurried off. Liban watched his retreating back, puzzled. Was he avoiding Officer Joe's room because of the wall lamps, or something else? Alone with the body bag, Liban reached Officer Joe's door. Surprisingly, it stood ajar. Beyond an antique landscape screen, Liban glimpsed shelves holding numerous bottles and jars. "Officer Joe," he called softly. No response. "Who are you?" Startled, Liban turned to see a stranger emerging from the 4th room. The handsome man's gaze treated Liban like air. "Sir," Liban struggled to bow while shouldering the bag. Whoever this was outranked him. "Officer A instructed me to deliver a dead 2nd-level prisoner to Officer Joe for examination." The man's lips curled disdainfully. "Jogu examines corpses? Does he check if they're dead?" The person before him seemed to have strong opinions about jailer Jogu. He said Jogu wasn't just checking if corpses were dead. What exactly was he doing with them? Liban knew he was merely a menial worker and couldn't afford to get involved in conflicts between higher-ups. So he lowered his head and explained, "Sir, I only became a menial worker 3 months ago. I don't know much about Officer Joe's affairs." Judging by the man's tone and the room he came from, Liban assumed this refined-looking man was also a jailer. But the man simply turned and left, as if beyond that single complaint about Jogu, he had no interest in speaking further with Liban. Liban was glad to see him go quickly, avoiding any additional awkward remarks. He watched the man walk deeper into the 3rd level, toward what turned out to be an upward passage at the far end. Liban had always suspected Death Prison had another exit. Now it seemed that exit was on the 3rd level. After the man left, silence reclaimed the 3rd level. Liban glanced around, but saw no one else, and Jogu's room remained completely still. The officer must not be home. An empty corridor, empty rooms. The whole world seemed reduced to just Liban and the body bag on his back. The specially made body bag blocked most of the smell, but not the tactile sensation. Liban suddenly feared the bag might twitch on his back. When training his superhuman vision in the right eye, he'd once seen a crouching figure in the storeroom. The figure vanished when the lights came on and never reappeared, so Liban had gradually forgotten about it. Now alone with a corpse in the corridor, the memory resurfaced, sending an uneasy chill through him. Yet Liban resisted moving. He stood motionless in the silent hallway, head bowed, bearing the body bag alone. No one ahead, no one behind. Only his own breathing filled his ears. Liban remained like this for nearly an hour in his first visit to Death Prison's 3rd level, until finally footsteps shattered the stillness. His mind numb from standing so long, Liban quickly looked up to see Jogu entering from the opposite end of the 3rd level. "Officer Joe." Jogu glanced over, slight surprise in his eyes. "A prisoner died." Liban nodded. "Jailer, they told me to bring the body to you." "Come in." Jogu entered through the completely unlocked door. Only then did Liban stretch his stiff limbs and follow. Carefully skirting around a screen, he finally saw the full room. To the left stood 2 antique display shelves, elegant in appearance, but packed with wine jars bearing different red labels. Liban spotted several jars he'd previously purchased among them. The well-sealed bottles released little fragrance into the room. Aside from these wine-filled shelves, only a redwood desk stood out, its corners carved with intricate patterns. The desk held exquisite writing implements, clearly expensive. Yet everything lay in disorder. Uneven stacks of paper, ink-stained wads rolled in corners, splattered ink nearby. Such fine furnishings utterly wasted. Another wooden screen blocked the inner chamber's entrance. Liban allowed himself only a brief, curious glance. careful not to study the writing on the papers. His exceptional eyesight was something Zhou Gu already knew about. Place the body here. Zhou Gu pointed to an empty space behind the entry screen. Yes, sir. Li Ban finally set down the body bag he'd carried for hours. In future, if I'm not here when you deliver a body, leave it by the outer screen. No need to wait outside. Instead of examining the corpse immediately, Zhou Gu beckoned Li Ban closer. Let me check your spiritual essence cultivation progress. Li Ban approached. Zhou Gu took his wrist, not to check his pulse, but to press a thumb against the inner midline of Li Ban's forearm. After 2 breaths of examination, he released Li Ban, looking surprised. You've reached 30% progress. Li Ban could vaguely sense his own cultivation level. 33.33%. Zhou Gu's estimate was slightly low, but close enough. Sir, am I progressing well? More than well. Zhou Gu studied Li Ban with complex expression. Your talent for absorbing spiritual essence is remarkable. But reaching 30%, this quickly also speaks to your diligence. Good. My granting you this identity wasn't wasted. At this, Li Ban broke into an unreserved, radiant smile. Since becoming a second-level menial worker, his daily tasks had multiplied. But whenever possible, he'd lie on his crate bed absorbing spiritual essence. During absorption, watching the starry river flow, his mind would relax as all pressures faded. Seeing his right eye's elements gradually increase, his body visibly strengthen, his elemental abilities improve, Li Ban felt immense satisfaction. Now he finally understood why tree-person jailers were rarely seen. Unless absolutely necessary, who'd waste time on menial tasks? How's your eyesight now? Can you see extremely minute details? Extremely minute? Did Zhou Gu take him on just to use him as a microscope? Li Ban's current superhuman vision couldn't perceive cellular levels, but surface textures and fine dust particles were no problem. What does Sir wish me to see? After brief consideration, Zhou Gu retrieved 2 adjacent wine jars from the display shelves. Uncorking them released a potent aroma. Look closely. Do you see differences between the flesh worms at the bottom? Li Ban peered down, his heart skipping. Each jar contained 1 plump, white flesh worm, each the size of a grown man's fist. The worms lay motionless at the bottom. Were it not for occasional twitches, Li Ban might have thought them ingredients for wine. He examined both carefully, but found no major differences. Yet Zhou Gu wouldn't ask without reason. There had to be distinctions. This was clearly a test of Li Ban's abilities. Though his superhuman vision would keep improving, he didn't want to disappoint Zhou Gu on their first assessment. The officer's attitude could determine Li Ban's future in death prison. Squinting hard, Li Ban strained his right eye's capabilities to their limit. Finally, he spotted the difference. Both worms bore extremely fine hairs, less than 0.1 millimeters long, one whitish, one yellowish. Rubbing his sore right eye, Li Ban stood and reported his findings. Zhou Gu clearly knew the worms' differences already. He produced 2 different jars for Li Ban to examine. This time, no matter how hard Li Ban tried, he couldn't spot any disparity. Even suspecting it involved the worm's hairs, he saw no variation. Li Ban honestly admitted failure. Zhou Gu's stern expression remained unchanged. Keep cultivating diligently. When you can distinguish these worms' differences, you may assist me regularly. He patted Li Ban's shoulder. I reward those who serve me well. When Li Ban left in high spirits, Tree Person entered from another 3rd-level passage, approaching Zhou Gu's door. Officer Zhou, enter. Tree Person circled the screen, noting the untouched body bag before whispering, Sir, that boy carried the body, but didn't enter. Zhou Gu nodded. Whether anyone had entered his rooms, he knew perfectly well. An open door could also be a trap, but I saw him observing secretly for ages, eyes darting about. Hardly the honest type. Might he have guessed something and deliberately stayed out? Zhou Gu's cold gaze lifted. Guess what? Tree Person faltered. Actually, making Li Ban wait outside the empty room had been his own idea. Having transported bodies for Zhou Gu before, he knew where they belonged. He deliberately withheld this from Li Ban, testing the boy's honesty. Unfortunately, no true misstep had been revealed. Yet Tree Person A couldn't let Zhou Gu grow confident in Li Ban now. For 3 months, he'd lacked opportunities. This rare chance to sow doubt couldn't be wasted, so he exaggerated Li Ban's behavior. Tree Person A didn't expect this alone to brand Li Ban a mole. But with today's incident, more tactics could follow, and seeds of suspicion could now be planted. However, Zhou Gu's reaction defied Tree Person A's expectations. Previously, the jailer had merely considered using Li Ban while remaining wary enough to order private investigations. Now, why this sudden regard for Li Ban? Baffled, Tree Person A departed. Only after he left did Zhou Gu close the door and examine the delivered corpse. Opening the mouth, then extracting the stomach, studying the 2 lumps of rotten flesh in hand, he hurled them violently to the floor in frustration. Another failure. After leaving the 3rd floor, Li Ban first went to the 2nd floor to distribute the remaining gruel-like substance and confirm no one else had died before collecting the food bucket and returning to the 1st floor. Outwardly calm, his mind was in turmoil. After 3 months, Tree Person A and Zhou Gu had begun testing him again. At first, Li Ban hadn't realized, but while carrying a corpse through the empty corridor, all the pieces suddenly connected in his mind. That hour of contemplation revealed much. Tree Person A had previously forbidden him from entering the 3rd floor, yet now sent him there alone, to an unlocked room precisely when Zhou Gu was absent. Had Li Ban been more curious or attempted to verify if someone was inside by entering Zhou Gu's room, would they have suspected him? Moreover, that passing jailer had coincidentally mentioned Zhou Gu having secrets. Taken together, it resembled those undercover investigation methods from films Li Ban had seen. Was such elaborate testing excessive? Or did death prison staff spare no effort in rooting out infiltrators? Fortunately, Li Ban had remained vigilant these 3 months, suppressing curiosity, strictly following rules, focusing entirely on cultivation. Clearly, relaxation remained premature. As he walked past the Catwoman, she stood facing the wall, head tilted upward. "What are you doing?" Li Ban asked casually. "It's snowing." Her desolate silhouette matched her chilly tone. "I'm listening to snow falling on the ground." "Here we go again." Your head is nearly 3 meters from the ground. The Catwoman turned, expression serene. "The snow falls upon my heart. Want some eggs?" "Yes, yes, yes." Her eyes instantly brightened, all pretense of melancholy abandoned as she rushed to the bars, blinking eagerly. "She said you're raising chickens and ducks. Can I have one?" Li Ban ignored her pushing boundaries. How's Chi performing? Since overseeing the 2nd floor, he'd seen less of the Catwoman. Having mastered basic combat skills, he no longer needed daily instruction, just diligent practice. Now he only visited occasionally for cultivation advice, bringing protein supplements. Same as always. "What do you really want to ask?" She knew his patterns well. Who exactly gets imprisoned in death prison? Or rather, why are you all here? The Catwoman lost interest. What an unpleasant question. Offending powerful people, backing the wrong faction, becoming useless, yet still retaining some capability, all might land you here. Is death prison's purpose just perpetual confinement? Jailers still send you to the beast-fighting arena for profit. Why keep rather than kill useful prisoners? Who knows? She waved irritably. How many here remain truly useful? Li Ban stopped prodding her wounds. The Catwoman was the most mentally stable prisoner on the 1st floor. Perhaps because she could still earn money for Tree Person A. The other 2 prisoners had issues, but compared to the 2nd floor's rotting meat, they lived comfortably. Keeping 1st floor prisoners might serve purposes. But why maintain clearly incapacitated 2nd floor inmates? Moreover, deceased prisoners underwent inspection before being sent to Zhou Gu. Did the corpses hold significance? Could his mission relate to these bodies? Explaining Tree Person A and Zhou Gu's coordinated testing? Noticing Li Ban's preoccupation, the Catwoman teased, "Become a jailer yourself, then you'll know why death prison keeps us." "Stop daydreaming for me." Internally, he agreed. Only by rising to jailer, even officer status, could he access more information. Perhaps then he'd inadvertently complete phase objectives and temporarily log out. He resolved to maintain his current approach. Steady cultivation, climbing the hierarchy. 3 months as a menial worker had earned him 1,500 coppers, 1.5 taels. Some merchants gave him tips when purchasing for Zhou Gu and the tree-person jailers. Li Ban didn't pretend righteousness, accepting reasonable gratuities. Though raising poultry and feeding cats, uncompensated by death prison, consumed some savings. He retained slightly over 1 tael, planning to sell the mimic rat's tail for an ordinary grade element fusion. He consulted both the tree-person jailer and Catwoman. Elements ranked in 4 tiers. Inferior, ordinary, good, superior. His current identity only accessed inferior and ordinary grades. Inferior elements often carried severe side effects, like this mimic rat tail. Its fusion caused chronic poisoning. Without antidotes or counteracting elements within years, the body would deteriorate into uselessness. This likely explained Lu's murderous desperation after fusing a mimic rat tail. She needed rapid advancement. Every promotion required vicious competition. Li Ban naturally avoided such risky elements. His sensitive situation and severe death penalties demanded cautious progress. He must advance steadily without reckless gambles. Thus, a suitable element was essential. The day after corpse delivery, tree-person A reappeared, sending Li Ban to purchase provisions and specific liquors for Zhou Gu. Officer Zhou says you may stay overnight this time. If high-proof liquor appears in black or white markets, acquire 1 jar under 50 taels. Charge it to his account. 50 taels. Li Ban's eyes widened. Over 8 years' wages. For alcohol? What experiments was Zhou Gu conducting? Scientific research truly burned money. Noticing Li Ban's provincial shock, tree-person A chuckled and left. Unbothered, Li Ban preferred not being overestimated. He informed men not to save meals for him tonight or tomorrow morning, then departed the tree hollow with his money pouch and tail-containing cloth bag. After waiting, Old Horse arrived, pulling the empty carriage again. The Catwoman was right. Snow had fallen yesterday. All day, leaving thick accumulation. The once clear forest path had vanished, though Old Horse proceeded unerringly through the drifts. Bundled in heavy winter wear, Li Ban sat inside the carriage, low walls barely blocking northern winds. Witch-world winters were terrifyingly cold. Only his spiritual essence cultivation prevented freezing. Upon reaching the main road, another carriage appeared distantly. Its driver wore minimal clothing, just a rain hat against the wind. The breeze revealed his muscular physique, clearly formidable. Li Ban's right eye briefly scanned before focusing on the cargo bed. Longer than his own and roofless, it carried towering stacks of straw mats bound with hemp rope. Frosted yellow mats bore snow accumulations. As the carriages neared, Li Ban finally looked away. Those straw rolls contained corpses. 2 horse-drawn carriages passed each other on the snow-covered official road. The driver on the opposite side turned his head toward Li Ban and nodded in greeting, acknowledging him. His attitude was casual and natural, as if the carriage wasn't carrying corpses but winter cabbages. In this world, it seemed there was never a shortage of dead people. Where did those people even come from? Did they fall from the sky? Or were they grown from the earth? The cold was bone-chilling, and the whole world had turned desolate. After that, Li Ban didn't encounter anyone else, not even outside the city gates of Qingchang County, which was eerily quiet. He traveled all the way to the black market white market, bought some supplies from several familiar taverns and grain shops, and by then it was already afternoon. Snow-covered roads were difficult to travel, so even the Old Horse wouldn't speed up. He found an outside the black market white market and booked an upstairs room, making sure to take good care of the horse and goods. The innkeeper and waiter politely took Li Ban's things and assured him that he could rest easy. The goods would definitely not be bumped or damaged. Afterwards, Li Ban, carrying his menial worker identity token, continued to roam around the black market white market. He came here partly to find good wine for the jailer Zhou and partly to look for suitable elements for himself. After roughly wandering through the streets of the black market white market, Li Ban didn't find any high-concentration wine, nor did he see anyone selling elements. Logically, Qingxing County was the only large county nearby, and this county only had one big market, the black market white market. There shouldn't be no sellers of elements. Could it be because of the bad weather? Li Ban circled around twice, feeling that he simply hadn't found the right channel. He thought for a moment and decided to walk all the way to the slave grounds. That day, there weren't many buyers for slaves. When Li Ban entered the slave grounds, he immediately saw Uncle Ma yawning. The grass stem in his mouth was about to fall, trembling unsteadily. Uncle Ma, Li Ban strode over. Uncle Ma saw Li Ban and immediately smiled, waving cheerfully at him. Here to buy slave again? By the way, since you became a menial worker, the death rate of slaves in death prison has clearly slowed down. Don't your jailer lord mind? Li Ban smiled, but didn't answer his question. Not here to buy slaves. I want to ask Uncle Ma, the black market white market has such a famous name, but why are there so few things being sold? Uncle Ma took out the grass stem and stared at Li Ban. What do you want to buy? A pot of high-concentration good wine. And is there anyone here buying or selling elements? Li Ban knew Uncle Ma was a first-tier corpse bearer. Asking him about elements should yield some clues. Forget about good wine. Before you came to ask me, you must have already checked the wineries in the county. That stuff is rare and hard to find. Even if it exists, you might not be able to snatch it away from others. I'm buying it for jailer Zhou. I know. You don't smell like you've been drinking, so there's no way you're buying for yourself. Just have the winery boss keep an eye out and save you a barrel of good wine. If they can't, then forget it. Jailers were third-tier identities, high-ups in death prison, but not big shots in the witch world overall. Li Ban nodded, silently reflecting on Uncle Ma's comment about the absence of wine smell on him. What about elements? Uncle Ma sized Li Ban up again, but didn't ask further. To buy elements near Qingxing County, you need to go to the Eternal Tower. The rest are private small businesses. No one dares to compete with the Eternal Tower's big business. Li Ban perked up and quickly asked, Uncle Ma, aren't you the corpse bearer of the Eternal Tower? Can I buy from you? Uncle Ma shook his head repeatedly. I'm only a first-tier corpse bearer. I don't pick up corpses or refine them, let alone deal with buying and selling elements. That's the responsibility of fourth-tier layer lords. If you want to trade elements at the Eternal Tower, you have to head to the mass grave area. That's where I pick up your corpse. There's an Eternal Trading Association there. Just look for the sign with white bones on a black background. Uncle Ma spoke very clearly, but Li Ban wasn't able to go that far now. He sighed inwardly, realizing he probably wouldn't accomplish either of his goals today. Thanks, Uncle Ma. One more thing. How much does it usually cost to buy a common grade element? Common grade elements aren't expensive, mostly starting at 20 taels of silver. If it's especially powerful or easy to fuse, it could be more expensive. Hundreds of taels is possible. Li Ban furrowed his brows and asked again, what about inferior grade elements? That's harder to say. Some inferior elements are completely useless. No one even buys them. Most sell for between 1 and 10 taels. Inferior elements usually have significant defects. Only those with certain advantages might find buyers. That explained things quite clearly to Li Ban. He thanked Uncle Ma again. Uncle Ma chuckled. Don't just thank me. Remember to buy slaves for me next time. I go pick up corpses every 5 days and am around the rest of the time. If I'm not here, ask for Little Dizzy. He spit out the grass stem and pointed vaguely at the busy ponytail kid behind him. Just don't ask old Li Laoba. His slaves have complicated backgrounds, and who knows what's going on. Li Ban agreed repeatedly. Definitely, definitely. I won't let you take care of my business for nothing. But inwardly he thought, the slave you sell, Lu, also has a complicated background. Since Uncle Ma saw Li Ban go out with the tree-person jailers last time, he had been trying to build relations. Last time, Uncle Ma wasn't around, and Li Ban bought 3 slaves from old Li Laoba. When Uncle Ma returned and found out, he was furious. Although he didn't care much about the loss of 3 slaves, He was afraid of losing the death-prison connection entirely. This was a long-term arrangement. Not many bought each time, but every 2 or 3 months someone would come. If old Li Laoba completely took over, he'd be furious. So this time Li Ban came, Uncle Ma said everything he could. In the end, fearing Li Ban, the simpleton, wouldn't understand, he bluntly stated his purpose. Li Ban learned the way to buy elements from Uncle Ma and prepared to return to the inn to continue cultivating. But as soon as he left the slave grounds, a bearded big man hurried over to him. "Hey there, young brother. Are you looking to buy elements?" Li Ban glanced at him, unfamiliar, and immediately became cautious. The bearded man smiled, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Don't be nervous, young brother. I happen to have a few elements. I overheard you talking about it vaguely at the slave grounds entrance, so I wanted to ask you." Li Ban kept a safe distance. "You sell elements? Aren't you afraid the Eternal Tower will come after you?" "Small-time sales of a few elements? The big shots at the Eternal Tower don't care." This matched what Uncle Ma had said. "What elements do you have? If you're interested, I'll invite you for some tea. It's freezing out here. We can talk while drinking." The bearded man pointed to a tea house nearby where business was being conducted. Li Ban knew the tea house owner, and Death Prison also bought tea there. Li Ban felt a bit more at ease and went in first, picking a seat by the street. Seeing this, the bearded man, Haidakue, knew Li Ban hadn't fully let down his guard and smiled, following to sit down. "Don't worry, young brother. I, Haidakue, often hang around here and would never scam you. Besides," he grinned broadly, "I don't want to provoke Death Prison either." If he was mixing in the black market, white market, it was indeed likely he knew Li Ban. Li Ban asked directly, "What elements do you have?" Haidakue didn't bother with pleasantries anymore. "I currently have 4 elements, 3 inferior grade elements with minor side effects, and 1 common grade element. Can you introduce them all?" Haidakue briefly explained a few. Li Ban originally didn't want inferior elements, and hearing these had no attack or defense properties, he skipped them. Only when he heard the last element did he feel a spark of excitement. "My only common grade element is called Iron Fish Scale. It has extraordinary defensive power. Fused into a vital part of the body, weapons find it hard to cause injury." Although offensive elements looked cooler in fights, Li Ban was trapped in a virtual world where death meant solitary confinement. He'd rather have an element with strong defense. This one's not bad, but Li Ban knew his funds were limited, and good common grade elements were even more expensive. As a buyer, he had to find faults to negotiate better. "However, what do you mean by fusing to vital points? This Iron Fish Scale isn't too small, is it?" Haidakue chuckled honestly. "You should know Iron Fish Scale is a defensive element among common grade ones. If it were larger, it'd definitely be classified as fine grade, costing at least several hundred taels." Li Ban tapped the table with his finger. "Exactly how big is it? What level of attack can it withstand?" Young master also cultivates. How much it can withstand depends on your spiritual essence cultivation. But I can tell you, even without cultivation, it's comparable to steel plate, as thick as a finger." "How big exactly?" Seeing he couldn't evade the question, Haidakue reached into his robe and pulled out an object. Li Ban looked down and smiled bitterly. No wonder he'd been avoiding the question. The Iron Fish Scale was just a palm-sized, semi-transparent gray scale. If there were 8 or 10 pieces, they might make a tactical vest worthwhile. But this small? Where could it possibly protect? The human body was so fragile, full of vital points. Where would this scale even go? Can this Iron Fish Scale be moved? No. Seeing Li Ban's disappointment, Haidakue wasn't surprised. He'd had this scale for over half a year without selling it precisely because it was too small. Still, he tried. "Young master, true, but once fused, the scale takes on your skin's color and texture. Completely undetectable. Perfect against sneak attacks. In these hard times, one must keep tricks up their sleeve." Li Ban felt tempted. Inferior elements range from 1 to 10 taels, while common grade 1 started at 20. This Iron Fish Scale was probably among the poorer common grade elements. With some effort and bargaining, he might afford it now. Other common grade elements would require 18 months of savings. But who knew where he'd be in death prison after 18 months? Just then, the tea house waiter brought tea and peanuts. The clink of porcelain decidedly banned. Now, just to negotiate. How much for this iron fish scale? Before Haidakaway could answer, Liban added, "Don't say 20 taels minimum. Give me a real price or I walk." Haidakaway drained his cup. 15 taels. Young master, this is my most sincere offer. 10. Liban slashed a third off. Haidakaway's face twitched. Young master, while this element's ordinary, it's certainly worth more than an inferior one. Liban produced a cloth bag and placed it on the table, adding today's exchange tael. Not just an inferior element, but a tael too. 11 total. Haidakaway froze. Was this how bargaining worked? Inferior elements range from 1 to 10 taels, but only the valuable ones reach 10. Considering Liban was from death prison, he reluctantly opened the bag instead of refusing outright. Seeing its contents, he paused. A mimic rat's tail? Haidakaway looked at Liban. Can you decide this trade? Liban noticed the tail seemed special compared to other inferior elements. I can. Fine. Haidakaway slapped his thigh. Truth be told, fusing a mimic rat's tail harms the body, but its attached toxins have uses. Consider this friendship. He pushed the iron fish scale toward Liban. Picking it up, Liban heard his mission assistance system after so long. Detected element, iron fish scale. Fuse. Not yet. Responding mentally, Liban pocketed the scale securely. Opposite, Haidakaway hurriedly stowed the tail-containing bag, not forgetting the tail either. Liban, currently a menial worker in death prison. Liban formally introduced himself. Recognizing this as response to his friendship remark, Haidakaway laughed heartily. Good. You know my name. Unlike your official position, I'm just a common escort guard. If you ever need deliveries, finance you an escort west side. Liban had no such needs yet, but nodded. Both satisfied with their trades, they left the black market white market. Though seemingly limited, Liban had decided upon hearing the scale could hide when fused. He wasn't a frontline fighter. He needed protection against sneak attacks. While head and torso defenses could be enhanced otherwise, the throat remained vulnerable. Even full armor left necks soft for mobility. So Liban resolved to secretly fuse the scale to his throat. Palm-sized, it could cover trachea and arteries. Back at the inn, Liban began cultivating without delay. Next morning, still sunny, Liban first visited regular taverns, commissioning high-proof alcohol, then took the carriage back to death prison. With snow barely melted, the road stayed rough. Viewing the bleak landscape, Liban idly took out the iron fish scale. The Catwoman said each identity advancement allows one element fusion. Now that I've advanced a menial worker, I should fuse a second. Since this scale was for covert use, best fuse it before returning. Holding it against his throat, he willed, "Fuse element iron fish scale." Fusing element iron fish scale. Fusion successful. The gray scale vanished from Liban's hands. His neck still felt soft to touch, but he knew this fragile organ now had finger-thick steel protection. Successfully fusing his second element lifted Liban's mood. Returning to death prison, he reported back to the tree-person jailers. Passing the first floor, he tossed meat to the Catwoman. Seeing the meat, but Liban not stopping, she clung to the bars, always enthusiastic when receiving food. No problems? Come let sister check your cultivation. Having just fused his second element, Liban avoided exposure, staying distant while hinting, less meat from now on. Saving money. For what? Raising something. The Catwoman drooled. Raising? Now that I'm a menial worker, preparing new elements. Her smile vanished instantly. Why rush? Even if bought now, you must wait for next advancement to fuse. Better spend on strengthening your monkey-like frame. Liban immediately turned back, frowning. Next advancement? You said each advancement allows new fusion. I've advanced once already. Scratching her straw-like hair, the Catwoman said. Ah, did I? Might have omitted. Even if you fused one element without identity, Advancing once doesn't permit a second. Only its second advancement. Attempting further fusion either fails outright or succeeds, but kills you. She stared seriously at Li Ban. Guaranteed death. Li Ban was shocked, utterly and completely shocked. He had already completed the fusion of his second elemental power on his way back. Li Ban slowly approached and locked eyes with the Catwoman. Will I definitely die? I successfully fused elements even without an identity before. Isn't there some probability the second element could work? The Catwoman said gravely, I know you're desperate to grow stronger in this environment, but you're far from the only one who wants power. Others in this world have tried fusing elements beyond their tier for various reasons, and without exception, they all ended up dead. This is an ironclad rule all spirit practitioners must follow. Don't gamble with your life. Suddenly, the Catwoman reached out and patted Li Ban's shoulder. Only then did Li Ban realize he had unconsciously moved within her reach. He stumbled backward awkwardly, still pondering her words. He had clearly completed the fusion during his journey. Instant success, no failure, no death. And his mission assistance system hadn't warned of any fatal consequences. Could this be a privilege for lab-implanted individuals? Or his unique golden finger? Noticing Li Ban's strange expression, the Catwoman tilted her head. What's wrong? Don't tell me you've already bought the element. Li Ban didn't answer directly, pressing his lips together before saying, I understand now. I must have misunderstood earlier. Thanks for the warning. I need to report back first. With that, he hurried away. The Catwoman watched Li Ban's retreating figure and sighed helplessly. Good thing I asked, or I'd have no one to buy meat for me later. Li Ban arrived at the stairwell between the first and second floors, knocking on the tree-person jailer's hidden door. Tree-person A answered. Officer A, I brought back all the purchases. Tree-person A nodded and started closing the door. Li Ban quickly added, Officer, I sold the mimic rat's tail to exchange for a new element. Any precautions I should take when fusing it? Tree-person A paused mid-motion. What's there to prepare for? You either succeed or fail. Anyway, Officer Zhou is waiting for your report. Hurry along. With that, Tree-person swiftly shut the door as if occupied with important matters. Notably, he never mentioned the fatal risks of overfusing elements. Li Ban stared at the closed door before turning expressionlessly toward the stairs. Was Tree-person A omitting the warning because he wanted Li Ban dead? This jailer had initially softened toward Li Ban after his promotion to menial worker. He'd even offered guidance on cultivation questions. But soon after, he became distant again. While not as disdainful as during Li Ban's slave days, all previous friendliness had vanished. Plus yesterday's deliberate testing on the third floor. Li Ban thought of the deceased Lu. Lu had tried killing him, believing he blocked her promotion. But what was Tree-person A's motive? Regardless, Li Ban knew he couldn't keep waiting for enemies to strike first. After reporting the liquor purchase to Officer Zhou, who now permitted Li Ban to visit the third floor for updates, Zhou showed no disappointment about the missing strong alcohol. Hearing Li Ban had asked the winery to watch for stock, he nodded approvingly. Leaving Zhou's room, Li Ban doubled back stealthily, holding his breath at the stairwell. Soon he heard the Tree-person jailer's door open again, followed by descending footsteps. The sounds faded beyond earshot. Was Tree-person going to meet Officer Zhou? Approaching the Catwoman again, Li Ban found her meat already gone, now leaning gracefully against the wall. Confirmed your suspicions? She asked without opening her eyes at his footsteps. How big is the power gap between first-tier and second-tier identities? The Catwoman opened her eyes and turned with a half-smile. Trying to ask if a menial worker can defeat a jailer? Not waiting for denial, she continued, Can't speak for others. It depends on training duration, elemental mastery, weapons, and combat skills. But if that menial worker is you definitely lose. That absolute. Li Ban thought his dual elements at least matched second-tier practitioners numerically. Those Tree-person jailers have held second-tier for years. Especially Tree-person A and B. They've maxed out at least one element's spiritual essence. A second tier's full essence differs entirely from first tier. And you? Your only element is I-based. Has its essence even reached halfway? Seeing Li Ban's pensive look, the Catwoman's seriousness vanished, replaced by mischievous glee as she winked. Made another enemy among the jailers? When Li Ban stayed silent, she chuckled. Don't be shy. Relationships here are complicated. Everyone cultivates desperately to max their essence. But even those who succeed still scheme, all for that single identity spot that might open who knows when. Just remember, in this world, everyone only cares for themselves. Alliances are temporary. Enmity is the ultimate relationship. Don't waste time wondering why they're hostile. Just kill anyone you dislike. She slashed the air with a whoosh, generating a sharp gust. Li Ban finally spoke. You want to kill Tree Person too, don't you? The Catwoman glanced sideways, then raised an eyebrow. Trying to borrow my claws? Li Ban's facial muscles tensed. We've cooperated well, temporarily, haven't we? They keep sending you to the beast-fighting arena. You barely win each time, claiming no injuries, yet barely move for 3 days afterward. Her pupils narrowed to slits. You observant little menial worker. She sauntered to the bars, her ankle chain scraping harshly against stone. Little fool, she said with a grotesque smile. When you discover weaknesses, keep them to yourself. Speaking them invites silencing. Li Ban, already in the safe zone, pressed his back against the wall. Thanks for the advice. Her eerie smile vanished with an eye roll. Must you be so cautious? I've actually gotten careless. The Oldham would never have needed such constant vigilance. These are lessons paid for in blood. Returning to her spot, she added, I can't take tree people now. Find another ally. Her phrasing implied pre-imprisonment capability. How powerful were you before? Li Ban recalled their last interrupted conversation. Not telling, she sniffed. Amused, Li Ban produced a small oil paper packet from his robe and tossed it over. Pork head meat, left over from last night. Mine. Instantaneously, she transformed, eagerly shredding the wrapper. The 13th cell filled with braised aroma. Don't mind at all. You're the best. Ask me anything anytime. She began gnawing ungracefully. After a quiet moment. Thanks for the warning earlier. Li Ban, Officer Zhou wants to see you. At dusk, Tree Person came looking for Li Ban again. Li Ban was currently cultivating. Because cultivation required emptying one's mind, he couldn't absorb spiritual essence while thinking. Tree Person had no reservations about entering the warehouse where Li Ban lived, simply pushing the door open directly. Li Ban stood up and nodded in response. All right, I'll go right away. He had already met Zhou Gu when returning today. Why would the officer want to see him again? Had Tree Person said something? As Li Ban squeezed past Tree Person he heard the Tree Person speak as if casually. Officer Zhou seems very interested in studying corpses. I wonder why. Do corpses have other uses? After speaking, Tree Person shook his head, appearing genuinely puzzled. Li Ban gave a dry laugh but didn't respond. Still, he memorized Tree Person A's words. Was this implying Zhou Gu was researching corpses? Another test? How many times would they keep doing this? Li Ban decided that after going over, he would stay far away from anything related to corpses. After Li Ban entered the 3rd level, Tree Person went to have Chi deliver food to the Catwoman before leaving. Chi skillfully prepared the mimic rat and pushed the iron cage cart towards cell number 13. The Catwoman heard the cart's wheels, but maintained her meditative posture with closed eyes. Only when the iron cage cart stopped at the small door did she slightly open her eyes. Calculating the days, it hadn't even been half a month since she last ate a mimic rat. Her heart sank, though her expression remained unchanged. Only when she opened the small door did she stand up and grab the mimic rat. Having already eaten 2 meals of meat today, she wasn't very hungry and ate unhurriedly. Unexpectedly, Chi approached the bars and took out an egg from his robe, extending it toward her. Miss Cat, have an egg. She had lighter skin and looked somewhat handsome when smiling. The Catwoman snapped the mimic rat's neck and swiftly snatched the egg from Chi's palm. Fisk, she made a pain sound. The Catwoman's nails left a 1-inch-long cut on his hand. He showed no anger or fear, just kept smiling at her with a "what can I do with you" fondness in his eyes. The Catwoman focused on eating while thinking. Humph, stealing credit. This egg came from Li Ban's chickens anyway. She waited until she finished eating and said many things, as if wanting to be friends. But while the Catwoman appeared indifferent, internally she was extremely annoyed. Since being assigned meal delivery, this person always carefully ingratiated himself, yet never stated what he wanted. In her experience, this meant he expected greater repayment, possibly even her life. In that case, she'd eat the offerings but ignore the person. Chi's smile became stiff, but the Catwoman didn't glance at him again. Still composed, he said, "Before my family declined, I heard prisoners in death prison lose a layer of skin every few months. But you've been here for years, Senior Cat, still elegant as ever, truly worthy of being a gold-rank assassin from the Assassin Hall, a 5th-rank spirit practitioner." The Catwoman showed no reaction. Many knew her identity anyway. Eating was more important. "Sir, you wanted to see me?" When Li Ban reached the 3rd level, Zhou Gu's door remained wide open. Not entering rashly, he announced his presence from outside. "Come in." Upon entering, Li Ban saw complete disarray. Zhou Gu sat behind a long table, looking even more severe than usual. "Clean up this mess, then you can leave. If you want support, you'll need to find someone else." The Catwoman's voice echoed in his mind. Among those who could suppress Tree Person A, Li Ban only knew Zhou Gu. That jailer who lived next to Zhou Gu last time might also work, but he completely ignored Li Ban's existence. Currently, Li Ban had nothing to offer him either. Yet compared to himself, Zhou Gu had known Tree Person a much longer. But Li Ban had his own advantages. Last time, just for neglecting slave conditions, Zhou Gu chopped off Tree Person A's arm. It grew back within a month, proving Tree Person A wasn't Zhou Gu's trusted subordinate. Why would a veteran jailer like Zhou Gu extend an olive branch to a new menial worker like Li Ban? Could it be Zhou Gu lacked capable people? Li Ban efficiently cleaned while thinking hard. Most of the mess was shattered wine jars. Handling the fragments carefully, Li Ban had an epiphany. This wine didn't seem meant for drinking. "Sir, don't be angry. Next time, I'll definitely help you obtain good wine." Zhou Gu remained stern, eyes lowered in thought. "Sir, do you prefer high-proof alcohol, or are you using it to preserve insects?" Only then did Zhou Gu look up. "Why ask? Can you make liquor?" Li Ban chuckled awkwardly. "I don't know complicated methods, but I've heard of a way to increase alcohol concentration. If you want fine wine, I can't help. But if you just need stronger alcohol, I could try." Li Ban wanted to avoid corpses. Too many dangerous secrets there. But alcohol seemed safer. He knew both Zhou Gu and Tree Person likely suspected him as a mole, so he should lay low. But between the two, Zhou Gu wanted to use him, while Tree Person wished him dead. Excessive caution might reduce suspicion, but also make him useless. As the Catwoman said, useless people ended up in death prison. In this witch world, lazy fish truly got served for dinner. Zhou Gu studied Li Ban, then gestured. "Continue." Li Ban explained distillation. Seeing Zhou Gu use wine to preserve insects while worrying about mold suggested an anti-decay purpose. His recent search for high-proof liquor indicated regular wine lacked sufficient strength. Perhaps some here knew distillation, but information was closely guarded. Since Zhou Gu paid heavily for good wine, he probably didn't know this method. "We call this method steaming wine." Li Ban fabricated the name and vaguely described filtration, heating, separation, and collection steps. His vagueness came from imperfect memory. His system provided no additional guidance. Fortunately, Zhou Gu truly didn't know distillation. As Li Ban spoke, his expression showed growing interest. Heating then condensing should still produce wine. Why would the proof increase? Wine is mostly water with some pure alcohol. When heated, the first vapors are mostly alcohol. But maintaining precise heat is hard. Water vapor will mix in. Multiple distillations can achieve your desired strength. Zhou stood and pointed at Li Ban. You'll handle this. Get whatever materials you need put on my account. Li Ban hesitated anxiously. Sir, I'm just a menial worker with vague knowledge. I can't guarantee success immediately. Zhou paused, looked at the broken jars, then waved. Do it. I'll give you 50 taels. Whatever remains after success is yours. He added sternly, tell no one. If a third person learns, I'll pickle you in alcohol. Li Ban wore a bitter expression, pretending to regret his suggestion as he reluctantly agreed. Well, I'll do my best to try. After speaking, he continued gathering the items on the floor. When he finished, 5 10-tael silver notes appeared on the long table before him. Li Ban had never even touched solid silver before, yet here he was handling paper currency first. The notes weren't large, printed on creamy yellow paper with 10 taels clearly written. Smaller characters indicated the issuance date and banking house information. What surprised Li Ban most was the note's durability. The intricate, exquisite patterns and the prominent mark in the upper right corner that changed colors like modern banknotes from his previous life. These must be anti-counterfeiting measures. The witch world wasn't purely ancient after all, so such peculiar technologies weren't unexpected. Carefully storing the notes, Li Ban heard Zhou say, think about what materials you'll need. The day after tomorrow, I'll personally take you to procure them. So soon? Zhou must be truly desperate. Li Ban mentally asked his mission assistance system about distillation methods and precautions, but received no response. This useless system seemed completely empty except for witch world mission content. One embarrassment to the term system. For 2 days, Tree Person A remained inactive. Between routine tasks, Li Ban stayed indoors racking his brains about distillation equipment. When the day arrived, he brought his hastily written notes to Zhou. Zhou led him toward the 3rd-level exit. Approaching the doorway, 2 men appeared. The foremost broad-shouldered and handsome, the follower slightly hunched and plain-looking. They pulled a cart bearing a black coffin that occasionally rattled, making the whole container shake. The rear man constantly pressed one hand against the lid as if preventing escape. Spotting newcomers, Li Ban retreated behind Zhou to avoid attention. Heading out, the leader asked, Officer Zhang. Even proud Zhou slightly bowed. I'm purchasing cultivation materials. The man frowned. Wait, where's Xiaoyu? Probably went to Eternal Tower again. Again? He grows increasingly irresponsible. Retrieve him immediately. We're transferring new prisoners today. Be back before nightfall. Lowering his voice, he added, Officer Du is coming tonight. Zhou expression turned grave. Understood. I'll return by sunset. Clearly this man outranked Zhou. Not the warden, that would be Officer Du, but likely the head jailer among their 4. Li Ban assumed the outing was canceled, but Zhou still waved him forward. Hurrying after, Li Ban briefly bowed, passing the 2 jailers. Zhou offered no introductions, so Li Ban remained silent. However, Zhou quietly explained afterward, those 2 jailers, the leader is Zhang Baishan, our head jailer. The other is Huojiang. Li Ban memorized this. 4 jailers total. The man he'd met alone must be Xiaoyu, the 4th. Zhang Baishan seemed upright, Zhou coldly stern. Xiaoyu appeared even prouder, while the barely mentioned Huojiang indeed lacked presence. Though compared to mere menial workers like himself, they were all imposing figures. The 3rd-level exit differed completely from the 1st-level tree hollow. Beyond lay a wide, smooth ramp with faint patterns illuminated by slightly finer oil lamps. At the outermost end stood black wooden gates bearing a stone plaque inscribed, U Province Death Prison, in majestic calligraphy. This was the true entrance. The peach blossom tree, hollow merely a back door. Outside sprawled a 2-courtyard complex. The inner yard contained residences and kitchens. The outer held training grounds and stables. Among the horses, Li Ban spotted the familiar gray old horse beside a tall brown stallion. Zhou led the brown horse to hitch to a carriage. Not the crude cart from before, but a proper vehicle with compartment, doors, windows, and what appeared to be shock absorbers. As Zhou Gu finished harnessing, an elderly man scurried from the gatehouse. "Sir, let me handle that." Zhou Gu treated Old Qin respectfully. "We're going to Eternal Tower." "Right away." Old Qin cheerfully acknowledged, then noticed Li Ban. "Ah, the new lad who never comes out." Following Zhou Gu's lead, Li Ban politely greeted, "Hello, Old Qin. I'm a newly promoted menial worker, Li Ban." Good, young Li." Smiling, Old Qin took the reins. "Officer Zhou, young Li, ready to depart?" Inside the carriage, Zhou Gu explained, Old Qin was once a jailer. Retired due to age. Though now identity-less, you must show respect. So even death prison allowed retirement? Li Ban quickly nodded. Understood. Pressing to return before dark, Zhou Gu urged Old Qin to drive faster, making the compartment sway. Unbothered, Zhou Gu closed his eyes to cultivate. Nervous facing Zhou Gu and heading toward the often-mentioned Eternal Tower, Li Ban couldn't concentrate enough to cultivate. After watching scenery briefly, he too rested his eyes. An unknown time later, the sound of rushing water startled Li Ban awake. Approaching a river, peering out, he saw a turbid yellow river flowing eastward, extremely wide, its misty surface dotted with small boats he assumed belonged to fishermen. As the carriage neared the river, Li Ban, having missed such views, leaned against the window, smiling peacefully. But that smile froze as they drew closer. Through the mist, his right eye finally discerned the river's contents. Countless corpses interlacing, floating, sinking, tumbling. Those fishing boats weren't catching fish, but retrieving bodies. Using single-handed bamboo poles, they poked and flipped nearby floaters. Finding suitable candidates, they'd lever corpses up with a practice flick, letting them slide down before hauling them aboard. Horrified, Li Ban shot up, thud, cracking his head on the roof and collapsing back down. The noise roused Zhou Gu, who glanced outside and immediately understood. Chuckling, he asked, "Why so shocked? Didn't you float there once yourself?" "I've never drifted in there, but this character has." Li Ban silently thought to himself, "My lord, I don't remember. I woke up in the corpse pit. But aren't all things in the river supposed to be corpses?" Zhou Gu gazed at the turbulent yellow river water, feeling emotional, and unexpectedly became talkative. "Occasionally there are living people too," he said, pointing to small boats on the river. "Those people are corpse fishermen and corpse bearers. Living people found by corpse bearers without identity or elemental affinity become their property. These people jointly operate a slave market in the black market white market. If they find corpses with elemental traces, they carry them back to Eternal Tower for processing." Hearing this, Li Ban's heart stirred. If he could find elemental corpses by the riverbank, could he obtain free elements? As a first-rank menial worker, he could already fuse with 2 elements. Could he potentially fuse with a 3rd or 4th? If true, his need for elements would far exceed other spirit practitioners. The better the element, the more expensive. Buying them outright was impossible. He needed alternative methods. Zhou Gu glanced at Li Ban and immediately understood what the intense river gazing meant. All corpses in the river of forgetfulness belong to Eternal Tower. Anyone caught secretly fishing for corpses becomes a slave. Moreover, Eternal Tower has unique methods for extracting fused elements from corpses. Others attempting this would likely only get rotten flesh and useless elements. Li Ban averted his gaze, but didn't truly abandon the idea. With his mission assistance system, maybe he could try. Previously, he hadn't extracted elements from corpses himself. They were already obtained and fully belonged to him when the system gave fusion prompts. Not feasible now, but worth long-term consideration. "My lord, why are there so many corpses in the river of forgetfulness? And though damaged, none show signs of rotting or swelling." Zhou Gu's reply surprised him. "I don't know. What? Perhaps higher identity individuals might know. I only know one saying passed down for centuries. The river of forgetfulness flows to the corpse pit. The river of no return flows to the unreturning place." So there was another river called the river of no return, equally famous as the river of forgetfulness. Li Ban wondered what this other river looked like. After forcing himself to look away, Li Ban's gaze kept drifting back. He repeatedly reminded himself, this was the witch world, a virtual reality. His true body remained in that sci-fi laboratory after transmigration. Yet among thousands of floating corpses, he didn't see a single repeated character model. Either the virtual world's processing core was immensely powerful, or Li Ban stopped that thought. He turned his back to the river, looking no more. Scared, Zhou misunderstood Li Ban's action. You'll get used to it. They didn't cross the river, but walked along it until reaching a bend where their destination appeared. Eternal Tower. Li Ban expected a corpse processing facility to be either ghostly or reeking of decay. Instead, he saw a magnificent ancient pagoda complex. The sprawling complex had mostly 3 to 4-story peripheral towers, with a central 7-story pagoda standing out, black tiles, red lacquer. This brickwood structure had a 3-meter-high base alone. Each of its towering levels exceeded 4 meters in height. As Li Ban admired it, the black roof tiles on the main pagoda's eaves suddenly shifted. His eyes widened slightly as a giant black-scaled tiger rose atop the tower. Then massive black leather wings unfolded, momentarily blocking the sun behind it. Sunlight filtering through gilded the beast's outline, radiant as a divine creature. The tiger seemed to merely stretch before folding its wings and settling back, blending into the black tiles until nearly indistinguishable. That's Eternal Tower Master's mount, the black-winged Xiongqi. Keep your distance. Li Ban thought. I wouldn't go near it even if you told me to. My lord, with Eternal Towers so impressive, what identity rank is its master? Zhou watched the Xiongqi cautiously. 6th rank. Li Ban was surprised. The master controlling all corpses in the river of forgetfulness, preventing others from claiming them, was only 6th rank. With 10 ranks being peak, 6th was upper mid at best. Didn't that seem low? You think it's low? Confusing, but surely there's reasoning beyond my understanding. Knowing your ignorance suffices. Even I don't understand, but this isn't Eternal Tower's deficiency. Zhou looked up at the increasingly towering pagoda, complex emotions flashing through his eyes. After a moment, perhaps feeling overly exposed, he changed tone. Regardless, don't overthink. Though death prison jailers are 4th rank, Officer Du's exceptional skills and powerful fused elements place him among you region's elite. Li Ban suspected Zhou was comforting himself. Regarding identity, elements, and strength, he'd heard similar from the Catwoman. One's power relates to spirit practitioner rank, fused elements, experience, and mentality. Lower ranks killing higher ones wasn't unheard of in life or death situations. But identity rank gaps do affect spiritual essence absorption capacity. Quantity can transform into quality. Normally, 1st rank can absorb 1 element. Suppose saturating it requires 100 spiritual essence. 2nd rank allows 2 elements, but rank advancement might require 200 essence per element. Besides reabsorbing 100 for original elements, new elements could take another 100. Pure essence quantity makes 2nd rank 4 times 1st rank. Reality differs. Elements have varying saturation points, never need hundreds. Actual power disparities have multiple possibilities. It also depends on combat effectiveness. More realistic this way. Yet regardless of talent, Li Ban doubted death prison officers could defeat Eternal Tower's master 2 ranks higher. Zhou likely agreed, hence his complicated gaze at the tower. The carriage finally stopped. Old Qin hadn't spoken the entire trip. Only now did he say, Officer Zhou, we've arrived. Zhou exited first, Li Ban following closely. Old Qin remained waiting roadside. They approached Eternal Tower's front pagoda, merely 2 stories with 3 normal stone steps. Give me your purchase list. Zhou took it and knocked. A black-clad youth emerged immediately. Recognizing Zhou, they exchanged small packages from their robes. Zhou's contained Li Ban's list. Please also call Jailer Zhaoyu. The youth replied calmly, understood. Wait momentarily. After the door closed, Zhou returned to Li Ban's side. What did you just see? Zhou suddenly asked. Li Ban thought to himself. You didn't even try to hide stuffing things into your sleeve earlier, so why the interrogative tone now? After rolling the word around his tongue twice, he carefully answered, You told the young man at the door to summon Jailer Zhao. Zhou Gu chuckled lightly. No need to be nervous. We all make some extra money on the side occasionally. Li Ban suspected Zhou Gu's side income might be related to the insects soaking his wine jar. But he pretended sudden understanding. Ah, so that's the alternative use then. The smile faded from Zhou Gu's face as he looked down sharply at Li Ban with keen perception. Who mentioned alternative uses? Li Ban shrunk his neck slightly, acting as if he'd misspoken. I just happened to hear Jailer say you like corpses, but didn't eat them. As a mere menial worker, what right did he have to discuss his superiors? Right? Zhou Gu's vanished smile reappeared, though his eyes remained cold. He observes quite carefully. An awkward silence fell, broken by the sound of a door opening. Li Ban looked up to see someone emerging from within the vermilion gates, the cold-faced man he'd met days earlier, Jailer Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu tossed a package to Zhou Gu, who caught it, producing clinking sounds from within. Your purchases. What did you need me for? Zhao Yu continued ignoring Li Ban, his attitude toward Zhou Gu rather cavalier. Chief Zhang wants us back before nightfall. Officer Du will be present this time. At this, Zhao Yu's careless expression faded considerably. Pressing his lips together with a frown, he bypassed Zhou Gu and immediately headed for the carriage. Li Ban was about to enter the carriage compartment when Zhao Yu suddenly glanced over from the opposite side. Pausing mid-motion, Li Ban changed direction, closing the carriage door before seating himself beside the driver. Old Qin, mind if I squeeze in here? Li Ban forced a smile. Old Qin's cheerful expression never wavered, as if he'd noticed nothing amiss. Only when the carriage started moving, its wheels and axles creaking softly, did Old Qin lower his voice. Young man, don't worry. It's all fleeting as passing clouds. Upon returning to Death Prison's main entrance, Li Ban saw Jailer Zhang Baishan waiting at the gate. Though Zhou Gu and Zhao Yu had returned before nightfall, Zhang's expression remained displeased, especially toward Zhao Yu. Even if you have other thoughts, rein them in now. You haven't been transferred yet. Zhao Yu's mouth turned downward, but he ultimately offered no rebuttal. Hurry up. Officer Du is already waiting for you. Zhang Baishan glared at Zhao Yu, motioning him to go first. Li Ban assumed he could return to the storeroom after they entered. But when Zhang Baishan turned and saw Li Ban, he stopped. You're coming too. Me? Li Ban pointed at himself, but Zhang had already turned away. Scrambling to follow, Li Ban felt somewhat incredulous. Why would they need him for a prisoner transfer? Touching the iron fish scale around his neck, Li Ban steeled himself and followed. To his greater surprise, he found himself accompanying the 3 jailers to Death Prison's 4th level. The entrance to the 4th level was hidden within a 3rd-level room, concealed behind a mechanized display cabinet. As the cabinet slid aside, Huijiang stood inside, appearing ready to ascend. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and he exhaled silently in relief upon seeing Zhang Baishan descend. Huijiang gestured behind him. The officer grew impatient, he said, looking genuinely anxious and fearful. At this, everyone's expressions darkened. Quickly descending the stairs, they entered the 4th level, a square space with 3 spacious cells lining the walls opposite the entrance. Unlike the first 2 levels, these cells resembled ordinary in rooms complete with beds, tables, and chairs. Li Ban immediately noticed the black coffin from earlier placed in the central open area, now quiet. The prisoner for transfer presumably inside. Staying near the entrance, Li Ban watched the 4 jailers approach a man behind the coffin, bowing in unison. Though silent, Li Ban also bowed slightly. Keeping his head lowered, but peeking upward, Li Ban studied the man facing Zhang Baishan. Towering nearly 2 meters tall, even taller than Zhou Gu, the man showed no expression nor emitted the terrifying aura that had made Huijiang sweat profusely. Li Ban's first impression was of quiet restraint. This Officer Du was handsome. Even standing silently, his presence couldn't be ignored. Suddenly Li Ban remembered his first encounter with Zhou Gu. There'd been a similar feeling, though Zhou Gu seemed colder, fiercer. His initial restraint shattered when he severed Tree Person A's arm. The resemblance to Officer Du faded quickly. Officer, Zhang Baishan spoke first after the bows. Zhao Yu and Zhou Gu have returned. Shall we proceed with the prisoner transfer now? Transfer prisoner Lin Han. Officer Du said calmly, hands clasped behind his back with a slight nod. The four jailers acknowledged in unison before approaching the black coffin. Zhou Gu turned and saw Li Ban still by the entrance, pointing him toward a corner. Wait there with Lu Mu. Following Zhou Gu's gesture, Li Ban noticed another figure standing in the shadows. Lu Mu, also dressed as a menial worker, who nodded with a smile when their eyes met. Li Ban hurried over, positioning himself beside, but slightly behind Lu Mu. No sooner had he settled than jailer Huijiang inserted a key into the coffin's lock. With a loud bang, the previously silent coffin exploded, its lid flying upward while the sides burst outward. Huijiang, closest to the lock, staggered backward from the impact, only to be steadied effortlessly by Officer Du's single hand. After quick thanks, Huijiang rushed forward. By then, Zhang Baishan and Zhou Gu were already beneath the airborne coffin lid, while Zhao Yu lagged half a step behind. Their movements were so swiftly Ban wouldn't have followed the action without his right eye's enhanced vision. As the coffin shattered, the prisoner inside launched upward with the lid, using the debris as cover to bolt for the exit. When Zhang Baishan and Zhou Gu closed in, the prisoner wielded the massive coffin lid as both shield and weapon. Zhang drew his blade, while Zhou Gu struck with his palm, their coordinated attacks deflecting the makeshift weapon. Now the prisoner, clad in glaring white prison garb, reached the exit where Zhao Yu waited, lips pressed tight as he swung his blade. Clang! The prisoner blocked with his wrist shackles, sparks flying as metal screeched against metal, the piercing sound making Li Ban's eardrums throb. Zhao Yu's momentary delay allowed Zhou Gu and Zhang Baishan to catch up. Zhang grabbed the prisoner's neck shackles while Zhou Gu swept at his right leg. Zhao Yu promptly kicked the left knee. With his upper body restrained, the prisoner couldn't dodge. His legs split violently as he crashed seated to the ground. Huijiang, having recovered from the initial blast, seized the moment to chain the prisoner's neck shackles, followed by the right ankle Zhou Gu pinned down. With two sets of shackles secured, the four jailers lifted the still struggling Lin Han like a palanquin into an empty cell. Once inside, the chains automatically retracted, leaving only half a meter slack, effectively immobilizing the prisoner. The jailers exited sequentially, locking the cell door behind them. The entire skirmish had been brief, an initial surprise followed by efficient restraint. Throughout, Officer Du remained calmly observant, his expression unchanging even when the prisoner rushed the exit. Remarkably, every flying coffin fragment seemed to avoid him deliberately, while Li Ban had to retreat several steps to dodge debris. Suddenly, warm breath tickled Li Ban's ear as a voice whispered eerily from behind, "Don't stand too close to the bars, or you'll get grabbed and eaten." Li Ban turned around and was met with an indescribably beautiful face. The only problem was this face appeared behind prison bars, startling Li Ban into stumbling back 2 steps. Only after putting a meter's distance between them did he stop to observe the speaker. It was an exceptionally handsome man, not feminine exactly, but breathtaking at first glance, like a CG-rendered face that seemed unreal. The man appeared somewhat thin, as if malnourished. Who knew how long he'd been starving? The man wore shackles on his neck, hands, and feet, but they weren't chained to restrict his movement. Though his expression looked calm as he watched Li Ban, a thread of glistening drool escaped the corner of his mouth. He swallowed hard, only for more saliva to trickle down when he opened his mouth again, as if Li Ban had transformed into a roasted lamb before his eyes. Being stared at like this made Li Ban's heart race. When he finally calmed down, he found the man's behavior peculiar. Despite visibly salivating over Li Ban, the prisoner had made no aggressive moves when Li Ban stood within arm's reach earlier. Instead, he'd simply gripped the bars with both hands. Moreover, He'd even called out to warn Li Ban when the latter hadn't noticed his presence. This left Li Ban confused about the man's intentions. After this brief interlude, when Li Ban looked back across the hallway, the four jailers had already positioned themselves behind Officer Du, who stood before another cell, apparently checking on prisoner Lin Han. Like the Catwoman, Lin Han wore shackles on his neck, wrists, and ankles. The iron rings connected to chains that prevented any meaningful struggle, no matter how hard he fought against his restraints. After several exhausting attempts, he panted heavily and glared up at Officer Du. "Doing? A prison officer of your standing reduced to being Wan Qingming's lapdog." Among the four jailers, Zhang Baishan immediately drew his saber in anger, pointing it at Lin Han, who was already chained to the wall. Duan himself showed no reaction. After confirming Lin Han's condition, he turned to the others and said, "Lin Han was originally 5th rank. Starve him for 3 months before feeding." With that, he calmly departed. The atmosphere in the entire 4th level immediately relaxed. Though Lin Han continued hurling abuse, everyone ignored him now. During the earlier scuffle, several had sustained minor scrapes, nothing serious. Zhang Baishan took charge, dismissing the others while instructing Li Ban and Lu Mu to clean up. Only then did Li Ban realize Zhang had brought him along as cleaning help. During the prisoner transfer, the black coffin had shattered into fragments, and broken bluestone bricks littered the ground. Lu Mu deftly picked up cleaning tools, handing some to Li Ban. "Sprinkle water before sweeping to minimize dust. The ventilation here is poor. If dust gets airborne, it'll be hard to breathe." Lu Mu proved quite patient, carefully instructing Li Ban on the work. After months of cleaning duties, Li Ban's movements had become much more efficient than in his previous life. Yet when it came time to sweep near the beautiful prisoner's cell, Li Ban hesitated. Noticing this, Lu Mu stepped forward to demonstrate. "It's fine." He swept casually, even extending the broom between the bars into the cell itself. The imprisoned man simply clung to the bars, alternately watching Li Ban and Lu Mu while swallowing saliva. As they worked, Zhang Baishan remained seated on a long bench, keeping watch over the still struggling Lin Han. After a while, he picked up an iron kettle and poured himself some water. "Give me some." Perhaps from swallowing too much saliva, the beautiful prisoner's mouth had gone dry, prompting him to boldly request water from Zhang. Surprisingly, Zhang agreed before his lips even touched the cup. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang tossed the earthenware cup, still 3/4 full, toward the cell. Li Ban looked up, expecting to witness one of those classic wuxiao moments where the water stays perfectly contained during flight. Instead, the cup and water went their separate ways midair. By the time it reached the prisoner, Li Ban assumed only an empty cup would remain, thinking Zhang was mocking the man. Then something astonishing happened. The beautiful prisoner effortlessly caught the cup, and the scattered water droplets suddenly moved as if alive, obediently flowing back into the vessel. Li Ban froze in shock, his sweeping forgotten. The prisoner withdrew his hand and began happily drinking. "Zhai Lu, your water manipulation remains intact. Seems we haven't starved you enough." So the prisoner was named Zhai Lu. Compared to his striking appearance, the name seemed rather plain. Hearing Zhang's remark, Zhai Lu's smiling face turned bitter, though he kept drinking in quick little sips like a sparrow. Meanwhile, the new prisoner Lin Han abruptly fell silent, apparently just noticing Zhai Lu's presence. He stared at the other prisoner with a mix of shock and suspicion. With Lin Han's cursing stopped, an eerie quiet settled over Death Prison's 4th level. Li Ban and Lu Mu completed their cleaning in this strange atmosphere. Aside from some bluestone bricks that couldn't be immediately replaced, everything was soon restored. When they reported completion to Zhang Baishan, he dismissed them. On their way out, Lu Mu initiated conversation. "Hello, I'm Lu Mu, the menial worker responsible for the 4th level. I'm Li Ban. I only started working the 2nd level 4 months ago." "I know." Lu Mu smiled. "I'd been wondering when you'd come down. Didn't expect our first meeting to be on the 4th level, though. You must be quite favored." Was being assigned to the 4th level really a mark of favor? Zhang Baishan, who'd also met Li Ban for the first time today, had been the one to call him down. Was this coincidence, or had Li Ban passed some kind of test? Come with me. Lu Mu led Li Ban to a room beside the stairs connecting the second and third levels. This, too, was a suite, with an outer chamber containing tables, chairs, and tools, about the same size as Zhougu's outer room, but clearly housing more people. Lu Mu invited Li Ban to sit and poured him water. I don't know if anyone's explained. There are 4 menial workers total in death prison. Li Ban gratefully gulped down the water after going without all day. Thanks. I wasn't aware. The jailers haven't told me much. Actually, I'm still unclear about who all the important figures are here. I see. The officers probably think it's unnecessary to explain everything up front. If you last, you'll naturally learn. Lu Mu smiled understandingly, sitting across from Li Ban and pouring himself water. In Yu Province Death Prison, there are 4 identity tiers. We menial workers occupy the lowest tier, 4 positions total, all currently filled. The other 2 workers are Wang Hua, responsible for the 3rd level. He's very senior, having worked here decades. He also lives here. The last is Lu Qinghe. She handles the 5th level and lives there too. Wait, there's a 5th level? Why no worker assigned there? Well, Lu Mu hesitated. Currently, slaves handle the 1st level, and Tree Hollow's tree-person jailers A and B mainly oversee the first 2 levels. With C and D also around, though, they mostly attend to Officer Du's affairs and don't come here often. Li Ban nodded repeatedly. I see. What about the jailers? May I ask about them? Of course. Official positions have set quotas. There's only 1 prison officer. Naturally, that's Officer Du 4 jailers, all of whom you met today. Zhang Baishan, the leader, is Officer Du's right-hand man. Next highest is Zhougu. The one who opened the locks today was Huijiang. Lastly, there's Zhao Yu, though well, you'll find out later. Li Ban listened carefully, noticing how Lu Mu paused briefly when mentioning both Lu Qinghe and Zhao Yu, as if hiding something. Clearly, he needed to be extra cautious around those 2. Finally, Lu Mu extended an invitation. You may not know, but all menial workers were originally supposed to live here. Qinghe stays on the 5th level to serve Officer Du, but you? Would you like to move in? Should all menial workers live on the 3rd level? Neither the tree-person jailers nor Zhougu had mentioned this to him before. Of course, Zhougu probably wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. But tree-person A had specifically told him to stay in the 1st level storeroom. Was it to keep an easier watch on him? Should he take this opportunity to move down then? Lu Mu replied, there's no strict rule about it. Do as you see fit. Li Ban temporarily set aside the thought. When I was working on the 1st and 2nd levels before, I hardly ever saw you all. Do you never come up? The 1st and 2nd levels are mainly managed by the tree-person jailers, and the slaves are purchased and used by them. Lu Mu suddenly said jokingly, sometimes when they're short, the tree-person jailers will use their own monthly wages to buy new ones. Li Ban understood Lu Mu's meaning. If the budget for buying slaves was exceeded, the tree-person jailers would make up the difference with their own money. They just let them kill people like that. Lu Mu patted Li Ban's shoulder. Slaves are cheap. Aren't they fished out randomly from the river of no return? Li Ban didn't know if Lu Mu had climbed from slave to menial worker status, but his attitude towards slaves wasn't much different from the tree people's. Neither saw them as human. Though Li Ban had only just been promoted from slave to menial worker, they already spoke their minds freely before him. Why are there so many living and dead people in the river of no return? No idea. Lu Mu couldn't care less. Like why leaves were green or the sky was blue. Li Ban said he'd consider whether to move to the 3rd level and bid Lu Mu farewell. Returning to the storeroom he'd lived in for months, he seriously contemplated it. Tree-person had never told him he could move to more comfortable quarters on the 3rd level, probably to keep better surveillance on him. Moreover, if Li Ban were a mole, staying on the 1st level would prevent him from gathering information. But now it was Zhang Baishan who first brought Li Ban to the death prison's 4th level, and Lu Mu had invited him to move. Li Ban could easily follow their lead and relocate to the 3rd level. After some thought, However, Li Ban decided to stay put for now. It wasn't the right time yet. Having made up his mind, Li Ban lay on his crate bed and closed his eyes to absorb spiritual essence. He needed to make the most of his time, as Zhou Gu would likely summon him soon to attempt increasing alcohol concentration through steaming wine. Having had no chance to cultivate today, he seized this fragmented moment to practice. The starry cosmos reappeared in Li Ban's consciousness, but just as he began, he was interrupted by the female voice of his mission assistant system. Iron fish scale element has acquired a second ability, flexible defense. Li Ban bolted upright from the bed. What the hell? His second element had sublimated too? Li Ban badly wanted to brag to the Catwoman, but restrained himself. That he could fuse a second element at first-tier identity was something he couldn't tell anyone. Suppressing his joy, he familiarized himself with the new ability. Soon, Li Ban discovered the previously fixed transparent fish scales before his neck could now move according to his will, and remarkably fast at that. Testing with a small knife, the iron fish scale appeared instantly where the blade struck. The knife met his skin with a dull thunk. Pressing harder, the blade slid aside. His hand felt pressure, but much reduced. The iron fish scale not only blocked the attack, but dispersed some force. This made it even sturdier. No wonder the Catwoman had been so envious hearing about his previous element's sublimation. The second abilities seemed incredibly potent. When Haidakue sold him this iron fish scale element, he'd said if it were larger, even just vest-sized, it could qualify as a good-grade element. A good-grade element worth hundreds of taels. But why can all my elements sublimate? Am I just lucky, or can all elements I fuse sublimate? Before, Li Ban might have attributed this more to his experimental assistance system's influence. But now he immediately thought of the cosmic starscape he saw when absorbing spiritual essence. His method of absorption seemed truly different from others. Excited, Li Ban practiced his new ability. Beyond defense, he tried shifting the iron fish scale to his hand. A punch landed with almost no pain, yet packed hammer-like force. When fully saturated with spiritual essence, could one punch kill a bear? In his excitement, Li Ban practiced the combat techniques the Catwoman had taught him. Wrapped in the iron fish scale, his punches sounded softer but hit harder. Even rapid, alternating strikes saw the scales instantly appear where needed. After several rounds, Li Ban grew more adept at controlling the scale's movement. Thus, the previously worthless iron fish scale became a versatile weapon in his hands. Just as Li Ban prepared to continue, he heard Tree Person a calling for him on Death Prison's first level. He rushed over to find Zhou Gu summoning him. Entering Zhou Gu's room, the man first closed the door, then showed Li Ban the equipment laid out on the long table. The Eternal Tower excels at extracting elements from corpses. Their equipment is the finest. Li Ban. Zhou Gu's gaze made Li Ban feel immense pressure. I want results within 7 days. Understood. At this point, backing out wasn't an option. He had to rise to the challenge. Rolling up his sleeves, Li Ban began familiarizing himself with the equipment. Zhou Gu stepped back, giving him space. The materials provided were comprehensive and appeared exquisite. Besides the equipment, there was alcohol and a small stove. Since large-scale distillation wasn't needed, a well-fired small stove would suffice. Li Ban began operations as previously conceived. Zhou Gu observed silently. He could tell Li Ban's movements were unpolished. As Li Ban had admitted, he'd only heard of this alcohol concentration method, but never practiced it. This actually reassured Zhou Gu. Had Li Ban been proficient, suspicions would have arisen. For the next 3 days, Li Ban had no time to cultivate, spending each waking moment in Zhou Gu's room experimenting with distillation. Fortunately, with precise instruments, increasing concentration wasn't overly difficult. Li Ban succeeded after several attempts. Now it was about improving efficiency. Uncontrolled flame temperature and imperfect sealing affected outcomes. After watching Li Ban several times, Zhou Gu gradually participated. Soon he could distill independently, though still needing Li Ban's refinements. By the 3rd day, Li Ban no longer had to remain constantly in Zhougu's room. On the fourth day, after further refining the process, Li Ban prepared to deliver meals to second-level prisoners. He stored all equipment securely in a box Zhougu designated. After a busy day, he finally returned to his storeroom to cultivate. Just as he lay down, someone knocked, an unusual courtesy from tree-person jailers. "Enter." She entered quickly, closing the door behind him, carrying a large bowl of food, ostensibly delivering dinner. But his furtive manner suggested ulterior motives. "What's this about?" Li Ban took the bowl. She approached hesitantly. "Brotherly, you've been absent these days. Master A has visited the storeroom several times. Today I saw him enter and stay a while before leaving." Li Ban felt a chill in his heart, but on the surface he asked in confusion, "Tree person A might be here to pick something up, right?" After all, there were no suspicious items in the storeroom where Li Ban was currently staying. Even if Tree Person A came to confirm his suspicion and search for evidence, he wouldn't find anything. Chi shook his head. "I didn't see him take anything out." Li Ban smiled. "It's fine. This is a storeroom, so searching for things is normal. Sometimes you don't find anything." Hearing this, Chi awkwardly nodded and left the storeroom. Li Ban waited a while, then placed the rice bowl he was holding on a nearby cabinet and walked to the storeroom door, leaning against it as he observed the entire room. Why did Tree Person A suddenly enter the storeroom when he wasn't around? In the past, whenever he came here, it was to find Li Ban for work, but this time he came in and hurriedly left again. Moreover, Chi deliberately said he didn't take anything out. Li Ban understood that Chi was intentionally warning him to be alert. Fearing he wouldn't understand, Chi even acted sneakily, as if informing on him. He entered the storeroom when Li Ban was out, but left without bringing anything. That meant he must have put something else inside. Li Ban scanned the entire room. Now that his eyesight had been enhanced, he could see details he couldn't before. He had lived in this storeroom for 4 months and was very familiar with all the items inside, even knowing exactly where everything was placed. This was because he had deliberately paid attention. After carefully searching the room, Li Ban finally noticed something different about the wooden box bed he slept on. Between 2 boxes, a straw was wedged in. The boxes were supposed to be assembled first, then the straw placed on top. So having a straw wedged between them was rather strange. Li Ban slowly moved the box bed aside. There was nothing unusual inside or outside the boxes. He then looked at the floor. Among the stone bricks, some gaps in the soil were darker in color. This was a sign that the soil had been recently disturbed. Li Ban pushed the wooden box back and took out an iron hook. He gently tapped the stone bricks next to the suspicious gap. Under the bricks, he saw a piece of cloth that was not completely covered by soil. The cloth was from slave clothing. Li Ban slowly pulled out the cloth. When he unfolded it, he saw charcoal drawn lines on it. "Huh," he scoffed angrily. The cloth actually had a map of the 1st to 3rd layers of the death prison drawn on it. Layers 1 to 3 were very clear, and the entrance to the 4th layer was also marked, but it didn't extend beyond that. Besides the entrance to the 4th layer, several spots on layers 1, 2, and 3 were marked with triangles. Had they been trying to pro me all along and now resorted to this method to confirm my identity as their mole? Tree Person A had tried to set traps for Li Ban multiple times, but he never slipped up. Now they were outright framing him. Li Ban took a deep breath and closed his eyes. There is only the thief who steals 1,000 days. There is no one who guards against thieves for 1,000 days. The time has come. He opened his eyes, found his charcoal pencil, and carefully made another mark on the cloth. Then he folded the cloth and put it back exactly as before. He covered the bricks and restored the wooden box bed. Li Ban inspected carefully. It was the same as before. He picked up the bowl and started eating his meal in big bites. After finishing, Li Ban returned the bowl to the water room and came back to continue cultivating. But this cultivation session was not easy. Although Li Ban had made arrangements, he was not completely confident. His heart was uneasy, so he tried to relax, but he relaxed too much and suddenly fell asleep. At the moment he fell asleep, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind again. Detected all suspicious targets. Jogudu, and temporary logout initiated logout countdown. 600, 599, 598. Li Ban opened his eyes and immediately saw himself lying inside a huge capsule filled with liquid. Outside the transparent glass were machines with various circuits and flashing lights. As he opened his eyes, green lights flashed brightly, illuminating the dark ceiling above him. FSSH. Glug, glug, glug. The sounds of air releasing and water rushing out echoed simultaneously. Soon, the water level dropped below Li Ban's ears. The transparent glass in front of him automatically popped open and flipped away. More sounds came in. The sound of footsteps quickly approached. Number 444 is awake. Normal temporary logout. An excited voice rang out. Then a large face appeared before Li Ban. The man in a white coat smiled at Li Ban, removed several tubes attached to him, and helped him up. Li Ban, how do you feel after your first loading into the witch world? Li Ban looked up. This man actually called him by his real name? Could it be that the person he transmigrated into is also named Li Ban? He wore a deliberately maintained, confused expression and said the lines he had prepared for a temporary logout beforehand. Who are you? The man in the white coat frowned and checked Li Ban's pupils. You still haven't recovered your memory after logout. Seeing Li Ban purse his lips tightly and look cautious, the man sighed. My name is Chun Dong, and I am the experimenter coordinating with you. I need to report your amnesia condition to the director. What do you still remember? Li Ban answered honestly. I remember that I have to enter the witch world to complete a mission, but I don't remember the mission details or anything before entering the witch world. Level 3 memory loss? Chun Dong exhaled. Is it serious? Can I still recover? Li Ban asked anxiously. Not serious. It won't affect your physical condition. Suddenly, another man in a white coat approached. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, had fair skin, but deep dark circles under his eyes. Director, Chun Dong quickly stepped aside. The man called Director leaned over the capsule's edge and asked, Li Ban, rest assured, we will do our best to help you recover your memory. But the temporary logout time is limited. I need to quickly understand your mission progress. What stage of the mission have you completed to gain temporary logout permission? Li Ban paused for a moment, then said weakly, I saw 2 suspicious targets, Zhou Gu and Duan. Chun Dong was surprised. After all this time, you just saw those 2? The director flipped through the report in his hand and said, It's good to be cautious. Last time, our good situation in death prison ended in total defeat. They must have strengthened their screening. Hearing this, Li Ban immediately tried to probe. Director, this mission is too difficult. They have not given up testing me so far, and I don't know if I can complete the mission. If he were the Li Ban who just transmigrated, he might have already said he wanted to abandon the mission. But after staying in the witch world for 4 months, he was much more cautious than before. This laboratory was also not his old world. Who knew what kind of people were here? After Li Ban said he might not be able to complete the mission, the director shook his head with a light laugh. Have confidence in yourself. The mission is tough, but don't forget you have the entire laboratory behind you. At this moment, Li Ban didn't have the elemental right-eye buff, but from such a close distance, he could see that there was no smile in the director's eyes. He sighed in his heart. Indeed, no world was easy. Though this wasn't death prison, wasn't it still a kind of death prison? The laboratory wouldn't allow him to give up on the mission. But director, I don't even know the mission content. There's no description in the mission assistance system either. Chun Dong, who was supporting Li Ban, smiled. It's okay. Your mission actually... The director suddenly raised his hand to stop Chun Dong. Don't tell him directly. Re-import the mission content into the system. He's currently at level 3 memory loss. If you tell him here, he'll forget again when he loads into the witch world. Understood. Chun Dong released Li Ban and helped him sit against the support panel, then went to operate the console behind the experimental capsule. Li Ban felt weak all over and could only let others do as they pleased. At this moment, he even somewhat missed life in the witch world. Although it was also full of hidden dangers, his strength could grow through cultivation. But in this laboratory, he was truly like a lamb being constantly watched and slaughtered at will. Noticing Li Ban's unease, the director adjusted his glasses. Don't worry. Zay reported your force logout issue. We've already repaired the motherboard of test chamber 444. The problem will be resolved soon. He leaned slightly forward, holding paper and pen instead of more advanced electronic devices. You don't remember the mission and just encountered 2 suspicious targets, so I won't ask too much this time. After returning, make sure to review the mission details and maintain concealment. Currently, you're the only undercover agent we have left in death prison. Understood. Li Ban nodded. I was just concerned my memory loss might affect the mission. Memory loss has its advantages. The director straightened up. Despite your condition, you still infiltrated the mission location and survived this long. We all believe in your capabilities. Unfortunately, we can't extract you for immediate treatment. But third-level memory distortion isn't severe enough to cause permanent damage. It can be cured later. For the mission's sake, and considering the lab's massive investment, you'll need to continue. Chen Dong returned to Li Ban's side and reported to the director. Mission content loading is complete. Speaking of which, Li Ban added, Zay helped me when I lost memory during loading. He seemed to be in trouble at the beast fighting arena. Any updates on his situation? The director responded sternly, no discussing colleague status in the lab. If you learn information you shouldn't know, it might expose anomalies to Witch World inhabitants. This lab's protocols were stringent. Zay had mentioned before that agents couldn't share mission details with each other. Now it appeared even inquiring about other situations outside was forbidden. This truly was a large-scale infiltration operation. Chen Dong interjected more gently. Though you entered the same batch, minimize unnecessary contact to avoid mutual interference. So visiting Zay was out of the question. I currently face several issues in death prison. A jailer keeps trying to frame me. Are there alternative methods to strengthen my self-defense capabilities? Chen Dong remained silent, awaiting the director's response. The director waved dismissively. Don't rush to enhance your Witch World abilities. Focus on diligent work, leave no vulnerabilities. Demonstrate loyalty to approach higher-ups. Li Ban felt disappointed. Director, doesn't the lab have any supportive facilities? Such an advanced laboratory couldn't provide powerful assistance in the virtual world. The director grew irritated. Isn't sending you in with the mission assistance system enough? Do you know how much funding these resources consumed? Chen Dong mediated again. Director, Li Ban's memory loss means he lacks certain understandings. Turning to Li Ban, he advised, if someone frames you without cause, seek help from jailer Zhang Baishan. He's relatively upright and trusted subordinate. Chen Dong, the director snapped. Chen Dong immediately fell silent, lowering his head like a scolded child. The director sighed. Haven't we had enough members exposed from information overload? He addressed Li Ban sternly. Remember, maintain concealment while advancing toward mission objectives. Li Ban realized the director wouldn't offer the slightest assistance. Any external help might become Li Ban's exposure trigger. In this lab, the mission always took priority. There was inherent contradiction here. How could critical missions succeed if agents' safety wasn't guaranteed? Li Ban blinked, reevaluating this laboratory's purpose. It seemed he'd have to confront Tree Person A's schemes alone. Technician Chen Dong broke the tense silence. Li Ban, provide your current identity details for registration. U Province Death Prison Menial Worker, first-tier identity, responsible for second-level prison chores. Li Ban deliberately omitted his elemental attributes and cultivation progress. Surprisingly, Chen Dong didn't inquire. Here, such details seemed irrelevant. The test chamber's green light shifted to blinking yellow. Temporary logout period ending. Returning you now. Chen Dong set down his tools and helped Li Ban lie flat. A needle pricked Li Ban's neck. His eyelids grew leaden with irresistible drowsiness. The sound of flowing water faded in and out. When Li Ban reopened his eyes, he was back in the storage room. Fighting sleepiness, he immediately consulted his mission assistance system. Mission content loading failed. Data lost. Even through fatigue, he felt bitter amusement. Had the lab seriously attempted to fix his issues? They might as well have briefed him externally. With mission data lost again, what about the forced logout problem? Were they truly repairing it? Rolling over, Li Ban felt disappointed with the lab. Yet strangely, these mounting difficulties didn't weaken his resolve. Perhaps when you know retreat is impossible, you stop indulging futile fantasies about the future. Tomorrow would bring another hard battle. Li Ban willed himself to relax and to sleep. Morning arrived. After preparing, Li Ban sought out tree person jailers. Honorable tree person A. Menial worker Lu Mu mentioned I could relocate to the 3rd level. Since I've been assisting Officer Zhou lately, moving there would be more convenient. Li Ban offered an ingratiating smile. Tree person A's vertical pupils narrowed. Approved. Finish today's tasks before moving tonight. Of course. Li Ban agreed hastily. Proceeding to Death Prison's 2nd level, he leisurely distributed meals and performed basic cleaning. He was waiting. That 3rd level map, hidden in the storage room, was a ticking time bomb. Li Ban couldn't let tree person A control the detonation. Nor would he destroy the map and pretend nothing happened, remaining perpetually vigilant. He needed to trigger the explosion at the right moment. By announcing his relocation to the 3rd level, the map would soon become useless for framing him. Therefore, tree person A would certainly. Li Ban, speak of the devil. Tree person A descended from the 3rd level. Officer Zhou summons you. Li Ban straightened from his work. Understood. I'll go immediately. Tree person A's face now showed undisguised scorn. Your crimes are exposed. Let's see how you explain yourself today. Li Ban froze. He even sensed killing intent. Tree person A was pressuring him. The jailer wanted him panicked before meeting Zhou Gu. Without knowledge of the pre-planted map, Li Ban would indeed be bewildered now. Sir, I don't understand. What crimes? Playing along, Li Ban adopted the confused, fearful expression tree person A desired. The tree person sneered without explanation, letting Li Ban's imagination run wild. Moo! He barked like escorting a criminal. Under tree person A's prodding, Li Ban hurried forward. Reaching the 3rd level, he encountered menial worker Wang Hua about to leave. Having met Wang Hua days earlier while preparing distilled wine for Zhou Gu, Li Ban expected greetings. But noticing tree person A's murderous expression behind Li Ban, Wang Hua immediately retreated inside and shut his door. Li Ban hadn't expected Wang Hua, met only once, to defend him. But such blatant avoidance still surprised him. Perhaps this was the caution the director demanded. Prodded along by tree person A, Li Ban entered Zhou Gu's quarters. Zhou Gu sat behind a long desk. Displayed atop, it was the map Li Ban discovered last night. As Li Ban approached, Zhou Gu looked up, eyes icy. Li Ban, do you understand that privately mapping Death Prison is strictly forbidden? What are you plotting? Li Ban glanced at the tattered cloth on the table and immediately shook his head to explain. Sir, are you referring to that piece of cloth? It's not mine. Not yours. Take a good look and think carefully before answering. Zhou Gu grabbed the map from the table and threw it at Li Ban's chest. Li Ban hastily caught it with both hands, carefully examining it twice before lifting his head with firm conviction. Sir, this truly isn't mine. Tree person and nearby scoffed. Oh, not yours. Then how was it found under your bed? The 1st and 2nd floors are drawn in detail, while only the outer chamber of Officer Zhou's quarters on the 3rd floor is clearly marked. It even exposes the entrance to the 4th floor. As for the 5th floor, you've never been there, so of course you wouldn't know its location. If you didn't draw this map, who else could have? None of the other slaves have ever descended below the 2nd floor. Li Ban immediately turned to glare at tree person. Jailer, besides slaves, many others could have drawn this map, including you, Officer A. This map was discovered under your bed, with the slave Chi present as a witness. How do you explain that? Still trying to shift blame? Why not accuse Officer Zhou of drawing it instead? Li Ban couldn't help but admire tree person A's audacity. When confronted with the truth, tree person A showed not the slightest unease or nervousness. As if this entire scheme wasn't his doing, Li Ban simply ignored tree person A and turned to Zhou Gu. Officer Zhou, I'm truly being framed. Please believe me. Tree person A pressed on relentlessly. Confess. Which faction sent you as a spy? What's your mission here? As he spoke, he even moved to strike Li Ban. Then, tree person A, step outside. I'll interrogate Li Ban personally. Zhou Gu stood up, halting tree person A's movement. Tree person A was stunned. Why was he being excluded? But Officer Zhou... Do I need to repeat myself? Zhou Gu's right hand rested on the hilt of his waist saber. No, I'll leave at once. Tree person A exited reluctantly. Close the door. Seeing the door shut, Zhou Gu shook his head. That fool. He sat back down. To think he'd take me for an idiot just to devour a menial worker. Li Ban exhaled in relief and said gratefully, Thank you for your trust, Officer Zhou. I swear to heaven, this isn't mine. I don't know why jailer it would do this to me. Tree person A's framing attempt had been crude. Yet sometimes, whether a scheme succeeded depended less on its intricacy and more on whose side authority favored. This time, Zhou Gu had believed Li Ban without hesitation, partly because of the wine distillation equipment Li Ban had crafted. This was their secret and Li Ban's lifeline for self-preservation. He placed the map back on the desk, deliberately smoothing the cloth to ensure Zhou Gu could clearly see its markings. Sir, why does he want to devour me? Can jailers freely consume menial workers? Zhou Gu hesitated. He couldn't very well explain that to secure tree person A's investigation of Li Ban, he'd promised Li Ban's limbs as payment. Nor had Zhou Gu anticipated that a tree person jailer would dare deceive him just for a meal. These tree people were stubborn and single-minded. After the previous turmoil, Zhang Baishan had deemed them more reliable than humans, incapable of being spies, hence recruiting for after the jailer's deaths. They obeyed only Zhang Baishan. Zhou Gu couldn't bribe a single one. If not for his lack of alternatives, why would he hastily accept Li Ban, this newly promoted menial worker? Fortunately, Li Ban had proven surprisingly useful. Zhou Gu reassured him, jailers cannot consume menial workers. Rest assured. After this, I'll warn him against further schemes. Corpses of menial workers and above belong to Officer Du, not for his consumption. Even corpses of menial workers went to prison officials? Why? Suppressing his confusion, Li Ban said gratefully, Thank you, Officer Zhou. To think he'd fabricate such an elaborate map to frame me. Thankfully, I'm moving to the third-floor menial quarters tonight. Who knows what else he might plan in my room otherwise? Li Ban shook his head, feigning bewilderment. Zhou Gu glanced at the map and smirked coldly, until his brow furrowed. Comparing the map to the actual room, his gaze subtly lingered on the locked chest containing their distillation equipment. The map's markings matched his outer chamber as precisely as Death Prison's first two floors. Tree person A had speculated the triangular symbols marked Li Ban's key locations. But Zhou Gu had known instantly Li Ban didn't draw this. The wine equipment sketches bore entirely different strokes and habits. Even disregarding that, Li Ban had no reason to create a map now. Zhou Gu had noted Li Ban's excellent memory. If he needed a map for outside communication, he could wait until departure. Hiding one in his room now would be suicidal. Summoning Li Ban was merely to observe his reaction. Though Li Ban guessed tree person A's scheme, lacking proof, he'd relied on Zhou Gu's intervention. This reinforced Zhou Gu's assessment of the menial worker's usefulness. But Li Ban's casual remark revealed another anomaly. Tree person A's framing map marked their secret distillation equipment, known only to Zhou Gu and Li Ban, who'd been sworn to secrecy. How then did tree person A know to highlight that location? Had Li Ban told him? Or was tree person A spying on Zhou Gu? As Zhou Gu stared motionlessly at the map, Li Ban stole a glance before lowering his head meekly. Moments later, Zhou Gu abruptly lifted the map and set it aflame with an oil lamp. Li Ban, I'll warn tree person A. This ends here. Speak of this to no one. It would damage Death Prison's reputation. I absolutely won't. Though, did Death Prison even have a reputation? Outside in the third-floor corridor, Tree Person stood puzzled. Why exclude him from Li Ban's interrogation? This deviation unsettled him. He dared not eavesdrop. A jailer's ears weren't for decoration. When the door finally opened, out walked Li Ban, intact. How did you? Officer Zhou believes me. Li Ban even nodded at Tree Person A. He wants you inside. Perplexed, Tree Person A entered, immediately catching the scent of burning. As a tree person, he detested the smell, yet lacked authority to forbid flames on the third floor. Officer Zhou, why release Li Ban? And you burn the evidence. Tree Person A, you no longer need to monitor Li Ban from now on. But why? Regardless of whether Li Ban has issues or not, Zhou Gu interrupted Tree Person A. I'm revoking my promise to reward you with his limbs. Officer Zhou, Tree Person A's branches bristled in agitation. The unexpected turn of events seemed to have addled his mind, making him bold enough to show defiance before Zhou Gu. How can you go back on your word? You've acted out of self-interest, even daring to deceive me. Seeing Tree Person A's behavior only deepened Zhou Gu's displeasure, his voice turning sharp. Do you think Zhang Baishan's backing allows you to disregard me? Hearing Zhang Baishan's name jolted Tree Person A back to his senses, realizing his momentary lapse in judgment. Their true backer was indeed Zhang Baishan, who in turn was prison officer Du In's trusted subordinate. This connection made the Tree people consider themselves under Officer Du's faction. Though jailers like Zhou Gu could usually command them, it always required offering some benefits in return. Even if caught neglecting duties, the worst punishment would be losing an arm as warning. Just a branch, hardly significant for Tree Person A. Nor did he believe Zhou Gu would actually kill a mere menial worker over him. That would surely antagonize both Zhang Baishan and Officer Du. Other jailers might dare slight Zhang Baishan, but certainly not this Zhou Gu. This understanding had made Tree Person A somewhat overconfident, nearly pushing him into direct confrontation with Zhou Gu. However, surface disrespect and genuine defiance were entirely different matters. Fortunately, the mention of Zhang Baishan brought him to his senses. My apologies, sir. I lost control. Please punish me. Tree Person A's voluntary apology did little to improve Zhou Gu's expression, especially when he realized the apology only came after hearing Zhang Baishan. His anger intensified. Yet ultimately, he swallowed his rage. Get out. Tree Person A hastily retreated from Zhou Gu's quarters. Alone, Zhou Gu paced his room several times, the fury in his chest refusing to dissipate. His thoughts returned to that glaring mark on the map. Approaching the box containing wine distillation materials, he rattled its lock. Zhou Gu seldom locked his door when away, allowing corpse handlers free access. But this didn't mean he lacked secrets. The deepest shadows often exist beneath the brightest sun. His true secrets were carefully concealed, including the distillation operation. Yet Tree Person A had specifically targeted this very box when framing Li Ban. If Li Ban had really drawn that map, would he mark his own creations as important items? This proved Tree Person had indeed been spying on his secrets. Zhang Baishan, are you pulling the strings behind this? We all have our agendas. I'm not competing for your power. You'd best not interfere unnecessarily. That same day, Li Ban relocated to the menial quarters on Death Prison's third level. The quarters contained 2 bedrooms. Wang Hua and Lu Mu each occupied one. Since Lu Mu had invited Li Ban to move in, he voluntarily shared his room. The space already had 2 low beds separated by a simple screen. Li Ban owned little to begin with, just his clothes and the iron hook from storage. In his new quarters, Lu Mu kindly provided additional daily necessities. Li Ban's living standards improved dramatically. Especially with winter approaching, this was far more comfortable than the pit. Yet Li Ban's primary concern remained unresolved. Zhou Gu hadn't acted against Tree Person A. The Tree Person still lived. A single marked location alone wasn't enough to make Zhou Gu believe Tree Person A was spying and warrant execution. Disappointing, but not disheartening. Zhou Gu had voluntarily burned the map, surely noticing Li Ban's added mark on the distillation equipment box. He would undoubtedly suspect Tree Person A, just not enough to take action yet. Over following days, Li Ban settled into the menial quarters, working, cultivating, and continuing alcohol production via distillation. He knew 75% concentration had optimal sterilization, but couldn't gauge if his distilled liquor reached that level. The solution? Prepare multiple concentrations for Zhou Gu's use. After all, Li Ban cared little whether Zhou Gu succeeded in preserving his insects. During this period, he grew closer with Lu Mu while relations with Wang Hua remained somewhat awkward. He also met their sole female colleague, Lu Qinghe, a beautiful adult woman whose conservative Ruchuan dress couldn't diminish her elegance. No wonder Officer Du kept her in personal service, not even allowing her to return at night. Though Lu Mu hinted Lu Qinghe held no formal position, more like a chambermaid. Yet Lu Qinghe considered herself half a rank above the other 3 menials, rarely appearing on the 3rd level. Compared to the occasionally seen menials, other jailers seldom visited the 3rd level. They either guarded the 4th level or undertook external missions. Otherwise, they cultivated in seclusion, each more competitive than the last. Only Zhou Gu remained immersed in distillation and other activities Li Ban couldn't comprehend. Through his new routine, Li Ban gradually uncovered more of Zhou Gu's secrets. He sensed Zhou Gu hadn't recruited him merely to gain another subordinate. The man seemed ready to reveal his true motives soon. "Sir, the final alcohol extraction is complete." Wiping sweat, Li Ban carefully transferred the freshly collected liquid into sealed jars. Zhou Gu had been fiddling with tools on his desk and stood upon hearing this. "All done." "Yes." Li Ban gazed proudly at the 4 jars marked with red labels. "These are the strongest concentrations. TSK, completely undrinkable." Zhou Gu approached, wearing an uncharacteristic smile. "No need for pretense. You know this isn't for drinking." Li Ban chuckled nervously, not daring to contradict. "Use these first. Remember to keep them sealed. Summon me if you need more." Having fulfilled Zhou Gu's request, Li Ban prepared to take his leave. "Wait, there's another task." "Understood, sir. I'll devote myself completely to it." Zhou Gu nodded approvingly. Hadn't he taken in this background less? Persecuted Li Ban precisely because the man had no alternatives but loyalty? Familiarize yourself with these tools. You'll maintain them henceforth. Only then did Li Ban notice the array of instruments Zhou Gu had laid out earlier. Specially crafted scissors, knives, saws, hammers, all miniature, resembling surgical tools. Without excessive caution, he picked up a small knife. Such a tiny blade. Doesn't it hinder your use? Zhou Gu took the knife and spun it effortlessly between his fingers. The razor-sharp edge could easily slice skin, yet Zhou Gu handled it as carelessly as a twig. Li Ban, cultivation alone won't suffice if you wish to advance. You must master such skills too. Your fingers are incredibly dexterous, sir. I could never match such reflexes. Zhou Gu returned the knife. Absorbed spiritual essence naturally enhances the body. Today's impossibilities may become tomorrow's trivialities. Spotting a metal tube, Li Ban peered through it. 2nd-level prisoners often refuse meals. "Sir, if we inserted this into their mouths and poured food through the other end, could we force-feed them?" Zhou Gu shook his head. "Still indulging fantasies? Better focus on practical ideas like distillation." His gaze held genuine expectation. "Well, any other thoughts?" Li Ban's grip on the iron pipe stiffened. He had proposed tube feeding earlier, hoping to impress Officer Zhou with a new idea and gain more favor. But Zhou Gu didn't seem particularly interested. The officer's tools were quite comprehensive, leaving little room for improvement. Moreover, Zhou Gu appeared more interested in chemical reaction suggestions from Li Ban. When Li Ban hesitated and couldn't provide any, Zhou Gu didn't get angry. "All right, take your time to think. First, go buy some things for me at the black and white markets." Yes, sir. Zhou placed a hand on Li Ban's shoulder. Remember, work diligently under me and you won't lose out. I'm at your service. Only after Li Ban familiarized himself with the new tools and learned their maintenance methods did Zhou let him leave. After Li Ban departed, Zhou tidied up while thinking. Li Ban doesn't understand tools well, and his suggestions are naive. But if he actually knew everything, that would be suspicious. Through this coincidence, Li Ban's suspiciousness decreased slightly in Zhou estimation. When Li Ban left Zhou room for the second level, he encountered Tree Person A. Their relationship had completely broken down since the map confrontation before Zhou. Li Ban was at a disadvantage, being one identity level below Tree Person A. If Tree Person A ordered him around under the pretense of work, he had no good way to refuse. Fortunately, after moving to the third level, they'd hardly met privately these past few days. This time, it seemed Tree Person A might have deliberately waited for him on the stairs. Boy, I don't know how you fooled Officer Zhou, but I'm watching you. Tree Person A blocked Li Ban's path, speaking gloomily. Li Ban kept his head down without speaking. He wasn't foolish enough to confront Tree Person A directly when alone. Tree Person A shoved past Li Ban and descended. Li Ban glanced at Tree Person A's retreating back, but remained silent. He took Chi out for shopping. The recent lack of slave deaths was likely related to Li Ban taking over slave management. But after Li Ban moved to the third level, Wei from among the 4 slaves suddenly died of acute illness. Before Li Ban could examine Wei's body, the corpse had already been taken away. Dead slaves' bodies belonged to the Tree Person jailers, who didn't care about causes of death. On a shopping trip, Li Ban asked Chi, how did Wei die? Chi treated Li Ban with careful respect, just like when Li Ban first rode with the Tree Person jailers. Brotherly, when Wei died, I'd already moved to the storeroom you previously lived in, so I didn't see his body. But he seemed fine the day before. Then we heard he died the next morning. What illness could be so sudden? When Li Ban moved out, he'd let Chi occupy the storeroom. As the first to side with him and provide information, Chi naturally received rewards. Seeing Chi's successful ingratiation, Wei also tried currying favor with Li Ban for outdoor privileges. But he was always one step behind, knowing less than Chi, so never got close. Later he attempted alliance with Ku, the earliest arrival, but could just focused on work, ignoring him until Wei gradually gave up. That Wei jumped around for a while, yet he became the first to die after I left. Li Ban shook his head slightly. He recalled when he first arrived at Death Prison. The first death was also the seemingly strongest young slave. He'd thought his chosen slaves were relatively obedient, but current results showed no simple survivors in Death Prison. Chi flattered. That's because he failed to cling to your coattails. Li Ban smiled without comment. He knew his limits. At least currently, he wasn't important enough for coattails. Returning from Qingchun County, Li Ban carried several jars to Zhou's room. Zhou was absent today, the door left wide open as if completely unsecured. Before entering, Li Ban checked both sides. His trained eye elemental power provided sharp vision. Just a glance revealed a branch on the stairs between third level and main gate. Uncertain if it was Tree Person A, but knowing Tree Person jailers cooperated, he quickly entered and closed the door before descent. After pretending to work inside briefly, he exited carrying empty jars. Exiting, he deliberately scanned for observers. What sneaky business are you doing? The approaching Tree Person jailer, who'd spotted Li Ban leaving Zhou's room while acting suspiciously, immediately challenged him. Recognizing Tree Person B, Li Ban quickly bowed. Sir, I'm cleaning Officer Zhou's room. Tree Person A hadn't shared their conflict with Tree Person B, who remained unaware. Did Officer Zhou permit this? Yes. I'll verify with him. Tree Person B narrowed his eyes. Please do. Li Ban maintained an open, smiling demeanor. Tree Person B sensed something off, but couldn't be bothered. Back in the jailer's quarters, he recalled Tree Person A and Zhou's closeness to Li Ban. Rather than asking the unfamiliar Zhou, he decided to consult Tree Person A. Is the new menial worker Li Ban working for Zhou now? Tree person A, meditating, sneered, yes. Tree person B asked, why that tone? Did Li Ban offend you? Tree person A hesitated, keeping their conflict's origin secret, making excuses. Officer Zhou values him, gives him lots of rewards. Tree person B didn't ponder deeply. Lots? Enough to buy how many slaves? Always slaves with you. Tree person A snorted. What's wrong with slaves? Months without eating any until recently. I was getting desperate. Tree person A opened his eyes. Slaves make you drool? What if you found better prey? Tree person B stepped beside him, roots sinking into soil. Better ones never reach us. Remember, Boss Zhang holds our lifelines. As Tree person B closed his eyes, Tree person A suddenly asked, why ask about Li Ban? Oh, I saw him sneaking from Zhou Gu's room carrying something. Tree person A sprang up. Was Zhou Gu absent? Yes. That's why I asked you. Next day, Li Ban re-entered Zhou Gu's room with yesterday's clean jars. Alerted, Tree person A rushed over. Zhou Gu remained absent while Li Ban busied himself in the outer room with various bottles and jars. Tree person A appeared casually at the doorway. Li Ban, what are you doing? Rearranging jars pointlessly. Li Ban suppressed a smirk before turning with innocent expression. Officer Zhou asked me to clean his room. Tree person A, I had the 7 or 8 jars in Li Ban's arms. Clean properly. Don't break Officer Zhou's belongings. Li Ban shrugged. These jars are all chipped or cracked. No loss if discarded. I'm sorting usable ones from junk. Tree person A frowned. Don't casually discard Officer Zhou's property. Valuable items could cost more than you're worth. Li Ban chuckled involuntarily. Why laugh? Tree person A grew angry at Li Ban's levity. Li Ban stepped aside, revealing a cabinet packed with identical jars. See? Officer Zhou loves wine. He's collected so many identical jars. Missing 1 or 2, even 7 or 8 wouldn't be noticed. When some break, I just sweep them up. Nothing valuable here. Finding no fault, Tree person A left grumbling work properly. After his departure, Li Ban stored most jars. He quickly exited Zhou Gu's room, carrying only worn jars back to the menial quarters. Entering, he saw Wang Hua from another bedroom drinking water in the common room. Wang Hua stared in surprise. Li Ban, why so many jars? Li Ban noted spilled water by Wang Hua's cup. The drink had been rushed. Keeping calm, he answered, just collecting and used jars from superiors to sell at market. For the next 3 days, whenever Zhou Gu was present, Li Ban wouldn't bring any wine jars back to his room. But if Zhou Gu was absent, Li Ban would always carry several jars back. On the 4th day, Li Ban glanced at the desk again. After counting the jars on it, he let out a soft sigh and began tidying up while saying, Sir, these jars have been used multiple times and have cracks along their edges from being knocked around. Should we purchase a new batch? Zhou Gu was observing some insects he'd been cultivating and didn't even look up. Handle it as you see fit. Understood. I'll procure some new ones then. Li Ban started selecting the damaged jars from the desk, but his movements gradually slowed. The sound was quiet, but still noticeable to a jailer's trained ears. Zhou Gu put away his insects. What is it? Instead of answering immediately, Li Ban began counting the jars one by one. Seeing this, Zhou Gu stood and approached. Is there a problem? He cared deeply about the distillation equipment. No problem. It's just the total number of jars doesn't match. Li Ban rubbed his neck from prolonged bending. Perhaps I miscounted. Jars are insignificant. A few more or less makes no difference. Zhou Gu relaxed again. Yes. Li Ban stopped worrying about the jar count and wrapped the selected damaged ones in cloth. Sir, I plan to clean these jars thoroughly and sell them to black and white markets. This way we can recoup some costs. The equipment and jars were purchased with Zhou Gu's personal funds, so every bit saved mattered. Zhou Gu nodded. As Li Ban prepared to leave, he added, wash them multiple times. Rest assured, sir, I'll use soap berries and tea leaves to scrub them repeatedly until no trace of alcohol remains. These jars had contained alcohol, especially the high-proof liquor Li Ban and Zhou Gu produced together. Even when empty, Uncorking them still released an intoxicating aroma. Liban always wrapped them securely when transporting them. After Liban left, Zhou Gu changed clothes to go out. Before departing, he glanced at the rearranged desk, feeling inexplicably unsettled, though he couldn't pinpoint why. He pushed the feeling aside and headed to the 4th level to relieve Zhang Baishan. Zhang Baishan sat drinking tea as usual. He never meditated while on prisoner duty. Seeing Zhou Gu arrive, he picked up his saber from the table. No abnormalities. Zhou Gu nodded, but still meticulously inspected the shackles binding prisoners Lin Han and Jai Lu before accepting responsibility. While signing the log, Zhang Baishan mentioned, Zhao Yu is next in rotation. If he has Hua Jiang's substitute again, inform me. Zhou Gu nodded. As he set down the brush, his nostrils twitched. I'm leaving. Zhang Baishan didn't notice Zhou Gu's reaction and departed. Zhou Gu quietly inhaled. Amid the ink's pungency, he detected a faint trace of alcohol. Not the mellow aroma of market liquor, but the sharp, unpleasant scent of their own distilled high-proof alcohol, a smell he'd become intimately familiar with recently. His first thought was that Li Ban had leaked their liquor, but Li Ban knew how to eliminate the scent. If he'd given alcohol to Zhang Baishan, he would have warned him. Those missing jars. Zhou Gu closed his eyes briefly before reopening them. You look terrible. Jai Lu's voice came from the cell. Zhou Gu turned to see the prisoner, drooling again. Do you hate Zhang Baishan? Zhou Gu's expression darkened. No, I respect Officer Zhang deeply. Jai Lu swallowed saliva. I hate Zhang Baishan. He won't let me eat. Zhou Gu ignored him and returned to his bench. Jai Lu could eat, just not meat. Duan had personally ordered that anyone giving him even a speck of meat would be skinned alive. After 6 agonizing hours, Zhou Gu was relieved by the timid Hua Jiang. Despite serving as a jailer for a year, Hua Jiang still acted so meekly. Covering for Zhao Yu again, Hua Jiang smiled bitterly, just saving up for better elemental equipment. Zhou Gu left without another word, offering no warning to Hua Jiang. Returning to his room, his gaze fell upon the wine jars again. Abruptly, he entered the inner chamber to inspect all marked locations. No one's entered here. He relaxed slightly before his expression darkened again. But they breached the outer area. Reaching the inner chamber is only a matter of time. He left again, heading straight for Death Prison's 2nd level. By coincidence or design, he encountered Tree Person A along the way, who appeared in high spirits with water droplets still clinging to him as if freshly washed. Tree Person A greeted Zhou Gu as usual, but his lingering smile unsettled Zhou Gu. It felt mocking. You haven't been bothering Li Ban recently? The smile vanished instantly. No, Officer Zhou. I've been assisting Officer Zhang lately. Assisting Zhang Baishan? With what? As Tree Person A bowed and moved to pass by, Zhou Gu caught the faintest whiff of alcohol, so subtle he might have missed it without suspicion. That same harsh, unpalatable scent of their distilled liquor. Their liquor. But Zhou Gu didn't stop Tree Person A, continuing forward stone-faced. The missing jars. Tree Person A's harassment of Li Ban. The alcohol scent on both Zhang Baishan and Tree Person A. Zhou Gu ascended to Death Prison's 2nd level, not to find Li Ban, who was absent, but to approach a certain prisoner. He rapped the iron bars. The prisoner turned weakly, expecting Li Ban with food, but froze upon seeing Zhou Gu. His single remaining eye widened in terror as he desperately scrambled backward with his limited mobility, managing only minimal distance before gaping in fright. Zhou Gu examined the prisoner's mouth before slowly straightening up. Almost mature, Zhou Gu's secret was never in the alcohol, but the liquor remained an important tool. He didn't fear their investigations into the alcohol, but couldn't allow them to continue probing. He left with icy determination. The next day, Tree Person A disappeared. Li Ban wasn't the first to know. He couldn't show overt interest in Tree Person A's whereabouts. To make Zhou Gu suspect Tree Person A of spying on his secrets, Li Ban had dropped hints 3 times, both obvious and subtle. The scheme had required leaving some unnatural traces, necessitating Li Ban's complete dissociation from Tree Person A, even avoiding Zhou Gu temporarily to prevent unwanted connections. He learned the news from Wang Hua, who unusually summoned all menial workers to their quarters, including the rarely seen Lu Qinghe. Wang Hua, who'd once helped Tree Person A monitor Li Ban, showed none of the unease Li Ban expected. Tree Person A's gone. Turned to charcoal. Once assembled, Wang Hua delivered the news with forced solemnity, though the slight crinkling at his eyes betrayed suppressed satisfaction. The room fell silent as reactions varied. Li Ban first feigned surprise, then concealed his inner triumph. He'd succeeded. While elevating his importance to Zhou Gu, he'd simultaneously cultivated Zhou Gu's resentment toward Tree Person A. Through careful hints, he'd sown suspicion until Zhou Gu eliminated Tree Person A to protect his secret. The entire scheme of killing with a borrowed knife had been painstakingly slow. Any haste might have revealed his intentions and ruined everything. Fortunately, he'd prevailed. Li Ban lowered his head as his initial elation faded. He seemed to be adapting increasingly well to life in the witch world. How did Tree Person A die so suddenly? Li Ban looked up. I'm not sure about that. I overheard Officer Zhang telling Officer Hua while cleaning the rooms. Actually, the reason doesn't matter. Wang Hua waved his hand dismissively. Having been in death prison for so many years, I've seen plenty of people who were living large one day and mysteriously gone the next. What's important, Wang Hua revealed the real reason he'd gathered everyone tonight, is what we should do about this newly vacant jailer position. Lu Mu, sitting across from Wang Hua, crossed his arms and pursed his lips. Officer Zhang might just bring in another tree person. When all the jailers were wiped out last time, he claimed tree people were more reliable than us and brought in 4 at once without leaving any slots for us. Who would have thought even a tree person would die so soon? Wang Hua leaned closer to the table, lowering his voice. I asked Xiao Lu. Officer Du probably won't recruit another tree person this time. This time, we have a chance. Li Ban sat upright, lowering his eyes without speaking. He understood now. Wang Hua hadn't gathered the 4 of them for gossip, but to discuss the new jailer position. As first-tier identity holders, while jailers were second-tier, as long as no outsider was brought in, the position would go to one of the 4. Last time, Lu had risked directly attacking Li Ban to steal his menial worker position. This competition among menial workers for a jailer position would undoubtedly be even fiercer. But Li Ban wasn't worried. Having only become a menial worker a few months ago, without even filling his first element with spiritual essence, he didn't meet the promotion requirements. Thus, he was currently the safest among the 4. Still, he couldn't let his guard down completely. If the other 3 started fighting, he might get caught in the crossfire. Moreover, whoever got promoted would become the jailer overseeing the 1st and 2nd levels, essentially his direct superior. Wang Hua now straightened up, looking between the other 2 with an earnest smile. We all know how brutal position competitions can be. Just look at the slaves. They'll kill each other without tree person, even needing to provoke them. But I want to say, we're not slaves. After struggling so hard to become spirit practitioners, there's no need to fight to the death over a second-tier position. If our conflict becomes too disruptive and affects our duties, Officer Du might change his mind and recruit jailers from outside. Then, none of us would get the position. Lu Mu nodded. Brother Wang makes a good point. We can't afford to lose our composure first. Wang Hua was pleased with Lu Mu's support. It showed he was gradually taking control of the discussion. I gathered everyone to discuss this properly. Whoever gets the jailer position should compensate those who voluntarily withdraw from the competition. What do you think? This time when Wang Hua finished speaking, he looked at Li Ban. Though Li Ban had no chance at promotion, Wang Hua had included him in the discussion and compensation plan to gain his support. Noticing Wang Hua's gaze, Li Ban quickly smiled and nodded. I have no objections. Lu Mu also played along. No objections here either. Now only Lu Qinghe remained silent. All eyes turned to her. This woman was crucial. Though nominally a menial worker, everyone knew she was actually connected to prison officer Duan. Even Li Ban could tell Wang Hua and Lu Mu kept glancing at Lu Qinghe while speaking. Li Ban suspected that if Lu Qinghe wanted the jailer position, Wang Hua and Lu Mu would stand little chance. Having remained silent since entering, Lu Qinghe suddenly stood up when everyone looked at her. "Don't consider me. I won't compete for this position, nor do I need compensation." With that, she turned and left the menial quarters, leaving the three men exchanging puzzled looks. After recovering from his surprise, Wang Hua couldn't hide his delight as he asked Li Ban and Lu Mu, "Then it's just the three of us to discuss. My element is already full with spiritual essence. What about you two?" "Mine isn't full yet," Li Ban immediately replied. "So you don't need to consider me either." Wang Hua and Lu Mu looked even more satisfied. They gazed at Li Ban as if he were their own brother. The two began discussing in low voices while Li Ban pondered other matters. Normally, first-tier identities could only fuse with one element, but he had two. So how would the spiritual essence requirement for promotion be calculated? Would filling one element suffice, or did both need to be full? If the latter, he really shouldn't fuse too many elements, or promotions would become difficult. According to the Catwoman, identity tiers greatly influenced one's strength. Li Ban couldn't afford to trap himself at low tiers just for the sake of elements. "Elders, I have a question." Both men looked at him. For first-tier identities like ours, being full means one element is saturated. But for second-tier and above, does being full require all elements to be saturated, or just one? Wang Hua answered first. "Of course all elements need to be full." Lu Mu added, "With each promotion, an element's spiritual essence capacity increases. So each tier requires you to cultivate all your elements to fullness again." Li Ban nodded in understanding. No wonder jailers and officers cultivated whenever they had time. Their time to reach fullness must be much longer than first-tier practitioners. This ever-increasing requirement would make promotions progressively harder for higher tiers. Li Ban blinked. Wasn't this just like the experience points needed for leveling up in games? But with two elements, his promotion time would naturally be longer than others. Still, Li Ban didn't need to worry about promotions yet. Jailers were second tier, not slaves who died every few months. Even if slightly delayed, it shouldn't affect his next promotion opportunity. After answering Li Ban's question, Wang Hua looked at Lu Mu. Just as he opened his mouth with a confident smile, Lu Mu interrupted. "Brother Wang, a word in private?" Wang Hua froze. Lu Mu speaking first disrupted his rhythm, but things were still proceeding as planned. Some matters needed public discussion, others required private negotiation. Now that only he and Lu Mu remained as candidates, Li Ban didn't need to participate in the more confidential talks. In fact, if not for Li Ban's connection to Zhou Gu, they wouldn't have considered compensating him at all. Of course. Wang Hua smiled at Li Ban. "Li Ban, please wait here while Lu Mu and I discuss." "No problem." Li Ban currently had no interest in their power struggles. Lu Mu stood first, but gestured for Wang Hua to lead. Wang Hua maintained his confident smile, clearly self-assured. As the longest-serving menial worker, seniority would favor him. But Li Ban knew Death Prison didn't operate on seniority. The outcome remained uncertain. Now, without Tree Person constantly watching and scheming against him, Li Ban finally had time to cultivate. Closing his eyes, he found a comfortable position leaning on the table and began absorbing spiritual essence. Though unqualified for this jailer position, he couldn't miss the next one. Whether approaching Zhou Gu or Duan, remaining a mere menial worker would never grant access to core information. Without more clues, when could he complete phase missions and regain temporary logout privileges? At this rate, Li Ban felt he might as well retire in the witch world. But barely after closing his eyes, Li Ban was startled by voices behind him. He quickly sat up straight, turning to see Wang Hua emerging with an ugly expression. Behind him, Lu Mu followed with a faint smile, cupping his hands toward Wang Hua. "Thanks to Elder Brother Wang's generosity, I'll accept this position. I won't forget this favor." Wang Hua could only force a polite gesture in return. Clearly, Lu Mu had won decisively. At over 50 years old, could Wang Hua even wait for the next vacancy? Li Ban smiled and stood to congratulate Lu Mu. He was quite satisfied with this outcome. Lu Mu had likely already promised benefits to Wang Hua in the bedroom earlier, so after coming out, he mainly spoke to Li Ban. Li Ban, when a menial worker's identity token becomes available, you can select one slave for promotion. Li Ban looked up in surprise, but isn't that supposed to be decided by the jailers? It's just one menial worker position. Feel free to choose. When Wang Hua first gathered the four of them for discussion, he had acted completely in control. Now Lu Mu appeared even more confident than Wang Hua had been earlier. It was as if he hadn't merely persuaded Wang Hua and Li Ban, but had already become a jailer himself, daring to directly hand over the selection of a menial worker to Li Ban. Apparently, Lu Mu's influence was greater than what Li Ban normally observed. I'll provide some additional monetary compensation to you both. If anything comes up in the future, you can always come to me. Finally, Lu Mu picked up a water cup, smiling as he took a sip. After the meeting dispersed, Li Ban received 5 taels of silver. This was the second substantial sum he'd obtained recently. Combined with the remaining money from purchasing steaming wine materials, he now had 19 taels. Just 2 more months of saving until 20 taels, and he could exchange them with Hai Da Kuei for a mortal-grade element. Although he temporarily didn't plan to fuse new elements to quickly fill his spiritual essence, that didn't stop him from searching for suitable elements in advance. However, Death Prison had probably already learned he'd purchased an element temporarily unable to be fused. Thus, his motive for buying another element required further consideration. If nothing suitable appeared, there was no need to rush. The next day, Lu Mu assumed his new position without any incidents. He appeared before Li Ban wearing the dark blue uniform of a jailer and handed over the promised menial worker identity token. Li Ban took the token and returned to the sinkhole. Chi, gather the others. Yes, Brother Li. Chi immediately noticed the identity token in Li Ban's hand. As a former aristocratic family member, he certainly recognized what it was. However, Chi's reaction was calmer than Li Ban expected. Soon, the other 2 slaves followed Chi to stand before Li Ban. They lined up nervously, their faces filled with unease. Li Ban had no intention of using them to establish authority. He wanted to keep a low profile now, avoiding further attention. Besides, these slaves' actual supervisors were the 2 jailers responsible for the first and second levels. Currently, Lu Mu was merely doing Li Ban a favor by letting him choose a menial worker to his liking. Jailer Tree Person A met with an accidental death. The original menial worker Lu Mu has been promoted to replace him. You'll probably see him soon enough. The 3 slaves were astonished. They never imagined that Tree Person A, who had been swaggering about just days ago dragging away dead slaves, would inexplicably die like this. The consecutive deaths made men, who had just begun settling into a stable life, sway unsteadily, nearly collapsing again. But apart from men, the other 2 slaves focused more on another piece of information. If the original menial worker got promoted to jailer, didn't that mean a menial worker position had opened up? The difference between menial workers and slaves was perfectly demonstrated by Li Ban standing before them. And anyone who hadn't been fished from the river without a past clearly understood this distinction. After pausing to let them process this, Li Ban continued. So now there's one menial worker position available. He raised the menial worker token, waving it briefly before their eyes. The new menial worker will be selected within 2 days. You should all prepare yourselves. Having said this, Li Ban turned and returned to the second level. Tree Person A was dead, but his work still needed continuing. As for which of the 3 slaves would become the new menial worker, that depended on their own performance. Since Li Ban began assisting the Tree Person jailers with supervising the slaves, the slave mortality rate had noticeably decreased. They lived much better than previous batches of slaves. Consequently, apart from Chi, the other 2 slaves appeared quite obedient, less scheming and maneuvering. Li Ban currently couldn't determine whether this life was good or bad for them. Being alive couldn't be that terrible, right? On the second level, Li Ban was inspecting each prisoner's condition one by one. He noticed the prisoner in cell 4 kept trembling, lips pale and tightly pressed together. Although the weather was cold now, it wasn't different from recent days. The cell 4 prisoner hadn't shown this behavior before. Is he sick? Just then, heavy footsteps sounded from the first level. Liban turned to see Tree Person B approaching with a dark expression. He quickly straightened up. Jailer B. Tree Person B stopped before Liban, apparently seeking him out specifically. Before Tree Person A died, did you notice anything unusual? Liban looked puzzled. Unusual? He appeared to think carefully before answering. Sure seemed to visit the 3rd level several times. But after I moved to the 3rd level, I only stayed in Officer Zhou's room when going there. I don't know who he visited or what he did. Tree Person B nodded. He'd also noticed Tree Person A frequently leaving his cultivation sessions to go downstairs recently. Tree Person A hadn't explained in detail, and he hadn't bothered asking. But he never expected the next time he saw Tree Person A, the latter would be a charred piece of wood. Tree people hated fire, but they weren't that vulnerable to it. An ordinary flame couldn't ignite them. Whoever did this was definitely extraordinary. Tree Person B's murderous aura intensified, the patterns on his body expanding as if to burst through his bark. He suddenly glared sideways at Liban. Where were you the day before yesterday and yesterday? What were you doing? Can anyone vouch for you? Was Tree Person B suspecting him? Liban hastily shook his head and waved his hands. Sir, these past 2 days, I've either been cultivating in the menial quarters or patrolling the 2nd level. As for proof, I'm not sure if these prisoners count. There's also Wang Hua. He's often on the 3rd level and might know when I came and went. But I'm not certain. You'd have to ask him. Liban acted thoroughly intimidated, as if fearing Tree Person B might indiscriminately seek vengeance for Tree Person A. He didn't know whether Tree Person A had told Tree Person B about their conflict. But even if he had, so what? Liban hadn't done it. Tree Person B didn't press Liban further. He truly didn't believe Liban could have killed Tree Person A. This kid had only recently become a menial worker. His cultivation time was short, and it was questionable whether he'd even absorbed 10% of an element. Moreover, his element was purely auxiliary vision related. How could that kill Tree Person A? He must be losing his mind. The lack of clues only fueled Tree Person B's rage. Most importantly, even their superior Zhang Baishan showed little interest in investigating. Tree Person B couldn't understand why. He could only guess Tree Person A might have offended Zhang Baishan. He'd even suspected Zhang Baishan himself, but he lacked the ability to investigate him and was no match for him regardless. Fine, get back to work. Waving a branch, Tree Person B left the 2nd level. His expression remained dark as he walked away from Liban. Currently suspecting everyone due to lacking the real killer, he muttered to himself. It doesn't matter. They wouldn't kill a without reason. Whoever benefits in the end must be connected to A's death. Tree people weren't human, but sometimes they were more stubborn than humans. That evening, Liban deliberately avoided returning to the 3rd level menial quarters, instead chatting with the Catwoman on the 1st level. He cross-referenced information from Lu Mu and Wang Hua with the Catwoman, confirming everything checked out. Then someone came looking for him on the 1st level. Contrary to Liban's expectations, the first to seek him out wasn't Chi, but the ever-diligent farmer Ke. Brotherly, Ke seemed rather awkward at flattery, his words stumbling out haltingly. He pulled out a small piece of silver from his robe, pinching it carefully between 4 fingers of both hands as he presented it to Liban. Brotherly, I wish to serve you. Whatever tasks you have, just give the order. Lu Mu had granted Liban the authority to select new menial workers, implicitly allowing him to collect bribes in the process. Truth be told, Liban suspected that Lu Mu, who had managed to surpass Wang Hua to become a jailer, wouldn't care about the meager some slaves could offer. Even if I take your money, I can't guarantee you'll get the menial worker position. Ke quickly replied, This is merely a small token of respect for you, sir. I only beg for your favor, not the position itself. Not hoping for it. Then why hadn't he come offering money before? Why only today, when Liban had the menial tokens? Li Ban unceremoniously accepted the tael of silver from Ko. He'd given fair warning. If Ko still chose to offer it, he'd naturally take it. Now, all 20 taels of silver were accounted for. Only after Ko left beaming did Chi finally arrive. Brotherly, unlike Ko's nervousness, Chi maintained his usual demeanor despite Li Ban now controlling the menial appointments. Respectful yet familiar. Leaning against the wall, Li Ban chuckled. Ko came earlier than you. I know. Chi grinned as he sat beside Li Ban, deliberately hunching to appear shorter. My family was confiscated, so I don't have much money. But my father forced me to study some knowledge before. I hope it can be useful to you. Knowledge? Li Ban tilted his head. Do tell. Chi's smile faded into reminiscence. Before the confiscation, Father had arranged a path for me. I'd gain an identity at 16. But 1 month before my birthday, he licked dry lips. Anyway, since the identity token was already prepared, Father gave me a spiritual essence cultivation method to accelerate absorption. I've copied it for you. Without bargaining, Chi produced several rough papers covered in charcoal writing. Curious, Li Ban took them. The first line read, Spiritual essence surging technique. If genuine, this was far more valuable than a tael of silver. Li Ban didn't understand which world economics well, but this was easily worth hundreds of taels. And Chi was giving it away for a menial position? How much does this surging technique improve absorption? Depends on talent and compatibility. Father said between 5% to 10%. Only that much. From an efficiency of 10 to maybe 10.5 or 11. Seeing Li Ban's disappointment, Chi smiled. The improvement seemed small, brotherly, but over years it saves significant time. You're right. I'm being greedy. Since Li Ban could fuse more elements than others, he naturally wanted faster absorption. But something was better than nothing. He accepted the technique and tossed Chi the menial token. Go register with Jailer Lu Mu in the 3rd level's first room. He could return Ku's silver, but not unlearn Chi's technique. Moreover, this method perfectly addressed Li Ban's current needs. As for Min, who still hadn't appeared, if she wasn't here by now, she shouldn't bother. Nothing she could offer would surpass Chi's gift. Chi thanked him profusely before leaving to find Lu Mu, who still hadn't moved from the menial quarters. Naturally, Chi would secure his status immediately. After Chi left, Li Ban examined the technique. Do you have cultivation methods like this? The Catwoman remained haughty and silent around others, but reverted to her true self when alone. I do, but do you have equivalent meat? Given her status, her techniques would be superior. Li Ban truly lacked equivalent meat. Muttering, he stood to test the surging technique. Hey, the Catwoman stopped him. He turned. Shouldn't I check it first? You can retrieve given tokens, but no one can fix a ruined body. You'd help out of kindness? 3 chickens, revealing her true intentions. 1. Bargaining began. Less than 2 and I won't bother. Pushing her luck. I'll ask Officer Zhou to check. Mutually assured separation. My mistake. 1 is enough. Total defeat. Barely suppressing laughter, Li Ban folded the papers and tossed them in. Pouting, the Catwoman skimmed them before throwing them back. Trash technique, but harmless. Retrieving the papers, Li Ban inexplicably felt cheated regardless. Chi smoothly became a menial worker without objection from Tree Person B or Lu Mu. Li Ban also learned Chi's full name, Gu Yuechi, sounding rather distinguished. Ko didn't get the position, but Li Ban assigned him poultry care, ensuring occasional decent meals. Next day, when Chi appeared in menial attire, he wore no triumphant smile. Instead, he seemed as calmly resigned as when first becoming a death prison slave. Was his composure from upbringing or something else? Li Ban didn't probe, but one related matter required consideration. With Lu Mu promoted to jailer, 4th level duties now lack supervision. Normally, Chi replacing Lu Mu should inherit his 4th level responsibilities. But the 4th level was special, fewer prisoners, yet more important than 1st and 2nd levels combined. Li Ban had only been assigned 4th level cleaning after months as a menial. Initially, even tree people barred him from the 3rd level. Thus, Li Ban privately believed he'd more likely be assigned to the 4th level, unless Wang Hua wanted it. Yet when Li Ban asked, Wang Hua expressed no desire to leave the 3rd level. He also thought Li Ban would get the 4th level. 4th level holds highly confidential prisoners. How could new menials go there without thorough vetting? Wang Hua had said, even congratulating him. Compared to the foul 2nd level, 4th is better. Fewer prisoners, smaller area, less work, no strange foods. Most importantly, you'll interact with 4 jailers regularly. Sometimes even Officer Du want an opportunity. After this, Li Ban prepared mentally for the 4th level. Yet Zhou Gu summoned him. I plan to keep you responsible for Death Prison's 2nd level. Surprised, Li Ban suddenly remembered something. Jailer Zhao Yu had once mentioned Zhou Gu did more than inspect prisoner corpses. Recently preoccupied with alcohol distillation and tree person A's death, Li Ban had nearly forgotten. Zhou Gu's true secret likely involved corpses. Wanting no part of it, Li Ban had strictly discussed alcohol during tree person A's scheme, never mentioning corpses. But Zhou Gu's words today suggested he might truly become Zhou Gu's trusted subordinate. Zhou placed both hands on the long table, fingertips drumming alternately. I have matters only you can handle. More confidential than alcohol distillation. If leak, you're the mole. If I say you are, you are. Understood. In the end, it was she who got sent to work on the 4th level. Li Ban didn't know how Zhou Gu managed it, but everything proceeded surprisingly smoothly. In fact, even Zhou Gu found the situation unusually favorable. Though right after threatening Li Ban that day, Zhou Gu had immediately added, "Don't worry. If you perform well, I won't be stingy with rewards. Obey and receive rewards. Disobey and get branded as a traitor." Especially since Tree Person had provided Zhou Gu with some suspicious leads about Li Ban. These leads were ambiguous at best, lacking concrete evidence, just enough to condemn someone based on a superior's whims. Previously, Zhou Gu had favored Li Ban, but if Li Ban stopped being obedient, those same reasons could easily be twisted to justify punishing him. Back in the menial quarters, Li Ban lay on his bed, pretending to cultivate while actually thinking. He suspected Zhou Gu had chosen to take him under his wing precisely because some of his behaviors seemed questionable. A subordinate with dirt on them was perfect for handling shady business, wasn't it? After 3 days, everyone had completed their work handovers. The power structure on Death Prison's 3rd level had also been reorganized. Li Ban and Wang Hua now lived in the first menial quarters on the 3rd level. There were originally 2 bedrooms with 4 beds. Now, Lu Mu had claimed an unused jailer's room on the 3rd level. Jailer rooms housed 2 people each, but Lu Mu couldn't possibly share a room with a tree person, so the other bed in his room remained empty. Strangely, Gu Yuechi, the former slave Qi, moved in. This arrangement was actually Lu Mu's suggestion. He said, since the room's empty anyway, it'll just collect dust. Might as well let the new menial worker use it. At the same time, Li Ban learned that Lu Mu's backer was Zhang Baishan. He saw Zhang Baishan directly instruct Tree Person B to defer to Lu Mu on major matters and have Lu Mu report everything to him. No wonder Lu Mu had convinced Wang Hua so easily. How could a mere seniority climber like Wang Hua compete with someone who had real connections? It seemed all menial workers had some kind of backing. Wang Hua's situation was unclear, but Lu Qinghe was directly under Officer Du In's protection. As for Li Ban, his backer was Zhou Gu, but now Zhou Gu had become his problem. Zhou Gu gave Li Ban no choice. Refusal meant death. Li Ban agreed without hesitation. Later, Zhou Gu gave Li Ban some insect eggs, instructing him to feed them to prisoners number 4 and 7 during mealtimes. If they couldn't swallow them normally, he was to force the eggs down their throats using an iron pipe. The eggs were stored in small jars of high-proof liquor Li Ban had distilled himself. On the next scheduled feeding day for 2nd-level prisoners, Li Ban carried 2 small liquor jars to work with the solemnity of visiting a grave. The gruel for 2nd-level prisoners was prepared by Wang Hua, Death Prison's head chef, though he only cooked for prisoners. Other officials got their meals from Old Chin at the main entrance. Carrying the food bucket Wang Hua gave him, Li Ban went to the second level and began distributing the gruel from back to front. The process was no different from before. After finishing the rounds, Li Ban approached cell number 4 with a nearly empty bucket. Prisoner number 4 was female, though now it was impossible to tell her age or appearance. If not for the slight rise and fall of her chest, Li Ban wouldn't have known her gender at all. Number 4 was in terrible condition. Every time Li Ban tapped the bars, it took her forever to crawl from her corner to eat. Her limbs looked like they'd been run over, flattened, and barely functional. Yet after each meal, she'd painfully crawl back the same way. Li Ban used to wonder why she didn't just lie by the feeding trough like other prisoners, where she could eat by just turning her head. Now he understood. Number 4 wasn't avoiding food, but the insect eggs. Li Ban waited for number 4 to painfully crawl over, then used his iron hook to drag her closer. Number 4 looked blankly at Li Ban, though her clouded, gray eyes were long blind. Sighing internally, Li Ban took out the liquor jar Zhou Gu had given him. The moment she smelled alcohol, her whole body began trembling. Tears streamed from her sightless eyes. Yet she didn't dare move. From her reaction, Li Ban knew this wasn't her first time being force-fed eggs. Holding the small jar in one hand, he used a gruel ladle to pry open her mouth. She still didn't resist or avoid him. Li Ban easily poured the eggs down her throat. The jade-green eggs, mixed with a small amount of liquor, slid smoothly into her mouth. But the moment she swallowed, she began coughing violently. 3 or 4 eggs came back up with a cough. Li Ban quickly used his hook to scoop them back into the jar and pour them down again. Each jar only held 5 or 6 eggs. Zhou Gu had emphasized none could be wasted. After making sure number 4 swallowed them all, Li Ban waited to confirm she wouldn't vomit before leaving. Next was number 7. Number 7's condition was even worse. He always lay by the feeding trough, his lower body nearly immobile. More small insects crawled over him. Sometimes a few would stray through the bars into the walkway, where Li Ban would crush them during inspections. Li Ban fed number 7 the same way, deciding he'd need to use a tube next time to avoid choking or vomiting. After finishing, Li Ban carefully produced a 3rd jar. This one contained real liquor. He uncorked it to confirm no eggs were inside, took a small sip, then poured some on his hand and flicked it onto his collar. Exhausted, he carried the food bucket back toward the 3rd level. From now on, like Zhou Gu, he'd have a reputation as a drinker. At least as a menial worker, no one cared much as long as he worked sober. Returning to the 3rd level, Li Ban immediately spotted Zhou Gu and Zhang Baishan at the far end of the corridor. They were talking. Li Ban couldn't hear them, but clearly Zhang Baishan was reprimanding Zhou Gu. When Li Ban reached the bottom step, Zhang Baishan noticed him and ended the lecture, walking away. Zhou Gu turned around, his expression not particularly troubled. He approached Li Ban directly. "Come clean my room after you're done." Knowing Zhou Gu wanted to talk privately, Li Ban quickly handed the bucket to Wang Hua and went to Zhou Gu's 3rd room. Behind closed doors and a privacy screen, they spoke. "How did it go?" "Both fed successfully. Anyone see you?" "No. I kept watch both ways." Li Ban suspected Zhou Gu chose him partly for his right eye. Though it got him into this mess. Without that eye, he'd be dead already. Now he just needed to plan his safe exit. Number 4 was her 2nd feeding. Number 7 his 3rd. Memorize the schedule. No written records. Observe them regularly. If either dies, bring the body to me immediately. "Sir, what exactly should I be observing?" Li Ban followed orders, but still didn't understand Zhou Gu's goal. Zhou Gu lowered his gaze and returned to sit behind his desk. "Tongues. I'm growing tongues inside them." "Tongue." Li Ban suddenly felt an itch at the root of his tongue. If he kept handling those green insect eggs, would he grow a new tongue too? He cleared his throat. Does subordinate need to observe their tongues? Observe beneath their tongues. After normal feeding 3 to 5 times, a new tongue will grow beneath their original one. Same color as a normal tongue, but shorter with a forked tip. You must ensure these prisoners stay alive until they naturally die. Natural death? More like killed by that new tongue. After death, the corpses would first be sent to Zhou Gu. Only after removing the second tongue would he hand the bodies over to the prison officers. Whether the officers would notice the wounds beneath the tongues depended on Zhou Gu's skills. But his sneaky methods suggested the second tongue held great value. This was likely Zhou Gu's side income from the Eternal Tower. Li Ban worried. If Zhou Gu no longer needed him to cultivate tongues, would he eliminate him too? Continue buying and distilling wine normally. If anyone asks, the officer enjoys wine. Li Ban ventured. That answer suffices for most. But if Zhang Baishan or Officer Du asks, say strong alcohol kills small insects and wounds. However, this is my secret technique. You only assist with distillation without knowing subsequent steps. Li Ban nodded in understanding. After finally finishing with Zhou Gu, Li Ban returned to the menial quarters to cultivate. Outside, Lu Mu, returning from an errand, encountered Tree Person B. Gu Yuechi, go back first. Lu Mu instructed Gu Yuechi to store their purchase supplies. Find Min at the water room. She'll assign your tasks. He then directed two newly purchased slaves toward the water room. Tree Person B watched them leave before coldly addressing Lu Mu. Shall we talk outside? Outside meant beyond the sinkhole, where few passed by, and where killing would be easy. Lu Mu smiled, unbothered by Tree Person B's attitude. He patted the saber slung across his left hip. The blade emitted a low, eerie wail like ghostly howls that chilled the spine. Tree Person B immediately narrowed his eyes. You fused with a second element. Indeed, surprisingly compatible with the ghost head saber, fused on the first try. Lu Mu tilted his head. What? Did Brother B plan to challenge me before I fused a second element? Tree Person B's eyes flickered with wariness as he studied the saber. He'd intended to interrogate Lu Mu about Tree Person A's death before his second fusion. But Lu Mu had prepared thoroughly, completing the fusion early. Though newly fused with minimal spiritual essence absorption, all Tree Person jailers feared ghost head sabers. For good reason. An elementalized ghost head saber was lethally sharp. Even Zhou Gu, who'd failed to fuse with one, could effortlessly sever their limbs. Yet letting Lu Mu go stuck in Tree Person B's craw. All four Tree Person jailers had come to Death Prison together, with him and Tree Person A supporting each other in the sinkhole area. Others looked down on them. Without unity among Tree people, they'd lose all deterrence. Tree Person A's death today could be Tree Person B's tomorrow. He couldn't ignore it like the others. The murderer must learn. Tree people aren't slaves. Provoke them, pay the price. Seeing Tree Person B wouldn't back down, Lu Mu's smile faded. The saber hadn't truly intimidated him. These half-human, half-demon creatures were troublesome. I know what you're asking. Tree Person A's death has nothing to do with me. Yet you became a jailer after he died. That promotion wouldn't have reached me normally. I begged Officer Zhang through many difficulties before securing it. Hearing Zhang Baishan's name gave Tree Person B pause. Lu Mu noticed, relaxing slightly. If Tree Person B disregarded Zhang Baishan, real trouble would follow. We're both Officer Zhang's men, same faction. Don't feud and let others benefit. Tree Person B understood. Persist further, and Lu Mu would report to Zhang Baishan. Don't let me discover your involvement in A's death. Otherwise, Lu Mu's expression darkened. Even after invoking their shared superior, Tree Person B remained disrespectful. Though the newly fused saber deterred direct attack, Lu Mu knew he'd lose in actual combat. Then Tree Person B glanced toward where Chi had departed. This bastard. Don't touch Gu Yuechi. He's under me. Tree Person B's gaze turned murderous. Can you swear A's death had nothing to do with Gu Yuechi? Lu Mu actually couldn't. He knew Gu Yuechi sought advancement. Aspiring jailers necessarily removed obstacles. With Tree Person A dying suddenly, he couldn't confirm Gu Yuechi's involvement. Of course he's unrelated. Just a slave? You think he could kill A? Regardless, Lu Mu would protect Gu Yuechi. It won't die in vain. If you kill indiscriminately, I'll have Officer Zhang intervene. Understood. Tree Person B shot Lu Mu a hateful glare before storming into Death Prison. Lu Mu followed anxiously, only relaxing after seeing Tree Person B return to his room. He headed to the first-floor storage room. Yuechi, beware tree person B. He might blame A's death on you. Gu Yuechi set down supplies, unconcerned. Understood. I'll avoid him. Stay clear of first and second floors. About A's death. Not my doing, Gu Yuechi stated plainly. But whether it connects to that person, I can't say. Ask him discreetly. I can't openly conflict with tree person B. Fine. But whether he'll tell me. Lu Mu sighed helplessly. Small fry like them couldn't influence the powerful. Unbeknownst to Li Ban, many speculated about tree person A's killer. His failed jailer promotion had ironically spared him suspicion. Lately, he'd been assisting Zhou Gu with tongue cultivation. Every 5 to 10 days, Zhou Gu provided 2 bottles of insect eggs for him to secretly feed prisoners. The neglected second level's poor conditions made this easy. Meanwhile, his cultivation progressed steadily. With surging tide technique, his spiritual essence absorption efficiency had indeed improved, exceeding even Gu Yuechi's estimates. His first elemental absorption had reached 45%. Even the Catwoman marveled at Li Ban's cultivation talent. Until 7 days after his second feeding, when prisoner 7 died. With tree person B's assistance, Li Ban delivered the corpse to Zhou Gu's room. Zhou Gu wasn't on duty at the moment. He dismissed tree person B and kept Li Ban to help with the work. It was common for menial workers to assist jailers and prison officers. After tree person B left, Zhou Gu stepped forward and opened the body bag, exposing the corpse's upper half. He used a small knife to slice open the body from the jaw down to the abdomen. Though the person was already dead, the metallic scent of blood still permeated the air. Li Ban stood behind Zhou Gu, frowning as he watched the man first examine the internal organs. Li Ban had seen organ models before. These clearly weren't normal. Each organ was abnormally enlarged, crammed in a number 7's originally emaciated frame like they belonged to a different person entirely. Zhou Gu cut out the prisoner's stomach and inspected it carefully. Li Ban suspected he was checking for green insect eggs inside. There were none. 5 days had passed since the last egg feeding. After the examination, Zhou Gu tossed the stomach back into the corpse and checked the prisoner's mouth. Then Li Ban saw Zhou Gu's grip tighten around the knife. Another failure. Zhou Gu's voice carried suppressed fury. He suddenly turned to Li Ban, eyes bloodshot. The intensity of his anger made Li Ban retreat 2 steps. Were there any issues during the egg feeding? Are you certain all eggs were swallowed? I'm certain, Li Ban answered quickly. Zhou Gu took 2 deep breaths before calming down. He carefully pried open the dead man's mouth and cut something out. Take this through the main gate to the research hall. Li Ban stepped forward to prepare the corpse again. While adjusting number 7's mouth, he noticed a fresh incision under where the tongue had been. With the man already dead, there was little bleeding. He closed number 7's mouth and returned him to the body bag. The research hall wasn't underground. Exiting through Death Prison's 3rd-level main gate led to Yu Province Death Prison's secondary courtyard. The main building in this courtyard was the research hall, also the residence of Warden Duan. As Li Ban carried the body bag outside, snow began falling again. His boots crunched through the fresh powder in complete silence. Just like number 7, dead without a sound, his remains still subjected to violation. Arriving at the research hall's main entrance, he knocked. Lu Qinghe opened the door. An unfamiliar smile graced her face, vanishing the moment she saw Li Ban. Delivering a corpse? Yes. Give it here. Lu Qinghe took the body bag from Li Ban and shut the door without another word. Not even a flicker of emotion crossed her face while handling the blood-stained bundle. Sometimes Li Ban wondered if she viewed all the menial workers, even the jailers and officers, as no different from corpses. After delivering the corpse, Li Ban immediately returned to Zhou Gu. The tongue cultivation in number 7 had apparently failed. Though Zhou Gu had contained his anger, this matter wasn't over. Sir, back in Zhou Gu's room, Li Ban closed the door. Despite his apprehension, he decided to address the issue directly. Though this failed, we still have number 4. I'll take special care with her. Zhou Gu had finished washing his hands and was drying them with a white towel. His movements slowed at Li Ban's words. This makes 3 failures now. He exhaled heavily. We had 2 successes before, but nothing since. Seeing Zhou Gu's frustration wasn't directed at him yet, Li Ban relaxed slightly. But if failures continued, he'd inevitably become the scapegoat. Sir, do you recall the circumstances of those 2 successes? How many feedings? What intervals? The prisoner's reactions? Zhou Gu answered somewhat awkwardly. This must be done discreetly. I could only feed eggs when opportunity allowed. Intervals varied, and I couldn't stay to observe. He turned to Li Ban, suddenly defensive. That's why I'm entrusting this to you. You're assigned to the 2nd level. No one will question your presence there. Zhou Gu admitted his cultivation knowledge was limited. Feed every 5 to 10 days. 5 to 7 eggs per feeding. Minimum 3 feedings before results appear. If no new tongue forms after 5 feedings, abandon that subject. No other guidelines existed. That Zhou Gu had achieved 2 successes through such haphazard methods was remarkable. These instructions couldn't be written down. Li Ban mentally repeated them until certain of memorization. Zhou Gu then produced a wine jar and placed it before Li Ban. A failed tongue specimen. Study its properties, then dispose of it properly, either minced into gruel or burned and buried. If anyone sees this, I'll cut out your tongue. Threats from Zhou Gu had become routine for Li Ban. He accepted the jar with little fear now, peeking inside before quickly resealing it. Understood, sir. I'll handle it appropriately. After the threat came the carrot. Apply yourself to this. 10 silver taels per success. Li Ban didn't hide his eagerness. Thank you, sir. I won't disappoint you. Tucking the jar into his robes, he cleaned the bloodied floor before leaving. Li Ban went straight to the menial quarters without stopping, entering his bedroom and shutting the door. He reopened Zhou Gu's jar. A shriveled grayish tongue lay at the bottom. Simultaneously, his mission assistance system activated. Detected waste element. Misleader. Non-fusible. Absorbable. Absorb. The witch world had no official classification for waste elements. The term denoted useless elements. Extracting elements from corpses was notoriously difficult. Rumor claimed Eternal Tower possessed methods to improve extraction rates. Of the few extractable elements, most became non-fusible waste. This was Eternal Tower's closely guarded secret. Outsiders could only rely on luck. Li Ban knew what waste elements were, but absorption. Neither the Catwoman nor anyone else had mentioned elements being absorbable rather than just fusible. Unaware of this previously, he couldn't have asked during his last lab visit. Yet his system clearly stated absorption was possible. Should he try? Will absorption kill me? Li Ban mentally asked the system. No response. Gritting his teeth, Li Ban decided. Absorb. Absorbing waste element misleader. Absorption complete. That's it. Li Ban scratched his chin. He felt nothing. Looking down, the tongue had vanished from the jar. Suddenly, his expression changed. He hurriedly sat on his bed and closed his eyes. 2 seconds later, they snapped open, filled with elation. Spiritual essence. Absorbing waste elements increased spiritual essence. Li Ban's spiritual essence had jumped from roughly 45% to nearly 80%. This single absorption saved him 3 months of cultivation. He nearly rushed out immediately to ask Zhou Gu if those 2 other failed tongues still existed. Li Ban didn't rush out immediately. He leaned against the wall and quietly cultivated for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. During this period, the cosmic river of stars flowed continuously, and his spiritual essence continued to grow steadily. Through this cultivation session, Li Ban confirmed that the spiritual essence obtained by absorbing waste elements was no different for what he cultivated himself, nor did it affect his normal cultivation progress. It was like taking an experience potion in a game, saving countless rounds of auto battles. The cultivation also helped calm his emotions. If he had gone to find Zhou Gu immediately earlier, his overwhelming joy might have been detected. He stood up, straightened his clothes, and went out to inquire about other waste elements. But as soon as he stepped out, he saw Zhao Yu and Zhou Gu facing off in the corridor for some reason. Being close, Li Ban caught the latter half of Zhao Yu's unretracted words. If you still can't find it, why not come with me to the Eternal Tower? Ah, I forgot. With your poor aptitude, the Eternal Tower would never accept you. Li Ban saw Zhou Gu's back suddenly stiffen. Yet Zhou Gu didn't retort. Zhao Yu wore a careless smile that paused when it swept over Li Ban before he turned and walked away without further taunting Zhou Gu. Now it was Li Ban who felt awkward. He didn't know whether to retreat back inside or pretend nothing happened and continue asking Zhou Gu about previously failed tongue elements. Sometimes, overly deliberate avoidance could make the mock party feel even worse. If even a menial worker pitied you, wasn't that the ultimate humiliation? In the end, Li Ban approached Zhou Gu from behind. Officer, I have some cultivation questions. May I seek your guidance? Zhou Gu entered his room directly without closing the door. Li Ban quickly followed. What is it? Zhou Gu, now seated behind his long desk, had regained his composure. Officer, do you still have any previous failed or successful tongue elements? Li Ban didn't expect to get successful ones. Some failures would suffice. He wasn't greedy. None. Failures were destroyed immediately. As for successes, that's none of your concern. Li Ban felt immense regret. 33% spiritual essence. What a waste. But he restrained himself, only showing slight disappointment. What do you want them for? Zhou Gu immediately noticed Li Ban's disappointment. I wanted to compare the properties of successful and failed tongues. Perhaps analyze which step went wrong. Seeing Li Ban's earnestness, Zhou Gu felt slightly comforted after Zhao Yu's harsh mockery. After a silent moment, he suddenly moved a stool before Li Ban. Sit. Li Ban sat uneasily. Why did Zhou Gu seem like he wanted a heart-to-heart talk? You heard earlier. Although I'm a third-tier jailer, I've never successfully fused a third element. Li Ban truly hadn't heard this part earlier. He lowered his head, staring intently at the desk corner. Failed element fusion? Wasn't that only common for identity-less people? How could someone with corresponding identity fail? As Li Ban processed this shock, Zhou Gu continued. It's normal you wouldn't know. First element fusion after gaining identity usually succeeds immediately. But from the second attempt onward, failure becomes possible. Zhou Gu's expression turned self-deprecating. Don't be fooled by my jailer status. I failed when fusing my second element, the ghost head saber. He patted the saber at his waist. This isn't the element, just looks similar. Ha! Among 4 jailers, only I failed to fuse the ghost head saber. Zhao Yu's right. My aptitude is poor, extremely poor. Zhou Gu slapped the desk. The sound wasn't loud, but nearly made Li Ban jump. But so what? Through saving money and training, didn't I still fuse other elements successfully? His momentary vigor faded again. Yet I still can't fuse a third element. This isn't a secret. Officer Du and other jailers know. Some jailers have noticed too. The harder I try, the more ridiculous I appear to them. He looked at Li Ban with resigned amusement. Li Ban, you're clever. If you can help me find a solution, I'll give you a fine-grade element. A fine-grade element, 200 taels. I'll spare no effort to assist you, officer. Li Ban pledged with utmost sincerity. What kind of good person are you to dare offer help to a third-tier jailer? The Catwoman nearly squeezed through the wooden bars upon hearing Li Ban's words before being yanked back by her neck shackles. Li Ban sat against the wall, utterly unashamed. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The Catwoman crossed her arms, puffing her cheeks. So, your solution is to come to me? One possible solution. She sneered. Guess why Zhou Gu never comes to me? Li Ban leaned forward, squinting. He doesn't trust you. Her sneer vanished as she scratched her cheek, chains clanking. You're quite bold. Li Ban leaned back, thinking of course he was bold. He wasn't the one doing the fusing. From the second element onward, is there always a chance of fusion failure? Depends on individual aptitude. Nothing's absolute. It varies, the Catwoman explained. But most experience rejection when fusing their second element. At this stage, it's not too severe. Most endure it and succeed. Those who can't fail. With luck, the element remains after failure. Without luck, the element's wasted. Li Ban's mind raced. Did other jailers have failed fusion elements? Even if they did, he had no proper pretext to request them. If discovered absorbing waste elements, his undercover mission would be jeopardized. This was an ability from his mission assistance system. How he wished for an unmanned element dumped to scavenge daily. Unaware of Li Ban's garbage-related thoughts, the Catwoman continued analyzing. That Zhou must have had a first element ill-suited to his constitution, then forced his second element for promotion, making his third impossible to fuse. Li Ban refocused. Elements have personal compatibility. The Catwoman smiled. When you fuse the former jailer's eye element, it must have been effortless, showing compatibility. Otherwise, you'd know fusion rejection. Then, my second fusion should also go smoothly. Definitely not as easy as the first. Pain, dizziness, nausea, or fever-like symptoms may occur. Unless the element's extremely incompatible, you'll endure. Unless you're Zhou. Li Ban pressed his lips tightly, seemingly worried about future fusions. But only he knew, when fusing his second element, it had also completed with a whoosh, without any discomfort. It seems Officer Zhou's situation is indeed quite troublesome, Li Ban murmured. The Catwoman curled her lips. Troublesome? I'd say his cultivation stops at the third rank for life. Li Ban didn't like hearing that. This directly affected whether he could obtain a fine-grade element for free. You're knowledgeable and capable. Isn't there any other solution? Who can decide matters of innate talent? The Catwoman scratched her already disheveled hair. From what I know, he can only find the most compatible element for fusion. How many times has he failed? Once at second rank, twice at third rank. What type of elements does he currently have? He said his first rank was a living type, second rank was energy type. But I'm not entirely clear about all the categories yet. Elements are generally divided into 4 types: living, construct, energy, and mental. Some elements contain characteristics of multiple categories. Energy and mental types are particularly rare. The Catwoman briefly explained to Li Ban. When you advance to second rank, they'll likely teach you this knowledge. His current 2 elements include 1 living type, meaning fused elements become part of the body. The second is energy type. For his third element, I'd suggest choosing another category, either construct or mental type. Though mental type elements are extremely rare and expensive. Zhou probably only has one last chance. Failed fusions affect the body's adaptability to elements. Too many failures means no more element fusions possible. How can one determine an element's compatibility? Li Ban asked. No real method. Did you feel anything special about the former jailer's eyes? Li Ban recalled. When he obtained the former jailer's eyes, he'd been at death's door, hardly in any state to consider whether the eyes suited him. Drawing from his own experience, Li Ban had a new idea. What if we gamble with life? The Catwoman didn't understand. When I fused the eye element, I was at the point where I die without fusion. When Zhou fails fusion, the element might become waste elements, but he himself faces no real danger. As you said, it affects spiritual essence absorption, something that doesn't create immediate crisis. Can't get the adrenaline pumping. What adrenaline? Adrenaline is an attitude, Li Ban dismissed casually, standing up. I'll go make a suggestion. Whether he listens is his business. The Catwoman gripped the bars, watching Li Ban leave. His words seemed reasonable, yet she still didn't quite understand. What exactly is adrenaline? Li Ban gave Zhou 2 suggestions. Even as he spoke them, he wasn't sure Zhou would take them seriously. Currently, Li Ban was merely a first-rank menial worker, while Zhou was a third-rank jailer. Most people wouldn't value advice from someone beneath them in status. But Zhou, perhaps truly desperate, listened attentively. Li Ban's 2 suggestions were: first, preferably choose a mental type element for fusion. The Ghosthead Saber element was construct type, reportedly standard equipment for jailers. Yet Zhou couldn't even fuse this standard item. Li Ban suspected he was incompatible with construct type elements. Mental type abilities represented Zhou Gu's currently undeveloped spiritual essence potential, offering higher success probability. Second, gamble with life. Do or die. Adopt the attitude of never giving up, even if it means death, to endure the most painful rejection phase. Li Ban had never experienced rejection himself, but heard that those who survived it succeeded, while those who gave up midway failed. Of course, those who didn't survive were also failures. Li Ban advised Zhou Gu to endure with absolute determination, never surrendering halfway. After hearing the suggestions, Zhou Gu remained silent for a long while before speaking. Did the Catwoman tell you this? Li Ban hesitated. His meat bribing of the Catwoman was hardly secret anymore. He brought her food often enough that her improved condition made it obvious someone was feeding her extra. The first suggestion somewhat came from her. Though she said mental type elements are extremely rare and precious, hard to obtain. So her actual suggestion was fusing a construct type element. But I know you failed with the ghost head saber. Fusing another construct type would have lower success odds than choosing the rarest mental type. As for the second suggestion, I fused the eyes when I was nearly dead. At that time, I knew nothing about rejection or fusion failure. Failure just meant death. So I suspect that with a do-or-die determination, fusion might succeed. Li Ban glanced cautiously at Zhou Gu, fearing he might think Li Ban was telling him to die. But Zhou Gu said nothing more, clearly torn between two difficult decisions. With his current status and abilities, Li Ban could only offer suggestions. Substantive help was impossible. His only responsibility was growing tongues for Zhou Gu. Unfortunately, Zhou Gu had kept no records of previous tongue-growing attempts, leaving Li Ban unable to analyze past failures. After receiving Li Ban's advice that day, Zhou Gu didn't make an immediate decision, sending Li Ban away first. In the following days, Li Ban continued growing tongues. With Prisoner 7's death, his feeding targets became Prisoners 4 and 10. A few days later, Prisoner 4 also died. The female prisoner expired suddenly right before Li Ban's eyes. He sat staring at her corpse for a long while before fetching someone to collect it. This time, Lu Mu came. Unlocking the cell, he ducked inside. Already dead, though we still need Officer Zhou to confirm, correct? Yes. Li Ban opened his mouth, hesitating before asking, "Can you tell her cause of death?" "Poisoning," Lu Mu answered without hesitation. "Long-term toxin erosion. Death prison meals contain lethal poison. You know this." Seeing Li Ban's dazed expression, he asked amusedly, "What's wrong? Too many prisoner deaths frightening you?" Li Ban raised his hands and slapped his own cheek sharply. "Impossible. How many deaths have I witnessed since entering death prison? I've even killed someone myself. I just can't understand. Brother Lu, why does death prison serve poisonous food to second-level prisoners?" Having spent longer in death prison, Lu Mu showed no curiosity about this. Why overthink it? This is death prison. Everyone here is condemned anyway. Keeping them alive means they have living value. Letting them die means dead ones are more useful. As for poisoning them, must be because this method extracts their value. Otherwise, why waste resources maintaining worthless trash? There were no surprises. The fourth attempt to grow a second tongue in Prisoner 4's mouth had failed again. It seemed Zhou Gu had exhausted all his luck with those two previous successful cases. Of course, the waste elements were handed over to Li Ban as usual. Zhou Gu never wanted to lay eyes on them again. With this second batch of waste elements obtained, reaching full spiritual essence capacity was within reach. There would even be overflow. Li Ban wondered if the excess would directly enhance his secondary element. Though part of him hoped every future tongue-growing attempt would fail, he knew Zhou Gu's wrath would be unbearable if they never succeeded again. So he needed to find ways to improve the success rate. Li Ban theorized that malnutrition might be preventing the prisoners from developing second tongues. He tentatively suggested this, but Zhou Gu dismissed the idea. Li Ban could only ask Zhou Gu to carefully recall the differences between successful and failed cases. Suddenly, Zhou Gu remembered something. Actually, Both successful prisoners had only been moved down from the first level a few months prior. Li Ban's head snapped up. Prisoners recently transferred from the first level wouldn't have consumed much of the toxic gruel yet. Could the toxins in the gruel be inhibiting second tongue development? Very likely. The more Zhou Gu considered it, the more convinced he became, his eyes gradually lighting up. After this discussion, Zhou Gu waved Li Ban away and headed straight for the fourth level. On duty at the fourth level was Zhang Baishan, head jailer of Death Prison. He stood before new prisoner Lin Han's cell, testing the chain's sturdiness. His testing method involved operating an external mechanism that repeatedly tightened and loosened the chains. The once defiant Lin Han now flopped about like a wild dog being dragged around. Zhou Gu stopped about 3 meters behind Zhang Baishan. "You're early for shift change," Zhang Baishan said without turning. "Chief Zhang, I need to report something." Only then did Zhang Baishan turn to face him. Pulling the mechanism to its limit, the chains binding the prisoner's neck and limbs rattled taut, suspending Lin Han's spread eagle against the wall. "Speak." Zhang Baishan led Zhou Gu to a bench near the entrance. "Chief, several second-level prisoners have died these past months. Only 5 remain," Zhou Gu said cautiously. Zhang Baishan's deep-set eyes flicked toward him. "So they die. Second level means no way out." Anticipating this response, Zhou Gu pressed on. "Exactly, fewer mouths to feed. But with second level underpopulated, should we transfer some first-level slaves down?" Zhang Baishan hesitated. "You province border the mass graves. Despite institutions like Eternal Tower operating here, it remained remote and sparsely populated. Death Prison never housed many inmates. While jailers preferred smaller populations, fewer prisoners meant less supplemental income. Transferring first-level prisoners to second would essentially write them off. Move the 2 useless ones from first level. Keep the Catwoman." Zhou Gu lowered his voice. "Is it wise keeping the Catwoman on first level so long?" From Zhou Gu's perspective, she belonged on fourth level. Yet she'd remained on first for 2 years. That's Officer Du's decision. Zhou Gu immediately dropped the subject. Though Du outranked them by just 1 level. As prison officer, he commanded absolute authority over appointments and dismissals from menial workers to jailers. At most, he'd file a report afterward. No one would question his decisions. For spirit practitioners like them, losing one's identity could be worse than death. Like that Catwoman, once terrifying, now reduced to this pitiful state after being stripped of her identity. "I'll have Tree Person B handle the transfers." Zhou Gu stood. "Good." Zhang Baishan nodded. "But keep those cells available. 2 new prisoners arrive soon." "New prisoners?" Zhou Gu concealed his delight. First level hadn't received new inmates in ages. Second level was nearly empty. Without fresh subjects, his supply would dry up. Just verbal notice so far. Official documents haven't arrived. Keep it quiet. Zhou Gu nodded repeatedly before taking his leave. When Li Ban next saw Zhou Gu, the man wore a faint smile, followed by a sullen Tree Person B. Spotting the Tree Person, Li Ban immediately lowered his head. "Li Ban, we're transferring 2 first-level prisoners down. Prepare 2 clean cells." Zhou Gu tossed Li Ban the keys to all empty cells. The news nearly made Li Ban drop the keyring. "Who's being transferred, sir?" Having managed second level for months, Li Ban knew it was no place for the living. No wonder they assigned second level to new menial workers. If not for his mission, Li Ban would have quit long ago. If those outside the cells suffered, imagine the prisoners inside. Entering second level meant awaiting death, especially with the toxic gruel served every 3 days. Death Prison officials never intended prisoners to leave alive. Not even their corpses could be accounted for. If the Catwoman came down, Li Ban could no longer make promises of protection like before. He could barely protect himself now. Watching Zhou Gu and Tree Person B ascend, Li Ban immediately began inspecting second-level cells. He needed to find 2 relatively better ones. Though he doubted the Catwoman would be among those transferred, he still prepared. After surveying, he decided on cells 1 and 10. These were farthest from occupied cells. Though dusty from disuse, They lacked crawling insects and stank less. After hasty cleaning, tree person be descended. Its branches bound 2 prisoners, dangling them just enough to tiptoe along. Seeing them, Liban's hurried movement slowed. No Catwoman. Expected. Ahem. He opened both cells' small doors, indicating their new accommodations. One prisoner was incoherent, the other too weak to resist. Both went quietly into their cells. Tree person be departed after delivering them, while Jogu lingered to observe Liban's work. When only they remained, Jogu murmured, "Start with these 2 tomorrow." Tomorrow they'd receive their first dose of toxic gruel. Jogu meant to begin feeding them tongue eggs then. Liban could only marvel at Jogu's efficiency. No sooner had they identified success factors than he produced fresh victims. After settling the prisoners, Liban went upstairs to check on the Catwoman. He found her conversing with Guyuechi. Noticing Liban, Guyuechi smiled wordlessly before descending. The Catwoman, seated deep in her cell, rose when she saw Liban. Her voice carried unusual gloom. "Next time, it'll be my turn to go down." Liban hesitated. Is there truly no escape from death prison? Her playful grin absent, she said flatly, "Other prisons might grant pardons. But death prison? Why do you think it's called that?" Liban lowered his head, producing an iron hook from behind his back. The very one he'd used to kill Lou. "If that day comes, if you refuse second level. I always carry this." The Catwoman gave a soft laugh. The scene struck her as both ridiculous and touching. This was the absolute limit of what a menial worker could offer. She shook her head slowly. "If I choose death, I won't need your help." Liban silently returned the hook. "Oh, but my promise stands should that day come." If the Catwoman wanted to die, she didn't need Liban's iron hook. Her own claws could tear open her throat. But if she became a prisoner on the second level and ate that poisonous gruel-like substance, she would eventually turn into a pile of rotten flesh too. What Liban promised was this. When the time came that nothing could be done, if the Catwoman wanted release, he would help her. After the 2 prisoners from the first level moved to the second, Liban kept a low profile, focusing solely on growing tongues for Jogu and barely participating in anything else. His daily routine consisted of cultivation, work, tongue growing, and tongue research. Thanks to the second tongue Jogu had thrown his way to process, Liban's first element had reached full spiritual essence capacity. The only pity was that the wasted element's excess spiritual essence didn't automatically transfer to the second element. Instead, it simply disappeared somewhere. According to energy conservation principles, the excess spiritual essence should have either been expelled from his body or remained inside him. Yet Liban neither detected any spiritual essence changes in his surroundings nor found any excess spiritual essence within his body. The loss of over 10% spiritual essence made Liban smack his own thigh in frustration. He resolved never to absorb wasted elements when nearing full spiritual essence capacity again. What a waste! After nearly a month of additional cultivation, Liban's second element had also accumulated just over 10% spiritual essence. Then he finally witnessed the maturation of the third tongue. This time, however, the situation differed completely from the previous 2 instances. The new prisoner who had been moved down and placed in cell number 1 didn't die. It was Jogu who discovered the tongue's maturation. Ever since finding new hope, he occasionally came to check on the tongue's progress. So after examining prisoner 1 this particular day, Jogu called over Liban, who had been keeping watch nearby, barely containing his excitement. "Liban, come here." Liban jogged over. "Sir, this man," Jogu stood up, suppressing his delight, "should die. But, given his physical condition, he might not die anytime soon." Jogu turned to stare at Liban. Liban instinctively shrunk his neck. "I'll handle it. You just keep working as usual." In the end, Jogu didn't assign this task to Liban. He needed Liban to remain safely on the second level, not get punished or transferred over such a trivial matter. Liban successfully dodged the trouble. On the third day, while distributing food, he discovered prisoner 1's corpse. After quickly distributing food to the others, he turned to find Lu Mu. But Lu Mu wasn't available, so he had to seek out Tree Person B instead. Another death? So soon. Since Tree Person A's death, Tree Person B's temper had worsened, and now he eyed Li Ban with suspicion. Officer B, I only discovered it this morning during food distribution. He probably died last night. Li Ban had no idea what Zhou Gu had done, but his best move was to act completely uninvolved. Tree Person B remained unconvinced. You, bring the body and come with me. To Li Ban's surprise, Tree Person B led him straight to Zhang Baishan. Zhang Baishan had been cultivating in his quarters. Seeing Tree Person B and Li Ban standing outside with a body bag, he frowned but allowed them entry. What's the problem? Normally, bodies went straight to Zhou Gu. Officer Zhang, another second-level prisoner, has died. A recent transfer. I suspect foul play. Would you examine him? Li Ban kept his head lowered. Tree Person B had watched him too closely during the walk over to notify Zhou Gu. But when passing Zhou Gu's door, he had adjusted the slipping body bag. If Zhou Gu was inside, he might notice their passing. Set the body down first, Zhang Baishan instructed. Li Ban quickly complied, even helpfully opening the body bag. He didn't know whether Zhang Baishan would inspect the tongue. The newly grown tongue was small and hidden beneath the original tongue, unnoticeable unless someone looked carefully. As for the green insect eggs, they disappeared after 3 days. This was precisely why Zhou Gu had chosen to act after 3 days. When the body bag opened, the room immediately filled with blood and decay odors. Zhang Baishan produced a handkerchief to cover his nose. Unaccustomed to handling corpses, he used his scabbard to nudge the head and limbs. Prisoner 1 had been the mentally disturbed man from the first level. After moving down, he'd often cried and raved, but always ate heartily, never refusing even the green insect eggs. Though the meals caused him agony, by the next feeding he'd forgotten the pain and devoured everything again. Thus his corpse appeared merely emaciated, not yet fully decomposed. After a brief examination, Zhang Baishan stood and tossed his handkerchief into the body bag. Overate. He looked at Li Ban. Did you feed him extra? Damn. Zhou Gu had set him up. Li Ban's jaw dropped before he hastily explained. And no, sir. Everyone gets 3 spoonfuls, exactly as Officer A instructed. I've always followed the rules strictly. Tree Person B glared darkly. Are you trying to reduce your workload by killing prisoners? Li Ban's mind raced. Perhaps the officers could examine other second-level prisoners? See if any received less food? What's this attitude? Tree Person B raised his arm threateningly. Enough. Zhang Baishan raised a hand. I haven't concluded anything yet. Of course. I acted rashly, sir. Tree Person B showed far more respect to Zhang Baishan than to Zhou Gu. Zhang Baishan turned back to Li Ban. Just asking. If no extra food was given, then the prisoner simply couldn't tolerate the toxins. He'd been on the second level about a month. Li Ban nodded vigorously. No other wounds on him. Zhang Baishan delivered his verdict. Take him straight to Zhou Gu. Yes, sir. Li Ban quickly bundled the corpse and carried it to Zhou Gu's room. After Li Ban left, Tree Person B grumbled, Sir, too many second-level prisoners have died recently. It's abnormal, and this one hadn't eaten the gruel long enough. Might not meet Officer Du's requirements. Zhang Baishan lit incense to dispel the stench. Officer Du hasn't intervened so far. Only he can authorize any investigation. When Tree Person B seemed ready to argue further, Zhang Baishan snapped. What would arresting a menial worker accomplish? The replacement would produce identical results. Only then did Tree Person B grumble. True, killing a menial worker would just mean getting a new one. This displeased Zhang Baishan. Even after mentioning Officer Du, Tree Person B kept complaining. Though Tree Person jailers lacked complex political connections, their stubbornness made them troublesome. Return to your duties. Don't you have work to do? As Tree Person B left, he spotted Li Ban exiting Zhou Gu's room with the body. Officer Zhou finished his examination already. No issues found. Li Ban smiled at Tree Person B. Officer Zhou said since Officer Zhang already examined him, a second inspection wasn't necessary. Tree Person B stormed off, his branch arm smacking the ground with a sharp crack. Zhou Gu had indeed tampered with the prisoner's corpse, but he only cut out the second tongue from the prisoner's mouth before telling Li Ban to quickly remove the body. He didn't explain about the tongue, but Li Ban could see the answer shining in Zhou Gu's bright eyes. It worked. It really was connected to the toxins in the prison food. When Li Ban returned after disposing of the body, he found Zhou Gu seated behind his desk with an undisguised grin. Finish your tasks early today. Tomorrow you'll accompany me outside. Li Ban thought. You're leaving right after a prisoner dies? Isn't anyone suspicious? Congratulations, sir. But going out so soon tomorrow? He offered a quiet reminder. Zhou Gu's smile faded as he considered this. You're right. Huh. He exhaled deeply, forcing down his excitement. Return to your quarters and await my instructions. Yes. Li Ban bowed and left. Truthfully, he hadn't wanted to warn Zhou Gu. The man's murder method had nearly implicated him. But Zhou Gu remained his temporary protector for now, until Li Ban could break free. He needed Zhou Gu to stay out of trouble. Nearly 2 weeks later, start of spring. The air remained chilly, though sunlight offered faint warmth. Li Ban was cultivating in the menial quarters when Wang Hua's pounding shook the door. Brother Li, come quick, big job. Li Ban leapt from bed, throwing on his coat as he rushed out. Brother Wang, what's happening? 2 new prisoners just arrived from the sky pit. All off-duty jailers and guards are assembling. We need to assist. After 5 months in death prison, this was the first new intake Li Ban had witnessed. Curious, he followed Wang Hua to the sky pit, where he noticed the slave roster had completely changed. Ku, who diligently farmed before, was gone. The slave who'd replaced Gu Yueqi in meal deliveries had also disappeared. Since Zhou Gu assigned Li Ban to monitor second-level prisoners, he'd rarely visited Qingsheng County. Procurement duties naturally fell to Lu Mu, who preferred taking Gu Yueqi or other slaves on outings. Thus, Li Ban hadn't paid attention to the sky pit's slave population for some time. The only familiar face remaining was Min, who'd arrived trembling with fear. Now Min looked haggard and pale, clearly suffering. The 2 new slaves, one short and thin, the other tall, cowered without daring to raise their heads. Li Ban glanced at them before following Wang Hua forward. The new prisoners remained shackled in their transport cart. Despite the lingering cold, they wore only thin gray prison uniforms speckled with bloodstains. One prisoner was missing an arm, the wound crudely bandaged but still bleeding. Zhang Baishan directed Lu Mu and Tree Person B in prisoner transfer, while Zhou Gu and the rarely seen Jiayu supervised. Both prisoners wore the same neck and limb shackles as the Catwoman, obscuring sunlocks that suppressed elemental energies. Attempting elemental manipulation would drain their spiritual essence until depleted. Without proper identity, they couldn't replenish it, rendering them ordinary. This was how death prison contained high-identity prisoners. Yet even with these restraints, jailers remained extremely cautious during transfers. Nearly the entire prison staff had gathered. The process went smoother than the 4th-level transfer Li Ban had witnessed before. The 2 prisoners offered no resistance, shuffling limply into death prison underguard. Assigned to cells 6 and 14 on the 1st level, the shorter slave was sent inside to assist Lu Mu when a cell door proved too narrow. Lu Mu, facing prisoners directly for the first time, moved with uncharacteristic clumsiness while the helping slave only caused more chaos. Wang Hua watched their fumbling with curled lips of disdain. As Tree Person B directed operations outside, 3 jailers escorted the second prisoner deeper inside. Once Lu Mu finally secured the first prisoner's chains, he scrambled out to cell 14. Tree Person B left the door unlocked, ordering the spectating Wang Hua to fetch basic supplies like blankets. With Wang Hua dispatched on errands, Li Ban waited near cell 14 for instructions. Passing cell 13, he saw the Catwoman sleeping on her straw pile, undisturbed by the commotion. Her back turned, her opinion about new neighbors remained unknown. With no immediate tasks, Li Ban observed quietly. He wondered why Zhang Baishan would place a prisoner next to the Catwoman. Those cells were spaced apart, The open layout would make future private discussions difficult. After securing both prisoners, Zhang Baishan summoned Lu Mu and Tree Person B. Prisoner 6 is Qiao Sheng. Prisoner 14 is Blood Drop. Tree Person B recorded diligently. They've eaten nothing en route. Provide minimal rations until Zhou Gu examines them and determines proper meals. Both acknowledged the orders. While attention focused above, activity also stirred on Death Prison's 4th level. Surprisingly, the first to speak was a prisoner. Zhai Lu pressed his face between thick iron bars, hands clasped outside his cell. Though the face-squishing gesture should look grotesque, he retained striking beauty with added boyish charm. Little Jiang, little Jiang, little Jiang. He called for jailer Hua Jiang, currently on duty. Here, Hua Jiang hurried over from his post, bowing like an attendant rather than an officer. New arrivals upstairs. 2 new prisoners. Hua Jiang nodded meaningfully. Drooling, Zhai Lu pretended obliviousness. Are they tasty? You can't eat them, Hua Jiang said helplessly, quickly changing subjects. Second levels had many prisoner deaths recently. Tree Person jailer's suspect foul play, but Zhang Baishan ignores it. Should I investigate? Zhai Lu wiped his wet chin slowly, then smeared it across Hua Jiang's pristine trousers finger by finger. Don't stir trouble. Hua Jiang shuddered, bowing deeper. Understood. In the adjacent cell, Lin Han watched everything while curled in a corner. Though not chained up like during his arrival, the once arrogant prisoner now trembled uncontrollably. His terrified glances at Zhai Lu seemed to condense into palpable fear scent, drawing Zhai Lu's hungry gaze. Want to eat? He stared at Lin Han, drooling again. On the 3rd day after the new prisoners arrived, Zhou Gu finally found time to request leave. He took Li Ban and the cultivated tongue, mislead her, they had grown to the Eternal Tower. Li Ban finally saw what a successful tongue looked like. But when he asked the mission assistance system what element this was, the system ignored him. Li Ban realized that unless it was certain to be his own element, the system wouldn't scan or confirm it at all. It was as if it feared unnecessary actions would consume energy. This time on the way to the Eternal Tower, they traveled along the river of forgetfulness again. Unlike last time's shock, Li Ban now felt more curiosity. Gazing upstream, he wondered deeply about the origins of the river of forgetfulness and its corpses, things neither Zhou Gu nor Lu Mu knew. Then, relying on his exceptional eyesight, Li Ban suddenly noticed a hand in the river pressing a nearby face underwater. Following this, the head belonging to that arm's owner emerged with a plop, leveraging the movement to surface. It was a middle-aged man with somewhat dark skin that had turned pale from soaking. After Li Ban noticed him, a corpse fisherman on the river quickly spotted the man too. The corpse fisherman gripped his long pole with both hands, effortlessly parting the floating corpses to extend the pole toward the struggling man. Yet unexpectedly, the man refused to grab it. After seeing his surroundings clearly, the drowning man plunged back into the river instead. Now it was the corpse fisherman's turn to panic. He quickly called to distant colleagues, then set down his pole and dove headfirst into the river. Zhou Gu, who had been immersed in joy, finally noticed Li Ban staring intently outside. What's wrong? He looked out too, but his vision couldn't match Li Ban's, and the heavy river mist obscured most details. There's a living person in the river. When the corpse fisherman tried to pull him out, he escaped. Hearing this, Zhou Gu immediately lost interest. Anyone who regains consciousness in that river must have decent talent. But Zhou Gu held no fondness for talented individuals. The carriage continued, soon leaving the river's chaos behind. After another half hour, the Eternal Tower appeared before Li Ban. The carriage stopped on the road's right side, dozens of meters from side entrance. Zhou Gu told Li Ban to wait inside while he entered alone through the side door. Bored, Li Ban considered meditating briefly, but thinking of his slow cultivation progress, he instead went to chat with Old Qin on the driver's seat. Old Qin, could I learn to drive the carriage from you? Old Qin chuckled. Young man, you needn't learn. When your strength grows and presence intensifies, horses will obey naturally. As the saying goes, Absolute strength overrides all skills. Old Sheen, I heard you were once a jailer. Yes, but my talent was mediocre, my fused element ordinary. When I couldn't advance further, I stepped down rather than block others' promotions. So now, you have no identity? Old Sheen didn't avoid the topic. He admitted readily, indeed. Fortunately, Officer Du showed mercy. Knowing I had no home or family, he let me stay in the front courtyard doing odd jobs, still paying me a jailer's wage. That terrifying Officer Du was actually so kind. This surprised Li Ban. Old Sheen, when I gained my identity, I received a token. If it's lost or damaged, would I lose my identity? It's not so simple. Identity is a rule set by heaven, followed even by the emperor. How could it be constrained by a mere token? If lost, you just pay for a replacement. Old Sheen knew Li Ban's real question and answered directly. Actually, for low-tier identities like ours, gaining or losing them depends entirely on the highest authority. Officer Du, though, he delegates appointment powers to jailers. Does heaven recognize delegated authority? Li Ban still didn't understand this heaven. I don't know specifics, but with official decrees and documents, of course heaven recognizes it. So we gain identity instantly and lose it just as quickly at Officer Du's whim. But besides the Grand Tailleur, there's another way to forcibly strip identity. Li Ban perked up. This was crucial information. What way? Ministry of Justice orders. Province death, prison answers to the 6 ministries, including justice. Officer Du reports there every spring. Should be soon this year. Li Ban grew thoughtful. This ancient world had an imperial court and ministries, but with the identity system overriding even the emperor, it clearly differed from normal ancient regimes. The emperor might just be a puppet ruler, but even as a puppet, an extremely high-status one. Is the emperor a 10th-tier identity? I don't know the emperor's tier, only that it's not 10th. There are identities above the emperor. An emperor emeritus, perhaps? Old Sheen stroked his chin's lone beard, whispering, "This isn't our concern. I only know one 10th-tier identity exists, the witch." The witch? Which world? Finally, Li Ban understood why this virtual world was called Witch World. The highest identity holder was the witch. The identity system was an almost tyrannical method of controlling individual power. And as the world's highest identity, the witch would be its true master. Suddenly, commotion interrupted their conversation. The noise came from behind. Turning, Li Ban saw the living man from the river being escorted by 2 people toward the tower's side entrance. The man was bound with soaked hemp ropes, head forced down in a stooped walk. Yet his 2 corpse fishermen escorts looked equally disheveled, covered in ash with burnt clothing, as if just escaped a fire. As they neared the carriage, the escorts eyed Li Ban warily, as if expecting an attack. An attack did come, but not from Li Ban. The bound man suddenly erupted in intense blue flames, instantly igniting both escorts. They released him, rolling on the ground, screaming. The wet ropes, subjected to extreme heat, became brittle and snapped. Breaking free, the man sprinted toward Li Ban and Old Sheen. He wants the horse. Though sudden, Li Ban's right eye caught the man's focus on the prison horse. Old Sheen acted first, not attacking, but cutting the horse's reins with his belt knife. The man hesitated, then grabbed the loose horse anyway. But before fleeing, he shot Li Ban and Old Sheen a murderous glare. "Dodge!" Old Sheen hissed, throwing himself onto the carriage. Li Ban reacted equally fast, rolling backward into the carriage while hurling his iron hook. Sure enough, twin fire jets blasted where they'd stood, now normal red instead of blue. The flames instantly ignited parts of the wooden carriage frame and paper door curtains. The attacker's eyes flashed regret, but he prepared to ride off. As he passed a window, something dark smashed through it toward him. Instinctively, he fired flames to intercept, only to pale when smelling strong alcohol. But the unleashed flames couldn't be recalled.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.